Alright, here we go. Hey, chat. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Sorry, I'm a bit slow today. I'm actually not feeling the greatest right now. I'm not sure why. But we're here. Yo, hey D4Good, hey Basset, hey Benobi. We got a sub from Rule. Thanks for the sub, man. Never realized how miniature Woody is. Yeah. Actually kind of compact, I guess. Yo, Damalios, hello. Hey Khan, hello Philip. Hello Tyler. You still haven't gotten Gauntlet competition art in Canada? Oh shit. Really? So I know that some of the guys have gotten it already like 2 weeks ago. Mippy told me about it. Actually, I showed it off yesterday. I mean, you probably watched the video, I guess, right? I have it here, but they gave it to me in person because I literally went there to take it. So that's kind of funny. But yeah, they told me they had problems shipping to Bulgaria, but not to Germany, it seems. I don't know what's going on in Canada. It's kind of crazy. Ugi hasn't gotten it either. Ugi is Swedish, I think, right? Shane. Traveling to a place of 100 other people and being in proximity to them is a good way to get sick. Yeah, I'd like to believe that I'm generally not gonna get sick from like random, encounters like that, I guess. But who knows, I guess, yeah, not immune to everything. I usually don't really get sick very much. I don't even remember the last time I was like really, like sick. I think I was once when COVID hit. Like 2020 or something was the last time I actually remember actually being sick. But that was from the vaccine and not from the COVID. So there's that, I guess. So that doesn't really count, I think. Lots of COVID going around. Yeah, whole office got COVID. Holy shit, okay. I have not really heard anything about COVID for a long time, to be honest. So it seems like it's still around. Yeah, I mean, the vaccine giving you the symptoms is kind of expected, I guess, with like, the kind of scuffed stuff they had at the start. I guess they're much better now. You're probably not gonna be impacted too much these days from the vaccines. Are they still giving vaccines for it, actually? I mean, now that there's no regulations for it anymore, I guess no one really gives a fuck. You can still get them. There's COVID again. Yeah, some people say they actually have people that are sick. Hey, to Dawson, by the way. And I see it's just a big petri dish. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, the big cities, I can understand that it's spreading very easily. Okay, I'm doing something you should not do while you're sick, but I'm gonna turn on the AC. 1 second. Alright, just for a little bit, I guess, because it's still very warm here, even at like almost 8 p.m. The thing is, I don't think I actually caught anything. I think that might have actually been food related. I had a had a sandwich that I bought at the airport on Saturday night, and then I ate it earlier today, so maybe it was actually that. Maybe there was something with it, even though I had it in the fridge. But it didn't really seem fishy. Yo, boss killer, thanks for the prime, by the way. 15 days till the season, let's go. You're like, let's go, and I'm like sweating when they're gonna finally drop the patch notes so I can make guides. I did try LE in the new cycle, yeah? It was really fun. LE was really good, actually. Anyone still blasting LE? Until PoE or something? There are updated vaccines you can get. Yeah, I assume so. I mean, it's been like 4 years now, right, of COVID, so there's certainly updated vaccines. They just kind of like rushed them out really fast at the start, and I understand. And now it's like, okay, already upgraded. Having fun in LE, that's nice. Yeah, I had a good time too. But I don't think I'm gonna play more now, so I'm gonna do a bit of like D4 now, and then it's PoE time. And then I move, and then it's Season 5, so... Yeah, well, good luck, John Dawson. What are my thoughts on a Spiritborn? It's super fun, man. I guess before we push, you can actually talk about the Spiritborn a little bit. Also, if you guys have questions, like, feel free to ask anything about Spiritborn since I've played it, and I haven't really made like a lot of videos yet. I kind of just got back. I was like doing a lot of other stuff when I got back yesterday and today. But I will start pumping out some content. You also have a bunch of stuff already on Maxwell. So, here I'm coughing already. Here, if you have not seen that yet, we have the Vessel of Hatred stuff all in like one place. So, Spiritborn class overview, you can see all the skills and so on. Like, some things don't have much info yet, like the Dark Citadel, Mercenaries. So this is just basically what we got from like the pre-order preview stuff, but yeah. Basically all the skills and so on, you have them like already laid out here. You can go check them out. We're also building a planner right now that you can go check out soon. Is it similar to Witch Doctor from the 3? Nah, it's not like Witch Doctor at all, I'd say. It's more like Monk. We don't have a balanced patch yet. What are the best combinations of Guardians? I mean, for a Spiritborn? I mean, I do have a lot of stuff in mind that could be like really broken. I probably have like a dozen builds in my head at this point that I could start working on. But the thing is, we also don't really know much about like, you know, like what are the uniques, what are the legendary nodes, like lists and so on. So it's like a lot of synergies that are unlocked later that we have no clue about. And like potentially like new systems that are coming. So there's like, you know, the expansion will come out and no one knows shit, right? Even if I like prepare as much as I can, you know, I'll spend dozens of hours, you know, theorycrafting. He's new writer, yes. Here, our new writer, guys. Hitoka. Yeah, she's handling our resource posts for the most part now. You're happy they're keeping it quiet, gives some mystery. Yeah, it's really cool, but on the other hand, you know, the expansion is gonna launch, and it's gonna be like really fucked up, right? I mean, look at how many bugs and game-breaking things you have, and even 1 year after launch here in the current game, right? Even after like multiple seasons. Like, just imagine how it's gonna be with the Spiritborn completely untested. At least before the original launch, they had like, you know, beta, alpha, you know, content creator, beta, whatever, right? There was like a lot of stuff, open beta. And even with that, you know, like with years of, you know, advanced testing, here we are, right? Shadow clone, enough said, right? Is Spiritborn overhyped? I don't think so. Spiritborn is amazing. I'm really pumped to play it. Hi, Fitty. As a gamer, I'm excited for something new and fresh and unknown. I totally get that. Like, as a gamer, I also really love, you know, just like, release it, everything is fucked up, who cares, right? So it doesn't seem like what they're going for. It's gonna be like some insane, you know, weeks or months even with the launch. Just because the Spiritborn comes in, and then like who knows what the other classes are getting. How do you have 12 pots? It's a very random question, but I can explain. I masterworked it. That's how. I did explore the new zone in the expansion. Yeah, not everything. Some stuff was like hidden still and inaccessible. Like a quarter or so, or a third of the region was actually inaccessible, but it seems very large. It seems definitely like pretty much on the same level as like the other regions, maybe larger even. It seems like a bit larger than the other regions. So maybe like 10-20% larger than like Havazar or Fracture Peaks or so. You have to craft them in the end game. Okay, so about the potions, you get some from Renown. If you're like new to the game, you do this. You get plus potion slots. And then you have some items that give you potion capacity that's like unique to this pants. And you don't really want it. So this is probably gonna disappear when they rework this item very soon. It's not something you actually want, but it's there, so. Barb is getting nerfed. Yeah, I mean, Barbs are gonna be fine anyway. It's some pretty heavy nerfs, but they can handle it. I already made 10 builds of Spiritborn, can't wait to play them. Yeah. Yeah, there's like a lot of really cool stuff on the Spiritborn. If you look at this here. So you have like this mixing and matching between the different archetypes. And also like there's a lot of like built-in... Do we have the class mechanic here? Spirit Hall. So the Spirit Hall is kind of cool because you can give the tags of a skill category to all of your skills. So for example, you can play like eagle skills, but then also get the Jaguar tags. It's a bit similar to Druid, I guess, where, you know, your werewolf skills are now storm skills or something like that. So, the reverse, I guess. The storm skills are werewolf skills. So it kind of works like that, where you like unlock more synergies, and this kind of like makes it kind of interesting here. Harmony is such a sick item. Do we have that actually listed here? Let me see. Do we have the uniques here? Or are they in the unique post maybe? Let me check. Where's the uniques? Here. Let's see if we already have the Spiritborn stuff. No, it's not here yet. Yeah, Harmony is not something I've found, but it's like the Helm, right? It's like basically the new Tempest Roar. It definitely seems overtuned. I think they can at least remove the damage bonus from it. And you're gonna be fine. But either way. Yeah, that's like an item that allows you to get like a third spirit tag. I think it makes it so that the minor spirit from the Spirit Hall also adds the tag to everything. So usually the primary spirit... So the way this works is that you can choose each of the spirits as a primary and as a secondary bonus. And they each have different effects. But the primary ones also have this line here. All skills are now Jaguar skills. And then the Harmony Unique Helm does the same with the secondary spirit. So you get 3 different tags if you want. So that's pretty wild. Didn't you say they have a new mythic that's exclusive for Spiritborn? You assume that was Harmony? Could be. I mean, it seems like a very powerful item. And it could be the Helm. Maybe. The thing is that it's kind of like a very late game item, right? But maybe they're open to that. Maybe they are fine with just making build-defining mythic items like that. I mean, you already have that to some degree with like Tyraels, for example, or so, right? It's kind of like a build-defining item. Starless Skies even to some degree, you know. It's just like so much resources that it kind of enables some builds. So yeah, I guess why not? I really want the expansion. This Spiritborn looks great. Yeah, it feels really cool to play. If you like Monk in D3, you're gonna love Spiritborn. Very fun. Undyes also functions as its own build. Yeah, fair enough, I guess. There are Undyes builds that you cannot otherwise play. Although that is about to change a little bit. You can now play Arrow Storms. I need to write an Arrow Storms guide, I suppose. Hybrid builds will be better than one Spirit builds. Yeah, it's too early to tell that, you know, we don't know what synergies exist. If there's like, you know, it depends on what the Paragon looks like, right? So if there's like an incentive to like spread out and have multiple tags, and then there's like, you know, your Eagle skills do that, your Jaguar skills do that, and then, you know, all this stuff, and then you can kind of like stack up more and more bonuses by having more tags, then yeah, I guess you probably diversify it and make combos. But maybe there's also enough synergies to just like, you know, go straight for like one spirit only. You notice shooting spikes is coming from a specific item? Yes. It's a season 5 thing though. If you're playing Eternal, you can't get it. It's this elixir here. Yeah, I saw Harmony. It's a good blueprint for reworking other classes. I mean, not every class has to work that way, you know. I think, like, for example, the existing builds on Rogue are okay, you know, and they are actually still opening up more possibilities. Now we have, like, an actual smoke grenade kind of core skill build, right? That didn't really exist before. And these kind of things. With Spiritborn looking so powerful, why go melee Rogue? I mean, that's just numbers. And I mean, melee Rogues are not terrible. Twisting Blades is relatively strong, actually, right now. After the mid-season patch. Twisting Blades is pretty good. Hey, D. Did I pick up what direction they're taking with ultimates? Yeah, so I discussed this a little bit with the devs. And I told them my concerns that, you know, a lot of the ultimates are, like, very heavy damage based. They do have utility as well. But I guess especially the Devourer has mostly damage and not so much utility. And I guess the Eagle as well to some degree. So there's definitely like something they have to do about it. But it seems like they have plans to make ultimates scale better in general. Bring back the Shadow Realm for rogues. Yeah, who knows. Maybe they're finally gonna nuke the Shadow Clone and do something else. Let me see. We don't have the items yet. But I want to see the Spiritborn uniques, so I can talk about. I actually tried a few of them. I found some of them. Not on the live stream, but on the day before when I was just playing. I actually found like 2 uniques. Let me see. Yeah, does anyone have a link for it or something? I'm looking for the unique items. Ah, here. I think I found it. So this. Okay, they only have the effects here on some of them. Okay, let's see. So I can check those out as well. Okay. We're also building the planner right now to like include those stuff, but it's not ready yet for the Maxwell planner. So stay tuned for that. Yo, Corgan. Enjoy Italy, by the way. All the Spiritborn skills seem to be made with a clearer idea. Going back and trying like Lightning Storm Druid is so hard to get certain things you need. Like the whole lucky hit proc cluster doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, I hope that they're gonna like do some reworks on like some of these like really outdated concepts they have, right? The game has developed for a year and become a lot crazier, and you know, there's like a clearer picture now with what's going on, right? So you love the Max Predator, but glad to hear that, man. Yeah, I guess leaderboards are coming at some point, but not yet. That seems like a very powerful effect already, this Ring of Centipede Eagle. I've not actually seen that. Every 10 seconds a Pestilence Swarm spawns from you, which deals extra X poison damage on hit. Pestilence Swarms now always spawn orbiting around you. And generate 1 vigor per hit. That seems pretty crazy, actually. Let me try to maybe find what this looks like. I guess I can like look for my old video. I have not received the footage that I've recorded yet, so that's a bit unfortunate. Ah, that's me. Okay, so where was the preview? Okay, here we're playing. What did I start at? I started Eagle and did the crazy Razor Wing stuff. Okay, where's the Centipede? Okay, here's Centipede stuff. So this Pestilence Swarms are these things here. You see these like circling bugs? Like that. These are the Pestilence Swarms. And there's a bunch of like legendary aspects for them. There's like one where now they circle longer, but they spiral out. There's one where their base damage is added as extra poison. Like the Centipede stuff generally has a lot of poison synergies. There's also ways to make your poisons crit, which is kind of interesting. I mean, look at this here, we're like level 30 and it's just casually doing like 12 waves on a Cursed Shrine with this build. Which is like some random bullshit I had. That's pretty good. Not that many builds can just easily do that. But yeah. It does have pretty good AoE clear with those Pestilent Spirits. And those Pestilent Spirits now orbiting around you, it's basically going to be like some Twisting Blades 2.0. And you get Vigor for it. That seems like a very powerful effect. For sure. Yeah, it's basically Twisting Blade Spiritborn. Yeah, Hammerden. Actually, yeah. This might actually be also like very Hammerden-like, when you think about it. Because there is like this aspect. Do we have that? Let's see if we have those at least. Probably not. So I guess it's also gonna come soon. Okay, we don't have that. We have the aspects. Yeah, too bad I don't have the screenshots. I have like screenshots of the aspects, but I didn't receive them yet. So, unlucky. So I can do this one here. Pestilence Swarm. Nice, that works. So, yeah, Centipede skills have a chance to spawn Pestilence Swarms on a target, which deal X poison damage per hit, and they now also deal 100% of the base damage as poison damage. So this is like a really powerful effect. Because you will probably generally kind of go for a dot build, but you don't have to actually. You can also play like a crit build directly. Yeah, Stinger, this is the core skill for Centipede, where you just like slam the ground. It's a very cool skill. It's actually one of my favorite skills for the class, I would say. Stinger is you slam the ground, and you hit everything on the screen that is poisoned with it. It's very interesting. I love it. So they doesn't need to have any poison on them. Okay, Stinger spawns the Pestilence Swarms as a target location that deals 65% of Stinger's base damage per hit. So you can actually scale this really well with the Stinger core skill ranks and stuff. Pestilence Swarms now last 100% longer and spiral. Yeah, so you can probably combine this and kind of make a Hammerden playstyle, which is kind of funny. So we had that here. We hear you on Paladin, but what is it? What is it? Since that hammers you had bugs? Yeah, exactly. Bugadin. Yeah, it's definitely very Hammerden-like. And I didn't know about this unique yet when I played it. But I was kind of getting the vibes from it already, like, you know, you spawn them. And I mean, usually hammers actually, they don't orbit around it. It's like a D3 thing, right, from the Crusader, where the hammers actually orbit around you with the rune. But in D2, they actually orbit where you spawn them, right? So it's very much Hammerden-like from D2. Will Season 5 end on release date of Vessel of Hatred? Yes. Season 5 will end, expansion goes live, Season 6 goes live, all at once. Are there any basic attacks Soulborn builds coming? Yes. There is a unique for that as well. We have an app for that. It's here actually, Sepa Sontek. So there's like a quarter staff. Basic skills still 200% increased damage, always use a third attack, and every third cast unleashes triple strikes. They actually previewed this on the live stream. Maybe you can find that. Let me see. So at some point they showed off the uniques and stuff. I guess it was kind of near the end. They're showing concept art. Tremendous aspect. Okay, here. So this is actually the one that I just talked about. The spiraling thing. So they're actually talking about this here as well. Pretty good. Scorn of the Earth. This is the Soar item that replaces your evade with Soar. So I can just kind of like teleport in all the time. Here, this is the item. Seppa Sonntag. So here's a preview of that. And Follow Through is a very powerful passive as well. That says your basic skills deal 10% extra damage and double for the third strike. And you always do third strike, and then you do triple casts on the third one. So I guess this is going to be pretty wild, this item. Let's see here. Bam, bam, bam. So some of them overlap, some of them not. But these seem like very powerful items. And I mean, we're going to see a lot of very powerful uniques soon anyway with the Season 5 patch notes. I don't know yet about the Season 5 patch notes, so we'll see. You wish they delayed Season 6 a bit so you can enjoy what the expansion has to offer without any seasonal stuff? I think it's fine, you know, it's gonna be like, you know, this Wild West, right? Expansion comes out, and here we go, and it's just gonna be crazy. I think that's gonna be fun, man. Instead of like everything already like settling and then, you know, patches and whatever. Jaguar and Centipede will be a playstyle. Yeah, there's like really cool stuff on all of them, to be honest. Like a lot of the skills, they feel really cool. So I think there's also gonna be like a lot of like, okay, you play like mostly a Jaguar guy, right, with Rake, the core skill and like the ult for it. But maybe you also have, you know, like Soar to move around, or you have the Tempest to pull stuff together so you can cleave them and all that. What do you think about the stat squish? Yeah. About hella time, if you ask me. Flash just that Season 5 campfire with patch notes in 2 weeks. They said it on the 18th. Oof. In 2 weeks from the 18th. Dude, that's like the season start basically already, right? 1, 2, that's like... Okay, the 1st. So it's like the first day before the launch. Oh my god, dude. That's gonna be crazy. Poison Thorns. Yeah, Poison Thorns is actually something I'm not 100% sure about. There is like the synergy with like Toxic Skin. Toxic Skin is like kind of like a passive skill where enemies hit you, they get poisoned. And there's one of the upgrades that makes your Thorns do double damage to poisoned enemies. At least poisoned by Toxic Skin, I think. Dog. Let me see, potency skills, it's focus skills here. Toxic Skin passively increases Thorns damage to deal to poison enemies by 100%. Okay, so they don't have to be poisoned by Toxic Skin. You just need to poison them somehow. So that's very good. Yeah, so basically every Thorns build will probably just run this to like passively poison stuff. Dog. Praise the dog. Yeah, there's a crit poison key passive. That's kind of interesting as well. I wonder how that is going to pop off. It definitely has insane potential. It's here, Noxious Resonance. Basically, it says, it's here, critical strikes cause enemies to burst 100% of the total poisoning on them as poison damage to those around them. And that is just fucking insane. I'm not sure what they were smoking, but that is ridiculous. Because, like, even if, let's say the class itself doesn't actually produce a lot of poisons, you have Andarios, for example, right? And Andarios will remain a strong item, simply because it's a mythic unique. So, worst case, you just play an Andarios build, and then you have this, and you're gonna have some insane AoE machine that probably can't kill any boss, though. So, it sounds like this doesn't hit the main target itself, which is a huge problem for this. I actually gave him feedback about this. I wrote him like some 10-page document about the class and everything I tested and whatever, so... And this is actually some of the feedback I gave. I was like, yeah, this sounds like you're gonna have like an insane AoE machine, and it's gonna suck on any boss. So I hope they're gonna look into that a little bit. Yeah, who knows if this combines with rogues. If you have like a party. I guess it shouldn't, just for like balancing reasons. Technically it doesn't say it only works with your poisons, but I think for balancing reasons they should not make it work with other players' poisons. They were smoking Centipede juice. Yeah, there's also something else that's really interesting, which is Vital Strikes. This is definitely the strongest key passive in general, I'd say. 100% extra damage to vulnerable enemies. And then after making an enemy vulnerable, your next direct damage heals you, generates vigor, and removes the vulnerable effect. But the thing is, you can apply vulnerable so frequently, so easily, that you near permanently just get this. Like, even at level 30, I was able to do that. And I just like went with this passive, and I just had double damage, infinite resources. It was kind of crazy. No feedback video for Spiritborn. I guess I could do that. Yeah. I haven't like recorded anything yet. I've been home for like a day. So I will get to work soon. There's a nice build. I can spam Scourge of Intricacy and then spam Touch of Death as a core skill. Yeah, there's like this Touch of Death that gives you like all of your resources back here. Is it this one? No, it's Scourge. Wait, it's Scourge that gives you all the resources back. So this is in defensive skills. Yeah. Casting Scourge grants 100% of your maximum vigor over 6 seconds. And then Touch of Death, yeah, exactly. That's a really good combo, I think. I did not really get to play this, but like post-play, I actually also worked on that build. I think that's going to be relatively decent, just looking at the general potential of it. I'm excited for Season 5. Yeah, Season 5 is going to be cool as well. But I guess I definitely have to like keep my goals kind of small for the season, because it's only a 2-month season, and then we're going to be in expansion mode and stuff very soon. Yeah, Intricacy is the passive that allows you to spam any potency or defensive or focus skill, right? Do we have the passives here? Yes, it's this one. This is also what I did for the infinite razor wing spam. You might have seen that, where I had like these 200 projectiles flying around on the screen. So that's this passive here. Yeah, excited for using Thorns actively. Yeah, me too. Like, the Thorn stuff they've done is actually kind of cool. It sounds also like really broken if you ask me. I'm not 100% sure if like you proc 100% of your Thorns on every single hit. Let's say, for example, you use Crushing Hand, which is the Gorilla core skill. Maybe I can show that off real quick. I think I did Gorilla near the end. I know this was Jaguar actually. So I did Gorilla third. Okay, so Crushing Hand is the right click here right now. It's like a smash on the ground, bam, bam, with both hands. It's a really cool skill actually. And then here you see like these multiple explosions. There's an aspect for it that gives you 10 extra hits. And if all those hits actually also apply these Thorns, that's kind of wild. Actually, maybe you can see this, like how many numbers do we get? It looks like a lot of numbers though. Like all these small numbers, I think these are the Thorns values. I didn't have any Thorns really, so it wasn't very powerful. But it looks like definitely a lot of hits here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it seems like every single hit also produces the Thorns. And that can go really wild, really fast. Because there's also like some really insane aspect for it. This one, Bruiser's aspect. Gain 5% increased armor and X Thorns per 1% missing life. And that Thorns number is insane. So at level 30, this aspect of a perfect roll went up to like levels, I think 63 Thorns. And my items, they could roll like 4 Thorns. So this is what you could roll on your items at that point. So this can scale like omega high. It's gonna be pretty wild, I think. Like if you somehow just like get to low life, you're gonna play like low life Spiritborn with this or something. It's gonna be insane. It's similar to like how we played low life Bulwark or so, but without like infinite damage scaling, I suppose. But if you somehow stay at like 20% life permanently, just build shields with Gorilla, you can get a lot of barriers very fast and just kind of like not heal. It's gonna be pretty crazy. Need Season 5 patch notes. Yeah, me too, man. Everyone is like anxious with the, you know, maximal guides and stuff we have to update. Like all of the uniques are gonna make a huge difference, I think. Do we do PoE League? Yeah, I'll do PoE League a little bit. I just don't have that much time for it. Yeah, the unique rework will be kind of interesting. I'm actually very surprised that they reworked all of the uniques right before the expansion. But maybe they kind of wanted to get it out of the way, and then just kind of like, you know, do the stat squish after. I guess that works, but it's a bit strange. We will all be Spiritborn mains. There's definitely gonna be a lot of Spiritborn stuff. Yo, grass going. Now PoE League's on Friday, in like 3 days. I'm gonna be blasting a bit as well. I wanna try to like finish my pushes and stuff until then, kill my characters off. I have no idea what I'll play in the PoE League. Probably some physical melee build, though. Seems like there's a lot of buzz for that. Seems fun. Aspect of apprehension would be insane on Rogue. I mean, it's just like yet another CC damage utility aspect, right? We already have enough of them on the Rogue, I guess. But yeah. Like, I don't really like that they put all these utility aspects as, like, offensive aspects. You know, this is an offensive aspect. It gives you fucking 40% increased damage, man. It's the same shit as Frostbitten and, you know, Noxious Eyes. Like, and now your Rogue literally has Noxious Eyes utility aspect on the neck. Because it's the most damage. Like, that's insane. So, why are they not labeled as offensive? Yeah, they have some CC attached to them. But really, it's an offensive aspect, man. And it's just doing the same thing again. Yeah, I'm kind of done with Last Epoch. I would like to play more, but yeah, you know, I was away now for like a week and no time really. PoE is coming, we're gonna play that a bit, and then it's like Season 5 mode, basically. I also have to handle a lot of stuff with Max Orby, like, you know, rebuilding a lot of stuff, working on the Spiritborn, and so on. Butcher's Cleaver meta. Dude, I really wonder what they're gonna do with something like Butcher's Cleaver. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with Spiritborn. Butcher's Cleaver should give you a grappling hook that shoots 3 screens away. I wonder if they're gonna do that, why not? There's actually this Uber Butcher now in the Infernal Hordes event that actually shoots like a triple cleave like hook, and he's like really crazy. I'm not sure if I've seen that. I actually ripped to that on hardcore on the PTR. Well, not to that directly, but to the Butcher. He killed me. The current uniques become legacy for Season 5? Yeah, for sure. I don't think they're gonna update. Uno reverse card, just you hook the Butcher, man. Look at me. I'm the Butcher now. Uber Butcher should spawn in Helltides. Dude, that would be really cool if they actually made some more like random stuff. Like, you know, there's like Kicksarf, but Kicksarf is like such a punching bag. Like, they need to buff this guy a little bit. And then, you know, also you can add the Butcher there, or you can add some other like 1 or 2 bosses that run around. How tall is Rax? I think he's a bit taller than me. Seemed very tall. I thought he was smaller and more round, lol. Well, I can tell you, he has hair, and it's actually not extremely round. Yo, nice Tangle Agrets. Super Giga Chat Butcher makes sense in Helltide. Yeah, it's gonna be very exciting to see like what kind of builds actually get enabled by like some of the unique reworks. Like, you know, you can play something like a Corpse Explosion Necro, right? I think Macro actually originally wanted to write like a Corpse Explosion Necro guide for Season 4, but then you've never done it because it just wasn't really great enough. And, you know, Blight and Bone Spirit and then Minions was just overshadowing everything. But, yeah, maybe with, like, you know, updates to Black River, that could be pretty big. Rax is in decent shape, lol. Yeah. Seemed fine to me. Sorc is gonna be good in Season 5, yeah. Sorc is gonna be pumping, I think. Black River, Lilith's Wall. Did I get information about World Tier 5? Well, I can tell you I got a lot of information about some stuff coming in the expansion, yes. But nothing I can tell you, unfortunately. You'll see it soon enough. Yeah, we had like some like pretty big like feedback session and stuff like that with some of the devs. And I wonder what they're gonna do with that. So, you know, I know what it looks like now, and I'm really anxious to see what they're gonna do with the feedback we gave them. Because there was a lot. Yo, Bao, I'm playing PoE, yeah. Staying in Bulgaria? Not for much longer, actually. Another week. Word of Arcane meta build. Well, they actually updated Word of Arcane already. Wait, was it on the Season 5 PTR or was it in Season 4? No, that was actually a PTR thing, right? Now it scales with Aerostorm's benefits. But it's not really enough, so I guess they're gonna update it again. Rogue number 1 in Season 5. I can believe that, actually. Although Heartseeker might be dead. But, I mean, we have a bunch of other good builds on the Rogue, so... Did you tell them increasing the size of Blizzard is not doing us a favor? Kick. Yeah, no, I didn't talk about these little things. We were talking about, like, the bigger picture with the expansion and stuff. With enough ultimate CD reduction on the Hunter, I wonder if it will be possible to spam counterattack and have 100% uptime on the auto dodge. Well, the thing is with multi-charge skills, like counterattack, I think it has 2 charges, right? Yes. So I think usually it replenishes 1 charge when you use it. At least from what I know from, like, you know, how the game works right now. I guess you can test it with, for example, Ravager's Aspect and Shadow Step and, like, Preparation. So we can see how it behaves, but I think it gives you 1 charge. And it only lasts 2 seconds. I'm not sure if there's a temper for it. That makes it longer or so, maybe. I don't remember anything like that, though. I probably didn't find all the temper recipes, though. Can I ask for HUD scaling? No, I don't think this is something that I can make happen. Okay, pardon. Rapid fire, anti-poison, and penetrating shot can be insane next season now that both give crit damage. I mean, Andariel's doesn't benefit from crit. And in general, the inherent stats on weapons barely matter. But Barrage, actually, guys, Barrage is gonna be a thing in Season 5. That's probably gonna be one of the strongest builds in the game. Thanks to the Umber Crux. Like, even if they just take Umber Crux, remove all the stats from it, remove the damage portion of the totem from it, you just literally have an empty item that summons a totem, or 2 totems for you. That's gonna be very powerful for Barrage, because you can shoot at a totem and ricochet 2 stronger arrows into the boss. And potentially you can then ricochet again from the totem and split again. So it's gonna be pretty wild. Yeah, Penshot can also slightly benefit from that by just having extra pierces and potentially trick shot hits, but I tried this on a PTR. The trickshot aspect and the totems from Umbercrux didn't work that well. So it kind of just like, the penshot hits the target already, the totem for example, even if it's directly on the boss, and then the trickshot already flies to the sides, and you don't actually hit the boss of it, so that was kind of clunky. Thanks, Ryan, by the way, for 2 months. I don't think there will be a stat squish. I know there is a stat squish. Yeah, I wonder about the mercenaries. We didn't get to play the mercenaries. We don't I have no idea what they do and stuff like that. I mean, it could be nice. Maybe the mercenaries are cool, but I would also like appreciate if there was like a viable option to not play mercenaries. But it didn't tell us anything about it. Interesting, CPTL. Now we're in the middle of like discussing Spiritborn, so. What do I recommend for first time rogue running a ranged build? Yeah, Barrage. Go play Barrage. And later, if you find the unique ring, the Scoundrel's Kiss, you can also play Rapid Fire. Let's see how they change Eaglehorn. That's gonna be fun. What does that squish mean? It means you take the billion damage hits, and you make them 10k. So that's the idea. Or something like that. I mean, I don't expect we're gonna go that far down, but they're gonna like bring the numbers a bit down to earth, basically. When is Twisting Blades making a return? It's already back. Mid-season update in Season 4 already made it real good. Actually, it's gonna be even better in Season 5. Twisting Blades is gonna be a pretty big top-tier contender as well, because now you actually live. And you also get the Shroud of Conduras unique, the new chest for rogues that pulls enemies to you. That's gonna be kinda helpful. Can't wait to see which Barb would accidentally break again in Season 5. Yeah, I mean, this can only really come from unique items, so we'll see. When will even reach 3k HP? Yeah, there was like this clip in the video yesterday that we watched from like the Spiritborn Inside the Game video on the Diablo channel. And it was like max level character, level 60. And they had 1900 life. But we don't know what happens with like sacred items and ancestral items in one of the clips. It looked like they had sacred items equipped, but we didn't actually see a tooltip or something for it. Yo, Club Walrus, thanks for the prime. Does that mean we will be weaker, or is it just a displayed number thing? No, I mean, you know, they're just nerfing everything, right? They're nerfing the monsters and the players. So the idea is certainly that it's gonna stay similar to what it is now. And if anything, we're gonna get more systems, more power, you know, more stuff to work with. But of course, you know, the expansion is also like a, kind of like a soft reset, right? Like, you know, we have like a new baseline of balance, and now they start adding seasonal stuff, and they start adding new content and new systems, right? So there's like some stuff coming in the expansion that no one has even seen yet. And, you know, there will be like extra power we gain, right? The mercenaries are coming as well, and stuff like that. Nah, there's no level 110. 60 is the new max level. And I think unyielding hits and max armor over the cap will be a completely broken combo, yes. Together with Bruiser's aspect. The thing is that Spiritborn doesn't have like that much defenses built in, unless you play Gorilla and get a lot of barriers. You have quarterstaff and some block stuff, but it's not like you can just play Spiritborn and be invincible like rogues with Dark Shrouds. Like rogues are just like OP with Dark Shroud, for example, right? And on top of this you can stack stuff like Might Aspect and whatnot. If you want to do something like a Spiritborn with like Unyielding Hits aspect, I'm gonna show this real quick, I guess not everyone knows that. So Unyielding Hits is a very balanced aspect that says casting a Gorilla skill adds 36% of your armor to all attacks for 3 seconds. So now imagine a world where your weapon has like 500 damage maybe at max level, and you have like 20,000 armor, and that's gonna be very fun, I guess. Especially if you combine this with something like this here, where you play like a low life Gorilla build, and you can completely ignore the Thorns as well even, and just go with like flat damage that's added to your attacks. Stay low life, and as a Gorilla you generally also create a lot of like barriers to stay alive. So you have like a very natural synergy here. Nah, I don't think Crown of Lucian will survive. 60 new max is not meme, no. We saw it in the clip yesterday, or like the video that they posted. Yeah, armor stacking build is actually gonna be a reality. It depends a little bit on how unyielding hits works. I was not able to like find that out exactly. So if this just adds flat weapon damage before all the other scaling from like, you know, core skill ranks, crits, whatever, this is gonna be wild. So if this actually adds weapon damage, if it just adds like flat, like, you know, like a kind of like a proc damage hit, then I guess it's not gonna be that crazy. I guess I will try to find that out at Gamescom when I get my hands on it again. The forest power, that's like one of the circle things, right? What is that again? Gorilla skills and powers that break a barrier for 25% of your maximum life, which increases your armor and maximum resistances by 15% while active. That is a very powerful effect as well, but you have to stay in the circle, right? But if, maybe you don't have to stay in the circle, so maybe you proc it, and as long as the circle is active, you're fine. And with 25% lucky hit, it should be consistent enough, I guess. For 10 seconds. It should be not that hard to proc it. Yes, Jay-Z. Didn't armor numbers get squished too? Yeah, you need 1000 armor now to be capped at max level, which is level 60. But, I mean, if everyone is supposed to be capped with armor relatively easily, and you will be, then this means you can easily reach something like 10k plus armor or so with like stuff like Bruiser's Aspect. Like Bruiser's, let's say you have 1000 armor, right? Bruiser's Aspect alone, if you're near death, can give you 500% increase. So like times 6. Let's say times 5, you know, you don't want to be like 1%. But let's say times 5. So boom, that's like 5k. You add like a Juggernaut on top, and then that gets multiplied by this as well, right? And suddenly, instead of like 5k, you have like 15k. It's gonna get pretty crazy. Not Ferguson said they go deep dive on mercs at Gamescom. Okay, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of stuff on Gamescom, I guess. Seems weird to add an armor effect damage on a class that barely wears armor. Yeah, I think it's okay, you know, like the gorilla theme is good enough, I think, for that, but yeah, maybe there's a bit of like a lore mismatch. Could also be a Barb thing, I guess. How do you get Paragon? Oh, stay tuned to find out, I guess. Don't forget about Disobedience. Yeah, if anything, like, this will completely outclass Disobedience, right? Disobedience right now gives you 40% increased armor. So you just need to lose 8% maximum life to get that from this aspect already. So you're not going to run Disobedience to that. You actually have to add some actual damage reduction or so, like a defensive power, to make this useful. Because you actually have to go low life and stay at low life with just barriers. So you need, like, some actual damage reduction there. The spirit is their armor. You're flabbergasted playing D3 and doing GRs for the first time 1 month after D4 Season 4. Lack of profile functions and leaderboards in D4 hurts. Is Blizzard planning to add one? As far as I know, yes and yes. But I don't think they have like really set anything specific yet. I wanted to look more at the unique items, so let me check those as well. So we were here. This was the Pestilence Swarms thing. Then we have Ring of Gorilla Centipede. These are placeholder names, of course. Has double auras, which is kind of wild. Armor, Thorns, damage reduction when poisoned, and Patient Guard. Patient Guard is the passive where if you stand still, you get extra block chance. It seems like it's going to be very easy to actually hit 100% block chance and 100% block reduction. Very nice. You can actually temper Patient Guard as well, I believe. So you're gonna have like the same problem that we had right now with Barbs, just going like 25 ranks in Martial Vigor, for example, to get 100% damage reduction. So I guess they have to fix that. I told them, yeah guys, that's not gonna end well, but we'll see, I guess. Generate 7 Vigor every time you deal Thorns damage. Gain Toxic Skin's passive effect. That's kind of good as well. So you actually get basically an extra skill on your bar if you do this. Because Toxic Skin is actually required for any Thorns build. generates 7 vigor each time you deal Thorns damage. That seems wild. Like, if you play like a... Like, honestly, you can just go Quill Volley, which is the Eagle core skill. Let's see. Oh, we arrived at the right moment. Let me show that. Can I make this? Oh, this is actually Source, okay. So here, these like projectiles that you fire. You can fire 8 of them at once, and they can also return and hit again. And then you can have the Gorilla Spirit that gives you 100% of your Thorns as extra damage when you hit something. So you can get like potentially 16 hits per cast, just from that. Not even playing a Gorilla skill. And yeah, you just have like instant infinite resources basically of that. It's kind of crazy. And then you have the toxic skin stuff as well. Seems like there's a bunch of these like infinite resource effects here, so this is definitely one of them. Even with like the Gorilla core skill. You hit twice, and then every third cast you hit 12 times. So on average you have like 5.5 hits per cast or so. So you're easily just gonna get all your vigor back. I think there's also some stuff on Payback that gives you extra Thorns. Here's Payback. Payback pass late, no. I think it's an aspect, actually. Let me see that. Payback now echoes forward and additionally deals 130% of your Thorns damage to enemies. Yeah, that's the one. So you can also do that, for example. So there's like a lot of different ways to build this. OP to Nika. Mentioned we had a low life build before in D4. I started in Season 2. Can I show any videos of that? I did not actually play it myself. I mean, there were multiple low life builds, because back then, before the itemization rework in Season 4, we had a stat called damage reduction while injured, and that was a lot. I think the baseline went up to like 33% or so, and then with blacksmith upgrades to like 45% or something like that, and you could have it 3 times or 4 times on a gear. Like 1 on the neck, 1 on the pants, 1 on the chest. Yeah, 3 times. So effectively, you doubled your effective hit points 3 times at low life, and then you just had some barriers and no healing. And this is, for example, how Ball Lightning Sorc worked in AOZ push in Season 2. And also there was a low life Bulwark Druid in Season 0 that used that to kind of spam Bulwark all the time with a synergy aspect that resets the cooldown. And then it had a bug that gave it infinite damage. So it was just like basically immortal and had infinite damage. Yeah, it was on Season 1, they took a long time to fix that shit. Do they need to be in the bar for the passive? You mean this item here? I mean, the idea behind something like this is obviously they don't have the skill on the bar, right? If it's only the passive effect. And the thing is, the active effect of this thing doesn't really do much. So you don't need to have the active for this. If you want to play like a Thorns build with this is certainly a really strong item for that. And it has, for example, percent armor built in. That might be even a very maybe juicy value. It has Thorns on top of it. Patient Guard. So this is like, this seems like a very powerful item without knowing the numbers on this. But yeah, I get like basically infinite resources, and you gain an extra skill. And you get good stats, it seems. So that seems like a very good item if you want to play like a Thorns build. Yeah, we're building the Spiritborn, but it's like a special case right now, because usually we data mine the game, and we have to plan it from that. So right now we have to build everything manually, and this will take a little bit. But we expect in like the next week or so, we're gonna have the planner ready. Because I definitely want to get some stuff out already before Season 5, because then Season 5 comes out and we have to blast and stuff. The next immortal build of Selig. Selig doesn't make you immortal anymore. And Selig is usually something you don't really want to use anyway for like a serious build. Selig is just like a kind of a fun item. There's like no serious build that uses Selig these days. It's only like to make you immortal, but you're always gonna have a worse outcome compared to other options. No John Doe. This achievement is very easy. I think you can basically slap anything together and go with it. Guess scenarios. Chagul. Okay, Ring of Eagle Jaguar. What is this one? Critical strikes restore 30% of the vigor you have spent in the last 2 seconds. I actually found this one. I played with this one. This one was insane. Increased by a critical strike damage. So it's kind of funny. Gain counter attacks passive benefit. Yeah, this thing is wild. And you know why? Because counter attack can give you extra crit damage. Watch. Here. Counter attack passively increases your critical strike damage by 10% for every close enemy. And I was watching my stat sheet, and I think that's Blizzard math involved as well, where, you know, every enemy actually gives you 15% because of the times 1.5 multiplier from the crits and stuff. So basically, with that ring, I didn't need like any investment or anything like that. You just had infinite resources, even with like 10% crit chance or something. Like, you spam your eagle wings or something, and as long as you get a crit here and there, boom, insta full resources. And you have the counter attack passive effect, which gives you like all this crit damage as well, so you can just walk in there. And you also get 20% dodge chance. So yeah, kinda wild. The stuff you can do there. That's a crazy item as well. Seems like they generally put like a lot of the resource stuff on the ring store, so that's kind of good, I guess, because the ring slot is usually the resource slot. And I guess usually many builds will have some kind of a resource investment. Ring of Centipede Jaguar. Life on kill. Resource generation, cooldown reduction, extra nourishment. Nourishment is, I think, a passive that gives you extra damage against crowd controlled enemies. Is that the one? No, poisoning damage is increased, okay. So healing is increased a lot. And then whenever you heal, the poison damage is increased up to 30%. That's kind of wild as well. 75% extra healing, man. That is also really powerful. What is the Necro passive for that? Wait a minute. %10 more healing from all sources. Nice. So you get 2.5 times that amount. And you also get 30% damage on top, because why not? That's kind of cool. Your maximum vigor is increased by 100% and every kill grants 7 vigor. Killing a poisoned enemy grants a stack of ferocity. That's a kind of interesting effect. So you can actually get ferocity that way. And ferocity is very useful to have. If you don't know what ferocity is, it's a new buff. It stacks to 4 times. Gives you 5% attack speed. It has like a kind of interesting way to tick down. So it lasts 5 seconds, and then every 5 seconds you lose 1 stack. It just kind of ticks down all the time. But if you kill targets often enough, you're gonna get a lot of ferocity. And you can use 4 ferocity to reset your rushing claw cooldown instantly. It's like the Spiritborn's dash. It goes to enemies, not anywhere you want. So you can dash between enemies very fast. I was doing that as well. I can show that off. Let's see. So it's this skill here, number 3. Let's see when I use it. That's the Russian Claw here. This one, the red dash. But it only goes to enemies, so you can't just dash around wherever you want. But you see how much you can use it? And because you can reset the cooldown, you see it just comes back all the time. Ding, 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 ding. And this is because you can spend 4 ferocity stacks to reset it. And you get 4 charges back. Otherwise, it's 4 charges every 20 seconds. So that's a pretty wild combo. Dude, I love that Razor Ring stuff, by the way. So fun. Dashing Strike Monk in the tree. Yeah, kind of. But you can't just like fly across the entire map instantly like Dashing Strike Monks. Like Dashing Strike Monks have the advantage, they just go anywhere in seconds, right? But you can't do that here because you need enemies on the screen. That's a funny combo, man. D4 balance is very bad, but it's pay to win, so it's okay. That's a very interesting take there, I guess. Hey, Ma, how's it going? Is Gorilla Centipede like a drain tank? I mean, there are some like poison Thorns synergies that you can do with that. And yeah, I guess you can also just use Gorilla stuff to just kind of be tanky. Like there's like one defensive skill that's pretty powerful, which is Armored Hide. It's this one. Has a pretty long cooldown, it's 25 seconds. But you get passively 1 resolve every 5 seconds. And the interesting part about this is, if you have 5 ranks in this, you get 2 resolve every 5 seconds. It actually goes to 2. So I'm not sure if that is by design, or if you can even get more if you have even extra ranks or so. This is basically how blacksmith upgrades used to work, because blacksmith upgrades, whenever you had like, you know, +1 rank to a skill or +1 rank to a passive, it was actually a hidden 1.4, and then times 1.5 gave you 2.1. So this might actually be the same here. It has like a hidden 1.4 instead of 1, and for some reason it scales up to 2 when you have 5 ranks. Actually, it should be... No, it can't be, because you only get 40% bonus. But maybe this is the number. Because rank 1 has 100%, and then 110, 120, 130, 140. So it's actually not 1.5, it's 1.4. But either way, kind of interesting. But yeah, this thing is kind of wild because it gives you 100% block chance of 3 seconds. And you can probably also reach 100% block damage reduction. For example here. Plus 5% block reduction for every nearby enemy. So okay, that doesn't help you much on bosses or so. But there's other sources of block reduction. For example, Rock Splitter is one of the basic skills. Gives you block chance. When you block you get vigor. No, it doesn't have that actually. But there are some sources of block reduction. I'm not sure right now what it was. Yeah, I think I can go over 100% block chance. And I think there's also like something that scales with your block chance. I'm not sure what it was. But it looked like in the stat sheet you can actually go over 100%. So this might actually scale whatever that was, even beyond 100. Isn't Resolve a D3 Monk passive? It is. And surprise, surprise, it gives you 20% damage reduction. This is what Resolve does. It gives you 20% damage reduction for 1 hit, and then your stack falls off. And you can have 8 stacks. So you're basically just trying to not get hit very much. Stack up Resolve and you have 20% damage reduction, and maybe there's ways to like increase the DR from it. Yeah, what was it again, Hotnar? I know there is like some effect where you want to stack block chance, but I don't remember what it was right now. Should increase the enemy density in the overworld and in the pit, because in the showcase it didn't seem very high. Well, that's like World Tier 2. Like World Tier 2 on the live server is also not very high. Hansels, Rushing Incarnate. Yeah, Harmony. What was it? Ah, here, this is, okay, there's like the block chance thing, exactly, interdiction. This gives you like insane amounts of block chance, so that's how you just get 100% basically, as long as you keep your resolve high. Maximum ferocity, interesting aspect on the glove. I have not seen this one. Have I? Blocking an attack from close enemy has a 6% chance to cast a free concussive storm with them. I don't think this was in a preview, was it? Or... okay, actually, I think I know why I don't know it. So there's like a few aspects I actually did not learn by heart yet. This is one of them. Because of how I got the information. Here, critical strike damage equal to your block chance. This is the one. Yeah, this redirecting force, I also gave them feedback about this. So what it does is, here, 190% of your block chance as crit damage. Blocking doubles this bonus. You can put it on a two-handed. You can get 760% of your block chance as critical strike damage. And usually, aspects are multiplicative. So, I mean, this is just, if there's actually a multiplier, then this is just like kind of insanely broken on day 1. Until they nerf it. If it's just like additive damage, it might actually be somewhat balanced. Or if they actually kept block chance at 100% or so, even then it's kind of crazy to be honest. It's like way too crazy if this is multiplier. And it should be a multiplier because it's an aspect. Low cringe talisman, let's go. Okay, yeah, that was the one. Resolve is a shackle basically. Yeah, not exactly. gives you 20% damage reduction, but every time you get hit, you lose 1 stack, and you can have maximum 8 stacks, you get 1 stack every 5 seconds, or maybe 2 stacks every 5 seconds. And then when you press Armored Hide, your defensive skill, you get maximum stacks. So you can get hit a little bit and have 20% damage reduction. It should also give you a permanent 20% damage reduction against dots and ground dots and stuff. But otherwise, Resolve is definitely something you have to pay attention to. You can only get 2,400 crit damage. Yeah, it should be something like that. If you have like 8 or 10 Resolve stacks, that alone is already like 100% block chance, plus a bunch on the passives, plus you can temper the passive, the Patient Guard. You can have like, I don't know, just like 200% block chance running around, or more. Maybe imprinting on quarter stuff or glaive should give 250% to legendary power would be fair to compensate for the absence of dual wielding. Wait, are you arguing for buffs to Spiritborn? I'm not sure if you're looking at the same stuff that I'm looking at. Scorn of the Earth. Okay, this is the one I previewed here. The Sword thing. It's kind of interesting. Maximum evade charges and attacks reduce evade cooldown. And cooldown and resource, but no movement speed on the boots. So the idea is you really just like evade around, and Soar is the movement skill where you like fly up in the air and crash down. Kind of interesting. The interesting part is also you can masterwork the attacks reduce evade cooldown. So you can probably get to the point where like a single attack is probably enough or something, or maybe it resets itself potentially. If the Soar actually counts as an attack, it might. I'm not sure. How is that for a teleport enchant? Does the teleport enchant Sorc reduce its own evade cooldown when you evade? Feels weird that Spiritborn doesn't use bows. I don't think so. I think the concept of like only two-handed and the staffs and the glaive stuff is kind of cool. Yeah, that's a pull aspect. I guess it depends on like how much you actually want to stack enemies. There will be like some builds, so this is kind of important. I guess something like Stinger builds, like the poison builds, the Centipede stuff. I think there's like a lot of builds where it doesn't really matter if you pull stuff together though. So I guess we'll see. Yeah, I wonder if this is actually a mythic item here, Harmony. This one seems insane. Wait, didn't we have that here? Let's see. This takes a long time here. Let's do 720. Saw ground switches and move speed, it doesn't hit anything. Yeah, I guess that's true as well, but it's only 3 seconds. But yeah, I guess you can do that, and then it's kind of like saw away, and you get movement speed that way. So I guess that's probably fine. Yeah, it has 1.5. Oh, interesting. It says Ancestral Unique Boots. 40 armor. Looks kind of funny, man. So Ancestral items are still there. Random damage stat, resource gen, cooldown. Kind of good stuff. Ancestral Unique Quarter stuff. Does it have a level requirement? No. Yeah, this one is insane. Dude, it has 40% cooldown reduction on the item. That's insane. 14%, man. %25 block damage reduction, 40% block chance. Was it 25? Okay. I wonder if it's like a new build or something. As long as I get some Predator TM armor for Spiritborn, I'll be good. Do you have any other uniques here? They're just showing some animation stuff. Q&A. Let's see what else. Did they not say there will be a mythic unique for overpowers? Yeah, but we haven't seen it yet. So they only showed off like some of the things and then some of the stuff that we found. Okay, didn't we show that much more here? Alright. Let's see what else we got here. Moving dodge. While moving, you gain 30% dodge chance, or after standing still for 3 seconds, you become unstoppable. Okay. Plus maximum resistance to all elements. Damage while healthy, life per second, and maximum life. Interesting. Now there are some dodge synergies actually. In particular, you don't lose resolve that fast, which actually gives you like some extra defense again. Resolve being the 20% damage reduction stacks that you lose when you get hit. So that's kind of good. And there's also like some stuff on counter attack. I think that works a lot. It's this skill. You retaliate against close enemies when you dodge their attacks. There's more stuff with dodge. Let's just open all the passives here. Search dodge. I really like this Mirage, by the way. This is a really cool passive. 100% dodge chance during evade. That's really cool. You can play Elden Ring now, guys. No hit run. No hit run. No hit run. 1 to 60, guys. That's really cool. Hey, Chronix. I hear this. Whenever you dodge, you gain 50% crit chance for 3 seconds. So it's actually really nice. If you have enough dodge chance, you can get quite a lot of crit. Topic list in the Discord group chat. Ah, yeah, right. We have a podcast later, guys. So, when do we start again? In 2 hours. Actually, I forgot to put that in the title. Yeah, in 2 hours, guys. Thanks, Conix. Seppa Sonntag is nuts there. So many fun builds. Yeah, I'm quite excited to see that item. It's the basic attack item. So that is going to be a big enabler for sure. Yeah, podcast later. Actually, let me put it in the title. This is what time? PST or something? So 11 PM here in PT. Is it PAT or PST? It's 1 PM. Okay. Chronix saving the day, yes. Yeah, we wanted to like talk about some stuff, you know, like Rax, Macro, and me, since you all three played it. Chronix is gonna be our moderator. Yeah, block damage reduction does not seem to be capped. I tried this. I think you get to immunity. So I was just like standing in a pack of monsters with like armored hide, and I just didn't take damage. So that's kind of cool. Perma evading with 100% dodge. Yeah, this sounds much better than it really is, if I wanna give you a hint. Like perma evading, evading means you don't do damage. Thunder Spike, Hunter, Counterattack, Rushing Claw, Soar, Ravager. Okay. I mean, there's a way to like get Ravager kind of permanently. This one, yeah, Starving Ravager's aspect. So this is definitely like a good synergy here with... I'm not sure exactly how Ravager works, but basically you hit a target and you get like extra strikes. But I'm not sure if, like, for example, if you do like a multi-hit ability, you get multiple times extra strikes, or if there's like once per use or something. So this could potentially be pretty wild with something like Thrash, the Jaguar basic. Yeah, I know there's like the evade cooldown reset on Thunder Spike, but I don't really trust Thunder Spike to be like a very powerful skill here for basic attacks. I think Thrash is probably the one with most potential, and then like some poison stuff you can do with what is the basic attack for Centipede? There's something Fist. Withering Fist. This one. So this would have a bit of potential, I guess, as like a basic attack, but I guess we'll see. So maybe we can make a build out of each of them. Hey, Vitor. Yeah, let me update the YouTube title as well for the podcast. Okay. You really like the Mystic Circle aspects, couple of Gorilla ult and temperature CD reduction. To be honest, this whole like Mystic Circle stuff, yeah, some of it is pretty potent. But it's like, yeah, okay, it lasts 10 seconds, and what are you gonna do? I mean, yeah, for like pit pushing or so, where you have kind of like slow combat, or like boss fights in the pit or so, maybe, right? But in all other scenarios, I mean, first of all, you have to proc this thing with a rather low lucky hit chance. Unless you have like a skill that hits a lot. Like maybe Quill Volley, the Eagle skill, hits a lot. Or maybe something like Crushing Fist, the core Gorilla skill. But yeah. Like you have to proc these circles, and then you have to kind of stay in them. And I mean, most of the time when you're blasting, you just kind of like go in, one tap a pack and move on. Like this stuff will not really do much in most cases, I think. But for like slower content, this could be very nice. Some other NDA local. It was not an NDA local. I was in the Xbox studio in Seattle. So this is where we met. I was not in the headquarters for Blizzard. I was there for BlizzCon last year. Cool. Yeah, it was pretty fun there. I posted a picture on X about this studio I was sitting in. It was like a real professional, like, you know, camera room with like lights everywhere, cameras everywhere, microphones and stuff. It was kind of wild. I felt like a professional. Excited to try some stump build by stacking block. That sounds funny. Yeah, if anyone else has like build ideas or planners already made and stuff, it would be kind of interesting to like just see what everyone kind of has in mind. I have like my own builds in mind already. Like, you know, I was sitting in the airplane for like 12 hours and then another 12 hours. I had a lot of time to think about this. So I just kind of like sat there with my laptop the entire flight when I wasn't napping and just like, you know, look through the aspects, look through the skills, you know, like kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together in my head. So when I logged in, I started blasting. That Touch of Death kind of build. I did try Touch of Death, it's very interesting, but I didn't really have like the tools to like really make like a full Touch of Death build yet in this level 30 preview. Maybe I'm gonna try this a little bit on the Gamescom when I get to play there. There's like definitely a, you know, some it's like a list of stuff I wanna try there when I get there. We made all the Season 6 guides on the plane, and basically like, okay, I don't know every single node by heart yet, and every single aspect by heart, but I know like, let's say 95% or so by now, I think. Like what they do, what they are, like how you can combo them. So I've been like really trying to soak it all up, basically. How to activate a totem in Season 5 Rogue? That's a unique, it's the Umber Crux dagger. You try it? Okay, let's see what Dante has here. Poison Godzilla. Okay. Okay, it's not fully built yet. Rock Splitter, Touch of Death. Yeah, Touch of Death is a pretty interesting. This actually, like everyone says, oh, this is like a Witch Doctor Monk or something. But this is really the one skill that reminds me of Witch Doctor. It's basically a bit like Locust Swarm. Like you infect an enemy with a lot of poison damage. It does a lot of damage. It doesn't spread per se. But then once the enemy dies, there's like a floating kind of like swarm. Like hitting enemies, basically, and like chasing enemies. That definitely feels a bit like Locust Swarm. Without the spread, I guess. Kind of interesting. And this has a lot of damage. 420% poison damage. Like rank 5, I'm not sure. But it definitely had like a really high number on the skill tree compared to other skills. And there is a way to kind of expand this. You have to see under modifiers. Touch of Death is now a core skill. Costs 70 vigor, which is a lot. But you can generate a lot of vigor later with some of the uniques and stuff. I think I get to the point where you can spend this. And this is going to be very good. And then you have like 3 swarms floating around. Starlight aspect, okay. Wow, that icon, man. Is that a compass rose from D3? That's cute, man. Okay. Heal for 60% life and you poison a healthy enemy. Okay, that's a good combo with Starlight. Insane healing. Centipede, Spirit Hall also has a lot of healing. Hitting an enemy with Centipede skill reduces the damage. Ah, no, it's a secondary. Heal for 1% of your maximum life for every nearby enemy you have poisoned in the last 3 seconds, up to 5. So in AoE fights, you constantly get like 5% healing per second. And then there's a way to buff that significantly with Nourishment. Healing is increased by 75%. So with 3 points there, and the secondary Centipede thing, for example, you can get like 8.5% life per second, and this is before willpower scaling and stuff. So you can easily get like just like 10-15% life per second existing, basically. And then you have the insane healing that comes in here from, what is that? Raiders. Now, I'm not sure if this actually procs again when you poison an enemy that you have already poisoned, or it is like a once per enemy kind of thing. But either way, it could be kind of interesting. And you just like walk around, you get like insane, like basically infinite resources from Starlight. Because it's gonna proc like multiple times per second. You just get like insta full resources all the time. You spam Touch of Death. And then you have the swarms floating around, killing stuff. Don't think it would work. Yeah. Might go for Rogue Season 5, Season 6 for Spiritborn, God tier for me. Yeah, I think a lot of people will play Spiritborn, especially like Rogues. I guess a lot of Druids. Like there's like, you know, a bit of like class fantasy overlap and stuff on both. That will definitely try. And like I said, a lot of people will generally just like try out new class, right? It's like a new thing. And they definitely did a good job at like giving it a lot of variety. Also like some ranged play styles you can do with like, for example, the Eagle stuff. Yeah, let me know how it goes, Dante. It sounds funny. I guess realistically, something like this here is probably fine. Like you probably don't want to go and double invest into resources. So something like Raiders Aspect and Starlight together is probably like a very powerful early game combo, but I'm not sure if you really want to stick to that. And also, this might not really work out well on the boss, because this is on kill, and this is on heal, and if Raiders Aspect does not actually heal you when you poison an already poisoned enemy, you will get nothing on the boss. And then you're gonna be kind of fucked. So I think this might be a boss damage issue here that you might have to solve. Think single Spirit Build is gonna be viable? Yeah, probably. I guess there's always gonna be like, you know, this 1 or 2 or 3 skills that you wanna try to like include, like, you know, Rushing Claw is really nice, or moving around. I guess like basically, you know, any speed farming build, like Helltide build or so, is probably gonna run something like Rushing Claw, just to go fast, and stuff like that. Okay, what do we have here? No build name, Harmony. Everyone putting Harmony? I remember, man. Dude, I get flashbacks right now. Like Diablo 4 launch, you know, like 1 month before launch, everyone was linking me their planners. And everyone had like Harlequin Crest. Dude, I have flashbacks right now. This is probably like the new Mythic Unique or something that's like super hard to get. Yo, Dread, hello. But yeah, anyway. Soar Evade, what are you trying to do? Hardcore Pit Pushing Generator Monk. Okay, so we have Thrash, Withering, Ravager, Rock Splitter, then Sepa Sontic. Sepa Sontic. How do you pronounce that? Some Aztec name, I guess. Rock Splitter. Okay, so I have 3 of the basic skills, which is fine, I guess. And you left out the Eagle one, which is fine as well. Adaptability. Where's the Moonrise? You forgot Moonrise, by the way. Moonrise should be better than Adaptability, yeah? But either way. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of interesting to see like what will happen with these basic attack builds. The Protector, okay. But it is really nice. I think this is gonna be a widely used ultimate, actually. It seems like extremely defensive. You get 15% barrier every 1.5 seconds. And then, okay, forget about the elite the non-elite damage and stuff. But it also reduces elite damage taken by 30%. And then it also lasts forever, like 12 seconds, man. You get unstoppable, slow everything. Like, this is insanely good for defense. Like, you walk into a pack in, like, the pit and stuff goes ham. You press this button, you're not gonna die. What do you prioritize on launch of Massive Hated, Campaign, Renown, or just Blast to 60? I guess my strategy will be ignore the campaign. If they don't change Renown, I'm probably gonna get the skill points and ignore the Paragons. And race to world first, I guess. So that's my plan, roughly. They took the Frosty roll build and made it an actual build. Kind of. I mean, realistically, in a build like this, you will probably not really use multiple attacks for damage. And will be just like, okay, you do like a Withering Fist to get a Poisons. You do like a Rock Splitter to get the Vigor gain or whatever, the block chance. And then he's gonna spam Thrash. So that's probably how a build like this will work. And then Ravager kicks in. So something like that. Hey, Opal. In blue. Did you hear Race? You heard Race, yeah? Need to set something up, man. Very fun. We have to fully refine altars. They have not said what they're gonna do with altars. I'm not sure if it's gonna remain the same. But yeah, fun build. I think Thrash has the most potential here for a basic attack build, but I mean, with the poison stuff, Withering Fist could actually pop off as well. But yeah, don't forget Moonrise, man. You have Combined Strikes, added ability, it's very good. Plains Power, which one was that? There's the Ferocity, extra damage, okay. So this should probably be replaced with Moonrise. Or maybe this, actually. I don't think that Pain Gorges will really do much here. Because this only works for the first instance of damage. And something like Thrash, I think, has a multi-hit. Especially the third attack. I don't think this will really... yeah, it says every third attack unleashes a rapid series of slashes. Can I see this somewhere in my... Let's see, where's my Jaguar stuff? I think I used Thrash for all that. Let's see if I find it. Okay, I'm broken. So here we go, there's Thrash. Let's see if we see multiple numbers. And I need to find like a place where I don't just spam Ravager all the time. But I'm pretty sure it has multiple hits. So this is very good for Ravager synergies, but for example, this like whole... like Ravagers will not be buffed by Pain Gorges, for example. And I mean, okay, neither adaptability and all that will buff it. So it's a question, do you even want Ravager? Maybe not. Maybe that's actually not something you would run here because you have so many synergies for your basic skills. So Pain Gorges might be not really useful. And neither might be Ravagers. Just something to kind of keep in mind and try out. I don't think like either of those two would be used for something like a Thrash build. Thanks, Gimplon, for Nimas. Still need to do the expansion campaign if you skip main campaign? No. In seasonal content, in the 3 and the 4, you don't need to do campaign at all. I think they changed that like a season or 2 ago. You can just like start a season, level 1 and blast. So I'll do the campaign later. I'm gonna raise the world first and then gonna do campaign after. One of those Pain Gorges will be good for Spiritborn's poison damage. That should not work. Like, you know, Pain Gorges is only for the first hit, the first instance of a hit. Of a skill use. So for example, Withering Fist, it has like a tiny bit of damage. You see here, 5% damage and then 30% poisoning. And that poisoning, you can scale it, you know, in many ways, but this 5% damage, the flat damage, will take the Pain Gorges proc, and then the poison will do nothing with Pain Gorges. So this is not really a synergy here. Every tick on poison is Druid work to Pain Gorges. Really? What? That seems like a bug then, actually. With Shred or... not with Shred, with Claw, you mean? Interesting. That seems very strange, if that works. I mean, if that is true, then you can probably make a Withering Fist out of this. Instead of a Thrash build to a Withering Fist build. That could definitely be something. I think we'll redo the campaign. Yeah, for sure. I actually, like, during Season 5, I want to do, like, a RP campaign playthrough, all cutscenes and stuff. I still have not done that, actually, the last year. So... Is level 60 gonna be the new 100? Why first to 60? Yeah, 60 is probably the new max level. And then, I mean, there's gonna be new bosses and stuff, right? It's probably gonna be like Uber Mephisto or something like that. So I guess that's gonna be like the real race. You know, kill Uber Mephisto or something. Kind of like how it was on... okay, I mean, like originally we had like the level to 100. That was already like a massive race, right? 80 hours Omega race until it was over. So that was pretty crazy. Who's Lilith, by the way? Yeah, Lilith is Daddy's girl. That's probably put a lot of effort in the campaign. Would be a shame to skip it. Yeah, I will do it after the race. I definitely want to see the campaign and stuff. Like in the world where you like walk around here, there's like definitely a lot of interesting stuff as well that you see in the jungle there with like certain areas that definitely seem like they're gonna be campaign areas or something. So isn't all part that Spiritborn will be the only with elite damage in gear? Well, if elite damage actually did something, then yes, but it does not really do anything. Because it's just additive damage, just like basically anything else on your gear. Do a Spiritborn campaign when the class is out. Yeah, enjoy, guys. I'll do it like after a week or something, you know. We'll see. Probably gonna blast, try to get like world first, and then, you know, try a bunch of builds. I mean, the thing is that we're not gonna have any information about like endgame build guides and all that. Like we can't do anything like that when the game comes out. We're just gonna be like completely blind. We have no idea about paragons and whatever. Like most of the uniques, most of the aspects. Okay, maybe the aspects we know, but most of the uniques we probably don't know really. And the paragons we don't know, the glyphs we don't know, and all that stuff, right? There's gonna be like a lot of unknowns when the game comes out, and like in terms of build guides for like Maxwell, for example, or just my own. It's probably gonna be like a daily update on everything. Yeah, I'm very excited, Jordans. Okay, let's go. You know, you can keep the stream up and avoid spoilers. Ah, true, I guess. I guess a lot of people will play through the campaign first and then actually start the season. I can understand. I would like to do that as well if I wasn't racing or something, but I mean, realistically, I will be racing, right? It would be funny if the campaign is actually mandatory the first time, and, you know, a game comes out and we actually race through the campaign. You have a pretty advantage over people who haven't been able to preview Vessel of Hatred. Not really. The advantage is relatively mild. You know, like all the information of what I've seen with the Spiritborn is out there. Everyone has the skill trees, everyone can make their builds. And okay, I've actually got a bit of a feel for it, but you know, I've played it for a few hours at level 30. I mean, it's not really massive. Especially with all the information being out there, I think this doesn't matter much. Like, it's gonna be, like, you know, the race will be won by someone who can adapt the fastest to, you know, like, put the pieces together. Like, at 60, you're gonna unlock the paragons, and then, okay, you look at the paragon boards, and then you have to, like, instantly realize, okay, this is good, this is like a synergy I want to go for, and so on. And then you find some unique items that we haven't seen before, and you need to, like, try to integrate them or not. So you have to do, like, a lot of decisions on the fly, and I love that. So for a race, this is awesome, you know, because this really shows, like, the overall mastery of the game, right? Understanding like what is actually happening, like which synergies actually would work out well and these kind of things. So this is a little bit similar like what happened with like the original launch as well, right? Like of course we were kind of more prepared because we had seen more when the original game launched, and now we just haven't really seen much. We don't know anything about mercenaries. We don't know anything about the Paragon reworks or whatever, right? We don't even know the Paragon of Spiritborn at all. And then what else, you know? So there's gonna be a lot of unknowns that you have to just kind of like integrate in your build on the fly, on the race to world first. So that's cool. What race? I mean, we'll see, I guess. I guess first max level and then, you know, Mephisto or something, so. I mean, there's nothing that, you know, it's like officially announced or something, but, you know, there's gonna be like some kind of community race, of course, so. I mean, maybe they're even gonna implement leaderboards. Who knows? Maybe they're gonna actually make a ladder similar to like last Epoch. And it's gonna be like a level ladder and like a conquest ladder and stuff like that. I mean, that would be sick, man. You imagine that. First to rip Rax. Nah, I think there's gonna be a lot of people that die way before Rax. I mean, Rax really likes to rip sometimes. But he's not bad, so... I feel like sometimes Rax is just like not really, you know, trying to keep the overall picture in mind of what's going on. So he's kind of like, you know, he knows his stuff and he dies to like random stupid bullshit every time, I feel. Yeah. Because he doesn't really pay attention to some of the details. You know, like for example, when he lived in our like hardcore race that we did the other day with Oogie and Condas and Chronix. Like he died to Pumbas, the Tusk Chargers in Alderwood or something. Or was it Janal's Vigil? Yeah, he just got blasted by like 2 Chargers because he walked in completely undergeared with no armor. Yeah, of course he's gonna die, right? Because he just misplayed. So this is how it is. And sometimes he like plays as normal without really, you know, paying attention to the specifics of the unique situation he's in, right? So that's kind of Rax's problem, I feel, most of the time in hardcore. He just kind of goes on autopilot. Yeah, I mean, going on autopilot in hardcore, you know, this can always get you. It's just how it is. You have to pay attention, even when you think you're chilling and you're safe or so. You're not much of a hardcore player, you keep dying in World Tier 3 if you step into Helltide. Yeah, but Helltide is pretty dangerous after World Tier 2. So the strat is actually, if you go into World Tier 3, you go straight into Nightmare Dungeons, they're actually easier. Even with like extra affixes and stuff. Because there's a lot of stuff going on in Helltide these days. There's like elite spawning on you, the worm comes out of the ground, like, you know, the monsters are high level, like there's a lot of stuff these days. You don't actually want to go to Helltide when you're in World Tier 3, at least on hardcore, because you might just die instantly. This actually happened to me as well. There's no information about the raids. We just know it's called Dark Citadel. Or maybe it's just a placeholder name. But there was like a currency attached to it in the preview that we played here. Is the boss mechanic better designed in DLC? Yeah, they made some new interesting bosses actually. I think there were like at least like 5-6 new bosses that I've played. Outside of the strongholds. The strongholds have their own bosses, of course, but the dungeons as well. There's like a bunch of new bosses that are kind of like familiar enemies. Like, for example, there's like a spider host boss. And then you kill it, and then the spider jumps out of the spider host, and then there's like a second boss basically. So there's like some stuff like that as well. And there's like some pretty cool tentacle boss. I'm not sure if I can find it, but it was somewhere here. We did it in one of the dungeons. It's probably like a campaign boss that they put in one of the dungeons. So yeah, I think they kind of like try to step up the game a little bit with the bosses. I'm not sure if they reworked the old ones. Penshot is #1 on the ladder. Yeah, Penshot is really powerful right now. Okay, I see that from Scrum Jack. What do you got here? Poison Jaguar. That's gonna be interesting. So I guess this is probably based on Noxious Resonance, huh? Yes. Okay. Let's see. Andarios. Good start. Fist of Fate. Okay, we know it's gonna be big. Oh, I forgot about this one. Yeah, this is like a really good aspect actually. For like basic attack builds. Well, I mean, it's basically what Might does. But Resolve has extra synergies as well. You can get like, what was that again? Per stack of Resolve. First of all, this here. That's the Perseverance? Perseverance? Is that correct? Perseverance. So, this is a really powerful defensive passive. And if you kind of keep your resolve up all the time, this is really good. I think you can even temper this. I think there's a temper recipe for this. So this is nuts if you keep your resources up, or like your resolve up with this. So that's a good combo. Soar, evade, okay. Plains Power, Ferocity. I'm not sure if that is really worth it on two-handed, honestly. Stardust, guys. Wait, what are we doing here? Counterattack? Ravager? What are you trying to do exactly with Stardust, guys? Ah, it's the Touch of Death build, never mind. So doing Touch of Death and Andariels. I'm not sure if I would do that. I think you go for one of the two. But who knows, maybe there's like enough synergies with lucky hits here. But I guess realistically, you want to proc Andariels a lot, and I don't think that Touch of Death will be like a really crazy lucky hit skill. You probably want to do something like, you know, I don't know, Thrash or so, that just like does its third attack all the time, and gets you like lots of lucky hits or something. Okay. Maximum Ferocity, +4 on the neck. I don't think this is such a powerful aspect to put there. But okay, Andariels, poison stuff is definitely gonna be interesting. I'm also excited to try that. Yo, full Jaguar, man. It's going full Jaguar. Let's go. To be honest, the primary Jaguar spirit seems very powerful. Like, I always kind of went back to this one. Besides, okay, Thorns builds have Gorilla. The Eagle seemed very weak. Yeah, I get a bit vulnerable and you get these random Storm Feathers. And then you have Centipede that doesn't even have an offensive power. Just slow and damage reduction. Yeah. The Jaguar seemed very good for like any kind of hit builds. But the question is, do these additional slashes also have like a hit? Probably not. I would not expect them to have like a hit. So I don't think this will really work. Perseverance. Yeah. Looks a bit too good. Raise to first Mephisto kill. Yeah, I guess we'll see, like, closer to the expansion, we're probably gonna, like, get some info about, you know, is there gonna be, like, some new big boss, you know, similar to Lilith. And then I guess we'll see, like, what will be the interesting target, right? Will it be max level? Will it be max Paragon? Will it be, like, Mephisto, Uber Mephisto, whatever, right? So, I guess we'll see. Hope the other classes get a bit more complexity. Yeah, there's definitely... I'm actually a bit worried, because you're gonna get a lot more skill points. And I think it's actually gonna be a bit more washed out if they don't do like some reworks of the skill trees, because you're gonna have either 11 or 12 more skill points than now. And right now, I think the lack of skill points is really good. You have 58 points. And then, yeah. You usually have to make some tough choices. But when you have like 11 or 12 extra points, like this whole like tough decision making is probably gonna disappear unless they add some stuff. We all know what Jaga can do to crit. Yeah, Toxic Skin. I'm not sure how much damage this Toxic Skin stuff will do. It doesn't really seem too promising for me. It's here in the focus skills. It has very low base damage. 30% passively, doubled when you activate it for 3 seconds. While Toxic Skin is active, your poisoning deals an additional 25% of its damage over time as critical strikes the vulnerable. So if that works for all of your poisons, then it could be really good. Yes. But I'm not sure if it does, or if it's just for the Toxic Skin. If it works for all of your damage, and then you have like Noxus Resonance stuff, that could be pretty good, yeah. Any new stuff for Barrage? Yes, Wind Force and Umber Crux. We saw a lot of Shield Tentacle Knights. Yeah, that's like some cool enemies they added. Did it tell me anything relevant for the other classes of the expansion? Yes. But I cannot share it. What was the race when the game launched in Season 0? Oh, the main race was just to level 100. What everyone cared about. There was like softcore group, hardcore group, and then hardcore solo. And hardcore solo was before softcore solo, as far as I know anyway. And then no one really cared about softcore solo, as far as I know. Can't wait to get the Season 5 patch notes. Yeah, me too, man. Yeah, the Fort and Dark Citadel, what if the mercenaries are for the raid if you're playing solo? Yeah, could be. Maybe go in with like your whole team of mercenaries. Okay, we have this here. From Slaphack. Stompy. Okay. Concussive Stomp, let's go. Payback. That's an interesting setup. With basic attacks. So you're going for all this stuff here, but you also go for the basic attacks. That's interesting. I mean, if you go for this item and adaptability and Moonrise, I don't think that your payback and the stomp will do jack shit, honestly. So this is probably not really helping. This is cool, but I don't think it really fits into like this build, for example. And the rapid, okay. Block chance per resolve stack. Blocking an attack from a close enemy has a 6% chance to cast a free concussive stomp at them. It's kind of wild. But I think, does concussive stomp always stun them? Let me see. Yeah, it always stuns. It always has 3 seconds knockdown. Jaguar temperable offensive passes are nuts. Yeah, there's like some crazy stuff here on. Is it here? Potent. Yeah, Potent and Furnace. Those two passives here, they're pretty wild. So you have to hit 100 times, but you get a 10% damage per point. And you can temper this. This is an offensive temper. That's kind of wild. So a temper means you can get 2 ranks and then you can masterwork it up. With just no crits on masterwork, it will be 3 ranks. So basically this. And then you can get like a masterwork crit or 2. Yeah, it's an offensive temper. And this too. I think your maximum ferocity stacks is 9, if I'm not mistaken. When you have the Jaguar ult active, it gives you +4, and then when you have the Jaguar secondary Spirit Hall bonus, it gives you +1. You have baseline 4. So 9 stacks of ferocity. That's 54% multiplicative crit damage per like, for 9 stacks. Like, what the hell, man? Yeah, and you can temper this too, I believe. Okay. And then you have, what is that? Jaguar skills. Yeah, this one. Ruthless aspect. Critical strike chance of Jaguar skills is increased against enemies by 8.5% for each 10% of the missing life. So when they're really close to death, you get 85% crit chance. So even at half life, you get like 40-something% crit chance. So basically, you know, the way this is gonna work is that you're gonna stack up these bonuses here. So Potent, right? You stack this up. Yeah, let's say you have like 10 ranks of this, plus 100% damage. And, you know, in the start of the fight. Then you have this kicking in, the lower they get, right? You have, like, let's say, 10 ranks of Furnace. So you have 9 stacks of Ferocity. Let's say 10 ranks. That's like 540% crit damage. Multiplicative. Because why not? And then, you know, the lower they go, the more the crit chance kicks in. And then the HP bar goes like this. That's gonna be fun. Yeah. Very balanced class, I think. It's fine. Only cooking, Andares, or toxic skin, or what? Yeah, I mean, there might be some ways to like play like a pure poison build, but there's also like ways to like play like crit poison stuff, or even Thorns poison stuff. I wasn't really cooking this one. This was like someone linked it to me, like some Andaria build. And I was just like trying to give some feedback and some thoughts about how it works. Why I look so red? It's called a t-shirt. Okay. So, what else do we have here? How's the new class look? Yeah, very balanced, for sure. What else do we have here? Is there actually something that I missed that I did not actually know about? Combined Strikes is a very interesting one as well. I wonder how many builds will actually run this. Just kind of like throw in extra basic skills if you don't really have anything else to put in your build. You just want Combined Strikes, and you have like... I guess it's gonna be worth once you have like 3 different basic attacks. You get 75% bonus, maybe 150 on the 200. Or like, you know, in between on Amulet, could be good too. think it's a relatively good power, and some of the basic attacks actually have decent synergies. You can get Vigor and Poison stuff from Withering Fist. You can get block chance and Vigor generation from blocking with the Rock Splitter. Yeah, Thrash doesn't really offer much for like support. And Thunder Spike is the Eagle one. It does have the evade reset, but that's about it. And I don't think that's really too important. Like someone here made like some evade build. I guess it's a cool fantasy, but I don't think it's gonna be very good. Yeah, you're using multiple basics. Yeah, the thing is there's a lot of really good utility tools on this class. So you have to give up like Ravager or Rushing Claw or Toxic Skin or Armored Hide. Like there's a lot of stuff. Like maybe you give up the ultimate. There's a lot of things that you give up if you want to do something like Combined Strikes. You want a way to dump the Vigor for those builds, like how Shenong's worked in D3. I mean, there is a way to dump resources with Payback, which consumes all of your existing Vigor. So you can do that, but it has a cooldown. Although, I'm not sure, does it keep the cooldown? Here's Payback. Payback, passive guarantee Vigor. Payback is now a core skill and consumes all Vigor to increase its damage. But I think it will remain the cooldown, so 12 seconds cooldown. But there's Touch of Death that gives you a 70 cost. 70 is quite a lot. Yeah, that's this one. Poise, Touch of Death, 70 Vigor cost, no cooldown. So this could be a way to dump. Do it as a tier. Was the Crusader OP in the Free River of Souls launch? Not that I remember, really. It wasn't bad or anything, but I think it was somewhat balanced with the other classes. It did have like some pretty crazy support viability. It was like a support build for a long time. For like the high-end group blasters. There's a way to passively cast Payback. Yeah, I wonder if that's gonna consume your resources as well. Maybe. Yeah, it's like the 25% chance to cast Payback. This one, every third. When you cast a third attack, you have a 25% chance to unleash Payback. The question is like, what do you do with dumping the resources? Like, why do you want to dump it? I don't really see much of a synergy with anything right now. Like, why do you want to dump the resources? I mean, yeah, I can do this, I can cast Payback, but when I tried it, the Payback did not seem too impressive to me, because it was just like long cooldown, like this Thorns synergy, and yeah, I'm not sure, it didn't really feel like crazy to me. Even with something like this, where you just like constantly spam your Paybacks from your auto attacks, I'm not sure. I hope Paragon bot won't be infinite. Yeah, they can't do that. Infinite Paragon would be riots in the streets. Can you still play Spiritborn if you don't pay the money? No, you cannot. You will be able to probably play whatever is already in the game, I guess. But you won't be accessing the Hunter, I guess. No new class. And you're gonna miss probably out on, like, you know, the raids and the mercenaries and stuff and whatever. So the pre-built setup here that they gave us for the Gorilla is actually mostly Gorilla skills and Toxic Skin. So the green skill is Toxic Skin, which is the 100% Thorns buff. The problem is at level 30 you just don't really have much Thorns. There are like some aspects for it and stuff, but yeah, that's about it. The crazy part about Gorilla stuff is that you can get so much barrier. Look how fast you build the barriers when you start attacking. You can see like the light blue going up when I attack. So let's see, it's like 10% barrier per attack. I barely attack because everything kind of dies fast. I can see the boss fight. Ah, here, Priestess of Hatred is actually the boss fight I talked about earlier. The tentacle boss. It's a really cool one. Let's see. They confirmed if you don't buy the expansion, all you have to access to is the Hunter, but not the actual expansion features. Okay, so you can go to the hunt too. But you don't have the other stuff, okay. So, I mean, realistically, if you want to keep playing the game, you have to buy the expansion. I mean, this is expected, I guess. But at least you can buy the base game, and, you know, at least as a newbie, you can kind of play something that actually works, right? Which is not really the case in Diablo 3. So, Diablo 3 does not exist without the base game, without the expansion, right? So... Have you noticed the mercs help you? There were no mercs, yeah. Okay, here's a boss. Mercs have not been previewed yet, yeah. You want to be Gorilla Man, yes. This was really cool. Like, one of the devs also explained to me that they did some really fancy like animation tech for this boss with the tentacles and stuff and how it moves around. But I didn't really quite understand. But apparently it's like some very fancy tech. Look at my barrier. Just like every attack just kind of goes up. I mean, she stabs me, okay, but then it goes up. And I have very low attack speed, yeah. If I had like more attack speed, it goes like bam, 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 bam. Build like 30% barrier per second or something. It's kind of crazy. Why did leveling look so slow in these playtests? I can explain. We got 0 XP from anything. So... it's a fun boss. One crazy thing about Gorilla is a resilient passive, 5% increased max health per point per Gorilla skill cast for 10 seconds. Is it per skill? Wait a minute. I thought it's just like, you know, if you cast a skill, you get 5%. It's basically like a scuffed imposing presence, I thought. No, that's here. Fuck, which cluster was it? Dominant here. No, this is another thing. Yeah, resilient. Cast and Gorilla skill. Grinds 15% maximum health for 10 seconds. I don't think this will stack. That would be insane if that stacks. That would be like even crazier than imposing presence, like way crazier. Is a merc fighting with me in the death interview? Wait.
With a far better foundation for the things that we're doing. So, for instance, all the
Dude, this is like an event here. This is like not a merc.
balancing work.
This is like some event guy.
Original classes, all the itemization changes that we've been doing for.
So there was nothing there. Imposing presence is one of the coolest tunnel names. If it doesn't stack, it's mid. It's not mid. I mean, it's still 15% life for 3 points. You're definitely gonna pick it up, like, no matter what. If you have any gorilla skill on your bar that you press regularly, it's very good. Like, this also gives you better sustain if you play gorilla stuff, because more life means more barriers and stuff like that, so you can even temper it. I think it works similar to the imposing presence stuff for barbs. You can get a lot of life. Yo, Vizelak, thanks for some ups. You both love and hate the color of the Spiritborn resource. Would have looked awesome as an emerald green. Yeah, I mean, that would definitely be like too close to Druids though, right? To make it more green. It's Barbarian Merc in a crypt video. Interesting. So maybe they're like on the events as well. But it would be kind of strange, right? Like, if you have one of these mercs permanently, and then they also appear in those events, like, what? When is Pit around too? It's already going, actually. Since 2 days ago. Vibrant green, blue, teal. Yeah, I guess I could have done something like that, but I don't know. I think the bigger color is cool. Necro should be black. Yeah, teal also goes close to Necro, right? With essence. This is a Barb merc, but maybe they're not the same like the mercs. Okay, let me see that.
Fortunate timing. Let's see who can hunt the most meat. Winner picks the dinner.
Okay, it just says like no commentary. I guess it did like some intro or so. Okay, yeah, I think it's just an event NPC or something, so maybe this is what the merc will do, but who knows. Yeah, and there's a bunch of like NPCs in those events and stuff. Wonder how mercs impact the enemy targeting. Yeah, I'm kind of worried about that. Like, in the 3, I guess at some point you kind of like arranged yourself with it and wasn't too bad. But they did have quite an impact and I don't really like it. I don't really like having mercs. I hope they give us an option to play with that. Does replenishing raw move if you... or start again? What is replenishing raw? They're gonna confirm any fix for the buff bar? I don't think so. Maybe they're gonna do something? Ah! You mean Soar. Sorry, I misread that. I was like, replenishing raw. It's Soar. Okay, yeah, that's like one of the Soar upgrades. Yeah, it kind of just like goes with you as you run. So this is the one where you have this vulnerable field around you. It's very strong for like a... what is the key passive? The vulnerable key passive thing. Yeah, vital strikes. So you can just kind of like make everything around you vulnerable when you soar. It's very powerful. Yeah, it goes with you. You can also use a Cursed Touch. I actually tried a Cursed Touch and it seems like it doesn't even remove the vulnerable effect. You just get everything permanently. So, that's pretty wild. Because a Cursed Touch just kind of makes him permanently vulnerable. And I think it doesn't remove it. Yeah, it's completely broken. You get like infinite resources, infinite healing, 100% damage. Yeah. Yeah, I tried that actually, and it was insane. You like being the hero in your power fantasy. If I have to have a side character to succeed, am I really the hero? Yeah, I mean, generally, I guess you're gonna be like the more powerful of the two, but yeah. I think there's definitely like a lot of like, you know, like a kind of gap. You can make a Paul if you want. Mercs. We want mercenaries. Let's do it. It's up. But yeah, a Cursed Touch and Vital Strikes and basically anything is already kind of like a crazy combo, I think. Because it doesn't actually remove the vulnerable effect as far as I know. I don't have it in this preview here. But if I get my footage from what I recorded when I played it, I did try that combo, and I guess I can analyze it again. But it seems like to me, like a Cursed Touch is just kind of broken with Vital Strikes. So I just put that, you have like perma vulnerable and GG. Maybe that's intended, I don't know. I felt like Vital Strikes was just kind of like too powerful compared to the rest. 100% damage, and then the vigor, and the healing, like it kind of solves everything. Implementation has to be really solid, not become a walking multiplier that clutters the screen. I mean the mercenaries. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I mean, maybe they're gonna give us like some options to like customize them and, you know, say like, okay, maybe they're not with you permanently, but they only appear when you cast your ultimate or something like that, right? So maybe this is kind of like the wannabe lone wolf option or, you know, whatever. So why not? And then they do something special. Like I remember, for example, in World of Warcraft Legion, We also had like these kind of like class hall guys that they could call down every like half hour or something. And you know, they do like something and then disappear again. And I mean, that was okay. Yo, chaos, all thanks on Ryman. Log in on Friday. It's like a fighting game where you can call your partner. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? So, apparently you're gonna hear about it on Gamescom. I'm wondering if the key passive actually works because it needs to remove the bone to work. No, I think these are 3 separate effects on the key passive. So, yeah, you deal 100% increased damage. This is like an effect that you have. You know, as long as the enemy is vulnerable, you will have 100% damage. And it definitely felt to me like I was getting healing in the vigor as well. Because when I tried that combo, I was playing like Quill Volley, the Eagle skill. And I was having a Cursed Touch, and as soon as I made him a Cursed Touch, then it seemed to go crazy. So I'm pretty sure everything just works all the time. And it just doesn't remove the vulnerable effect. These are like 3 separate effects that happen on hit. And the third one can't happen because a Cursed Touch makes them perma-vulnerable. When is Gamescom? In pretty much exactly a month. I think mercs are okay if they're only for solo player. Yeah, I guess that is like step 1, similar to like the 3. But yeah. Okay, so what is the result here? 62% nope. 30-80 yep. Okay, yeah, very few votes, but okay. I mean, I'm asking this question on like a solo self-found hardcore stream, I guess. So what am I expecting? Select ability, aspect damage, bug fixed. Which bug are we talking about? I'm not sure hard candy about buying the expansion twice. If you have 2 accounts, probably. Yeah, what is with adaptability, Japster? This guy is really nice, by the way. Brent Gibson, he's the game director for Vessel of Hatred. It was really enjoyable to talk to him. Also, after the stream, like we went to like dinner all together, basically, and stuff. And I was like sitting kind of next to him, and Bjorn as well. I had like 2 desks next to me. So the interview just continued, basically. It was fun. So it was really nice talking to the guys. Bjorn actually worked on the Rogue before launch. Like, he designed a lot of stuff on the Rogue. So we got along very well. Give good answers, yes. Leaked the dinner interview audio. I didn't like record anything. I was just kind of like, you know, we were chilling, eating, and just discussing stuff, so. But it was kind of interesting. I heard like a lot of the like original development from, you know, where they started with the Spiritborn, where they started with the other classes, and, you know, how the whole game came together and stuff. It was kind of interesting. Yeah, it was really nice. Definitely good devs there. Rogue was the best designed class at launch. I'd say so as well. It was also kind of like the prodigy of balance, right, for a long time, outside of like the bug twisting blades and poison stuff. Rogue just kind of felt best balanced and just like generally viable with anything. We don't talk about Shadow Clone. What do you think about missing 2 slots on one-handed weapons? No, it doesn't matter. I think it's pretty cool that they gave it only 2-handed. Kind of fits the theme very well. It makes it also kind of special. I don't think there will be a missing variety. You have like already so much complexity in just the skill tree and the Spirit Hall. Like having 1 fewer aspect. I mean, you don't even have 1 fewer aspect necessarily. You just don't have the option to add an extra one. But, you know, Druids with a 2-handed weapon or Sorcs with a 2-handed weapon have exactly the same number of aspects. So I guess that many Druid builds don't necessarily go for a two-handed. And especially Sorcs, they often go for a cooldown reduction on the focus and stuff like that. But yeah. When you play Rogue, it feels like it was made for D4. Yeah, for sure. Like, Rogue has like this really cool toolkit with, you know, all these like utilities, and you know, you jump around, you react to the combat. Like in the original, like slower combat at the start of D4, it was just like really good. Rogue with like, you know, the smoke grenade here, the shadow step there, you dash around. Like, it was just awesome, right? You have the caltrops, you have the imbues, and you have like all these tactical tools, and this like really fit in so well, I feel. And I mean, now we have like, you know, kind of like crazier and crazier stuff, and I mean, Rogue still is okay with like that, but you know, with like the constant speeding up of the game, there's also like something that kind of that goes missing a bit, I guess, which is kind of sad. You get an answer why they keep stumbling with odd seasons? Yeah, I think this is just like RNG. So, you know, they have like teams working on like different seasons at the same time, but they're not necessarily like, okay, these people only work on 1, 3, and 5, and these people only work on 2, 4, and 6. It just kind of happened. And I mean, Season 5 is not out yet, and Season 5 is probably going to be pretty good. So, I mean, Season 1 was kind of like expected to be kind of whatever, right? And then Season 3, I mean, 5 days into the season or something, everything was fine as well. So, I don't think there was really much to complain about there, well, after like the first round of fixes. Do they have odd and even expansion team? I don't think so. I mean, as I said, you know, they have like many teams, and you know, to distribute the developers on whatever is kind of coming up, I guess. I know that, you know, they're already working on like, you know, seasons in advance, you know, many seasons in advance, like Season 7 or so is being made right now or whatever. So, I'm not sure how far advanced they are, but I'm certain they're also working on expansion 2 already, and there's the next class. Like Spiritborn, for example, apparently they were working already for like over 2 years on this class, you know? So, that was like a long development cycle. Like way before launch, you know, like before closed beta even or something, you know, they already started working on Spiritborn. So, placebo, in hindsight, Season 1 was fun, Season 3 was garbage. Yeah, I mean, everyone has their own opinions about that. But I think, you know, the main reason why people think that Season 1 or Season 3 was garbage is not so much because of the season, but just because the general game didn't satisfy them. And Season 2 kind of masked that a little bit with like the really fun blood tide stuff, right? Everyone just loved the vampire shit, and running around and getting like infinite legendaries from the event and stuff like that, right? So this is why people liked Season 2, but not because the game massively improved. It was just like, okay, that was like a zone to grind, and it was very rewarding, and it was kind of fun, and like a, you know, Helltide 2.0 that we got eventually, right? This was the reason why people loved it. And it just kind of like happened to make something good out of it, I think. Yeah, the Vampire season was great, exactly. But in the end, you know, they kind of baked it into Helltide, and now our Helltide is basically Vampire season forever, right? So, yeah, this was kind of like the Helltide rework that was needed, and they did it like 2 seasons later, and here we are. Yeah, okay, I agree, the Vampire powers were kind of cool as well. That was like a nice system. Wonder if we're gonna get something like that. See the part where Bjorn revealed accidentally the new mythic unique. Yeah, he talked something about overpowers and stuff. But I mean, we don't really know more though, so. Two years for this little content, while GG does 50 times more content in 4 months. I wouldn't really say that. I mean, GG is obviously doing more, but, you know, they also have a lot of, like, misses, I'd say, with what they do. Not to bash on GG or something, but, you know, just vomiting out content is not necessarily the way. You know, I mean, it works for PoE, but it doesn't really work in D4, I think. They're, like, you know, taking their time, building it slowly. He's like the festering dark stronghold. It's a very interesting stronghold. First of all, you have to find the entrance. Should have kept the vampire powers the same, not make them aspect. I don't know, man. We don't need that much power creep already in Season 2. I think it's fine to make them aspects. What do you think about the dark mechanic? Yeah, I mean, it's obviously unique to the stronghold. I mean, why not? You know, it's like something special. Yo, Azariah, thanks, man. Hope they adapt strongholds for better replayability. So here's something interesting about strongholds. On the Steam pre-order page, when I announced the pre-order and all that stuff, there was actually a note about replayable strongholds, but that was very quickly removed. So, yikes. Can I find that again? Here. The Steam store, and you see that? But that was, like, the funny part was they hid it. And it was not actually searchable anymore on the site. Like, it was searchable, like you saw it 1 out of 1, but it was not showing up. It was like hidden somewhere. Like after like a few hours or something. But yeah, maybe something is coming. I actually got like a message from Adam Fletcher, like, you know, I made a tweet about the expansion and like a TLDR or something on X. And then I wrote, okay, you know, Spiritborn is coming, you know, new raids and mercenaries and whatever. And then I wrote replayable strongholds. And then Adam Fletcher wrote to me like, hey, what? So, and I showed him this. I was like, yeah, that's what it said. So. It was really hard to get excited for Spiritborn when they spent like 30 minutes talking about lore. Honestly, I kind of enjoyed like seeing the lore and the animation work and stuff. I mean, usually I don't really watch that stuff too much. But they did a really nice presentation, I think. It was kind of interesting to see. Compared to the PoE presentation where it just kept showing massive gameplay changes, yeah, of course, but you know, PoE did like everything at once, and here we have like, you know, this now, and then on Gamescom we have more, and then maybe before launch we're gonna get even more, and you know, we don't even know like all the new stuff, right? We don't, you know, nothing about mercenaries, nothing about raids, nothing about anything else, nothing about the new paragons and whatever, so. Yeah, they're not showing item power anymore. I'm not sure if item power is just hidden now, but item power is not showing anymore, even with advanced tooltips. The month between each bit of info is excruciating. Yeah, I agree. On the other hand, you know, they obviously want people to also focus on Season 5 now, and yeah, let them blast, I guess. Talking about item squish, I mean, you can see it here. Ancestral unique quarterstaff. This seems like a max level item, 780 DPS. Currently in the game, a two-handed weapon with 1.1... Okay, it doesn't matter the attack speed, actually. But a two-handed weapon has like 3.6k DPS. So this is like roughly a fifth or so. A bit less, a bit more. It will be so much better after abilities reveal to explain the abilities, etc. Nah, I think like doing the lore stuff first and then the abilities was okay, so. I mean, either way, I was just sitting through it and watching it, and I liked it, so. Hope this is good enough item power, since a lot of times they had 8 out of 12 masterwork, 893 max. Yeah, I mean, the good thing is that for next, it actually doesn't really matter. For weapons, it mostly matters. I mean, if there's no item power, then I guess there will be some kind of a hidden mechanic like that anyway. You know, like you need to scale up the items somehow, right? You can make it like purely based on level, but I guess that's kind of the same as item power then, so. Nerfing Sorc CDR for balancing and adding 40% CDR stuff for Bjorn. Yeah, I mean, just you wait, I guess. Hope that our power is actually squished. I don't think we're gonna see just 100k hits. We're probably gonna see more than 100k, but you know, they probably removed like 2 or 3 zeros. Did I play season 32? I did not actually. And I guess I won't at this point. I was thinking about when I come back, maybe I blast a little bit, but honestly, I'm not really motivated to log in D3. Tormented strongholds. I mean, it can definitely do like some really cool stuff with strongholds if they try. Maybe even at some point. So they definitely had something planned for that. Maybe it's not coming in the expansion after all, since they removed that part from the store page. But I just showed it off earlier, so replayable strongholds was at least something in the works. So maybe it's coming or maybe not. Or maybe later. Rob's channel in shambles after number squish. Nah, he's gonna do fine. For sure. Rob is someone who knows how to hype up a lot of stuff that may or may not be actually good. He's gonna do just fine. I do not feel D3 at the moment. I mean, I missed the start. That's like the first thing, right? I wasn't here for the start because I was playing last epoch. And, you know, now I have like, okay, 3 days until PoE. I should actually like check out some PoE stuff as well. Probably start doing that tomorrow. Kind of like see what build we do and maybe do like a bit of a test run and stuff like that. But yeah, you know, like I'm gonna start like a week later or two in the season. Will I get any rank 1s? Probably not. And then it's kind of like, what am I even doing, right? So I also have a lot of IL stuff that I have to handle right now, so I can't just do like a 20-hour blast session anyway. Helltide and PvP zone. Dude, it would be funny if they actually made some kind of like fun events at some point. You know, just like kind of like some extra season, like a 1 weekend season in the middle of a season or so, where you can join. And then it's like, you know, free for all PvP anywhere or something like that, you know? You go to a world boss and it's just like, everything is crazy, you know? Like, imagine that, it would be kind of hilarious. PvE announcement video has every streamer and YouTuber calling default bad. Yeah, I mean, default bad is a lot of money, still, even after Season 4. So I can understand that people do that. But then comes the expansion. Everyone's gonna blast on D4, I guess, so I don't know. Free for all PvP hardcore 1 week season. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, okay, the new league seems cool, and there's like melee reworks and all that. Like, you know, they're doing good work. You know, I'm not saying that what they're doing is bad, but I think a lot of people are also kind of just like overhyping, or they are overhyped, and they infect others maybe. So I would, you know, I'm also excited for PoE, but I would be a bit more cautious. You know, like last few leagues there were also quite some issues, you know, and with the league mechanics and all that. Retention was really bad in the previous league, so new league might have more retention because of this like kind of long-term progression with the city building, which is kind of cool. But is that also gonna excite like everyone? You know, I mean, this is like a lot of kind of downtime. You're just like chilling in town, building your trade network and whatever. I mean, this is like very anti-ARPG. So how much do people really want to do that? Yeah, I mean, it's obviously cool that, you know, now PoE comes out, and then like a few weeks later we have D4. I'm definitely excited to jump in and see what PoE does. Personally, I'm more like the D2 mode, PoE 2 mode. You know, I'm looking forward to PoE 2, and I want to see what they've been cooking there, and that's like really the interesting part here, for me at least. And they also announced like this new closed beta thing happening soon, so I want to try to get in there and see what's up. Maybe they even allow us to like talk about it or something. PoE is unplayable as a noob. Well, go to Maxwell. They have really good leveling guides and stuff. We got an in-game auction house too. It's gonna be Nerd Chill Zone. Yeah, I mean, the in-game auction house is definitely cool. And it's probably like part of the reason why everyone is so hyped. So I guess that's gonna go really well. It's definitely like a cool base game update, right? That they're like trying out. It's basically like a trial for PoE 2, I guess, with the auction house. They're already implementing gold and whatever. But yeah, like most PoE leagues, they kind of like rise and fall with the league mechanic. And I really wonder like how much people are gonna want to engage with that. But we'll see. It's actually a cool experiment. I hope they keep the active type combat in PoE 2 and don't cave in to all the it's not PoE 1 feedback. Yeah, the thing is they already have the PoE 1 player base, right? And this is like a very particular player base, so to say. And PoE 2, I think they would do best if they just kind of make it much like D4. And it seems like they do, at least like the combat and whatever, right? So it seems like they're going to do a pretty good job there with the combat. Slower and like more meaningful and more tactical. One thing PoE does good most of the times is selling the new league. Yeah, I mean the trailers are always hype. I love them. Also yesterday we watched the PoE trailer and it was really cool, you know. But I'm not like super like mega hyped up, you know, about the league mechanic, for example. It's just yeah, something I can do, but it seems like some very long-term progression. And you know, if you play the league very long, it sounds cool. But if you want to play it a bit more casually, it sounds like, you know, a lot of work before you even get anywhere. I guess we'll see. Who wants a tactical ARPG? I mean, I don't know, the combat in D4, I really enjoyed it. When it was still slower and more like difficult. And then the league happens, it's trash 1-2 weeks in. Not necessarily. I mean, GG does a pretty good job at, you know, updating post-launch, usually. So yeah, like, you know, people complain. I think a lot of people are also just whining too much sometimes in PoE. It's like, yeah, okay, the league mechanic is like not very rewarding, and then like 2 days later they're gonna buff it, and you know, everything is kind of fine. And so I think there's a lot of crybabies as well when it comes to PoE. To do it injustice. You haven't had a league that can affect items at all. Yeah, I mean in D4. Yeah, I agree. It would be cool if you get like some special crafting options, you know. There's like so much stuff that PoE implements and enchanting, the weapons now, the sentinels are coming back, the recombinatoring, and stuff like that. So there's like also cool stuff to look forward to for sure. You know, the gamba on items is amazing. You have Gazi on in the background trying to soak up the little deep details. Yeah. I mean, personally, I'm not like trying to like make a lot of PoE content now, so I'm gonna be playing on the weekend. And then we'll see, maybe I'm gonna log in again, depending on when the D4 news drop for Season 5. It's gonna be clipped out of context. Yeah, unlucky, man. I didn't mean it in like, you know, any kind of like demeaning way or something. You know, it's just that like the PoE Reddit, man, it has like these insane ups and downs. Even look at that, man. It's crazy, you know? Like the hate and the bile. And other times there's also like a lot of hype and, you know, lots of good posts and stuff. And yeah, it's just like some really polarizing game and some really polarized community. That's just what I mean. I don't have a heads up on Season 5 livestream. Adam Fletcher said like in 2 weeks. That was like a few days ago. You just want to enjoy all the RPGs out there. Yeah, I guess it's also something to remember. Like, you know, some people just like certain styles of games. And, you know, I've also played thousands of hours of PoE. I don't really play that much these days. But, you know, I can't say that I don't like PoE or anything. So It's like one of my most played games of all time, actually. But that was like, I don't know, 5 years ago or something, when I was like still blasting a lot of PoE. And these days I just don't really do it anymore. Like the game has kind of like developed away from, you know, what I really enjoy, I guess. A little bit. At least like for like a long-term, you know, sticking a full league kind of gameplay. I do enjoy jumping in and trying the new stuff, and they're doing a lot of cool changes. And if D4 wasn't out, let's say D4 just didn't exist, I would probably be like much deeper in PoE as well. Even ahead of PoE 2. The D4 hate from PoE players turns me off from PoE. Yeah, it's kind of wild. But there's also people that play both, you know, like that are like kind of the main PoE guys, and they just still play D4. And I think those are gonna, like, you know, more and more increase in numbers. I mean, there's like one thing you have to remember is that basically all the cards are on PoE 2 now, right? Yeah, PoE 1 is still kind of there, and it's going okay, I guess. But really, they're trying to get a big breakthrough with PoE 2, right? But PoE 2, and like, we have not even played it, we have not really seen much, right? It looks good. But is it actually good? You know, especially like, you know, like the long beta phase they're gonna plan, and, you know, they're starting like a closed beta now, and then they're gonna do the open beta, and the open beta is gonna last like half a year, and then, you know, sometime in like spring 2025 they're gonna launch it, and then we'll have like 1.0, and it's gonna be big, of course, but I think there's also gonna be so much broken shit, so much, you know, crazy stuff going on, and who knows, right, what's gonna happen. Especially with, like, I trust the GG devs a lot more than Diablo devs in that sense, with like, you know, making good league content, making the game more bug-free and so on. Like, D4 doesn't have a good track record there. But on the other hand, they can do it well, but they don't really want to do it in a way that I think the most people would enjoy, I guess, if you get that. They have like a vision, right? The vision, and they stick to it, and that is cool. But on the other hand, it will also just turn off a lot of people based on what they want to make of the game. So I guess we'll see how it will go and how much they're going to turn around when the PoE 2 comes out. Yeah, it's kind of like different from D4 development, right? D4 development is like very community focused, I feel. And PoE 2 doesn't seem that way right now. I mean, they have been doing some turnarounds there, for example, to easy respecs and all that, with the gold. So that is kind of interesting. So they are definitely listening and they are paying attention to this, but it seems like they generally want to, like, you know, have a kind of slow early game, hard early game, you know, make the campaign mandatory, and, you know, there's like a lot of stuff that a lot of people just don't want. That's how it is. And some people will just kind of say, okay, I'm doing it anyway, right? Because they want to get to the end and then blast or something, and there will be blasting to do. But a lot of people also say, nah. GG, peace. Yeah. You trust the devs to make a game that is fun more than the PoE does? Yeah. It's not like PoE doesn't want to make a fun game, I guess. But I feel like sometimes they just go overboard, right? Like they make like new League content, and I don't know, like I always had this example of like Synthesis League in mind. You know, where like Synthesis League comes out, and you have this mixer, right? You put like 3 items in, and then something comes out, like a new item. And you only have like these tables and spreadsheets of like hundreds of entries of like, okay, what are the combinations of items you have to put in there? What is the expected outcome? And then there's like a lot of RNG with that as well, right? There's like, you know, omega grindy, a lot of like looking up stuff, trying to figure it out, trying to get the right bases to put into the mixer. And, you know, I remember like making some big stuff there, and it was kind of fun when that happened. But on the other hand, man, it's kind of like sometimes there's too much, right? It's like too much of the good stuff. There's like a proverb like that in German. I'm not sure if that's like an English equivalent. It's like too much of the good stuff. It's basically the proverb. At least for me. So even though, you know, I do sit there and I study these spreadsheets for hours and hours, and, you know, I make builds with POB and whatever, so I never shied away from making my own builds and stuff like that. So I can do that, you know. I have like literally hundreds of POBs that I made at some point. I mean, they're not really up to date anymore, but You know, back then I just sat there at home and like I started blasting Path of Building for like 10 hours a day. Just making build ideas that I never tried. So it was fun. But yeah. PoE was there when the 3 got stale. Yeah, that's definitely good. There's a way in Swedish to say. Yeah. Sure. Let me see, let's take a translation. Nah, it just says too much or something. I don't know. Maybe there's like a problem for it. Anyway. Too much of a good thing, yeah. Anyway. I mean, it is what it is. I'm hyped for PoE 2. I'll play a bit of PoE 1. It's not like that I'm not going to enjoy my time in PoE 1. But, you know, I don't really want to play it for like hundreds of hours in a league right now or something. So... And they're gonna destroy PoE 2, they can't help themselves. After 2 years, PoE 2 are gonna have so much stuff that new player gonna be lost again, like in PoE 1. Yeah, it kind of depends on what they're trying to do, I guess. If they already have, like, you know, a significant share of the RPG market, maybe they're fine. And I think they're definitely trying to, like, rather add more stuff to the game that's, like, crazy and keeps the existing players than they really want to keep adding new players, I guess. Like, D4 definitely seems more new player focused. You know, they keep stuff kind of simple for the early game, and, you know, it's easy to get into in D4, right? Even though at this point there's, like, a lot of different systems, right? I mean, look at our Maxwell page. Look how many articles we have. But, you know, most of the systems are relatively light, I guess. But there is a lot of stuff, and it's just, like, getting more, right? We don't even have, like, raids yet. We don't have mercenaries yet. I mean, whatever else they're bringing in the expansion. And, you know, look at all these activities here. Do we have Infernal Hordes? We don't even have Infernal Hordes here yet in activities. And then there's going to be some other thing that they introduced in Season 6 and another thing in Season 7. And suddenly you have like those 10 different systems they can play. And then I guess they need to like try to find other ways to improve the game and not just add more and more activities. But who knows? Yeah, more hyped for Season 5? I'm definitely hyped for Season 5. Yeah, it's gonna be good. Grinding new games versus working for Blizzard. I'm not 100% sure if I want to work for either of them. If I do it, I guess it will be probably something because I really want to and because they really want me. So if you ever get there, where I'm like, okay, I don't really stream anymore, and now I'm gonna work on Diablo 5 or Diablo 6 or something, I could definitely contribute, I think. I've actually not really seen much of Season 5, but I have seen stuff about the expansion. But yeah, in general, like Season 5, I mean, we had this this roundtable, so sometimes there's like these roundtables where Blizzard shares like some info ahead of time with like the content creators. So this is where we got all these leaks from some people that you might have seen about like the new uniques and the updates to some of the classes and so on. But it was like just like a tiny fraction of the patch notes, so we still have like, you know, 50 uniques to go through that we have no clue about what it will look like and stuff like that. The opposite ends of the spectrum, D4 needs to be better at holding on the tryhards, and PoE needs to attract more casuals. Yeah, kind of like that. And I guess they will probably both try to do both a little bit, but I guess, you know, D4 will remain the more casual-friendly game, and PoE will remain the more try-hard game. This is just how it is. Got a degree and all. I mean, the degree that I have is not really that useful in like game dev, I guess, but on the other hand, it doesn't have to be. So, you know, I have like tens of thousands of hours of like, you know, gaming experience, content creation experience, and like, you know, dissecting games, right, under my belt, and you know, this is definitely worth something, way more than my actual like studies, for example, right? The studies, I guess they gave me like this kind of like general outlook on life and a general like kind of way of thinking, right? Like one big part about studying at university or college is that you learn to think a certain way. It's not necessarily all that much about what exactly you learn, but you learn to think a certain way. I mean, okay, you know, talking about like engineering jobs or whatever, of course, you need the info, but in like the stuff I was doing, which is like politics and economics, you kind of just like train your brain to work a certain way. And, you know, the exact details about all the stuff I learned, I mean, yeah, they may be relevant if I actually have like an, you know, job at the European Central Bank or something. But at least for me, like right now what I'm doing, like, you know, there's no direct connection to my studies. But I wouldn't say that it didn't help me. Yeah, I studied politics and economics. If you look at GG interviews, they actually sound like they know what they're doing. Yeah, it depends on like who they're trying to show in the videos, right? Hey Sarah, by the way, how's it going? But for example, like, you know, Brent Gibson, the game director for Vessel of Hatred, and also Bjorn, who designed most of the Spiritborn stuff. Yeah, this is Brent. I mean, he definitely knows shit. And like, he couldn't tell me a lot of stuff on the live stream, but later, you know, we had like some follow-up meetings and stuff, and we learned a lot of things. And they asked us also for feedback about, you know, some expansion stuff and so on. That I guess you'll see at some point soon. But either way, so they were definitely going into lots of details with us. And that's definitely a good sign, so. Like, you know, we were literally sitting there for like 3 hours of them, going through like, you know, new expansion stuff that no one has seen yet. And, you know, we're just sitting there and like talking about, okay, our concerns, our ideas. In 2050, I'll be head of central bank and stream decisions to lower or raise interest rates. Who knows? Yeah. Maybe I will actually go into politics at some point. Who knows? President in 2050. That's in 26 years. That'll be a relatively good time, I guess. I'm like, hey guys. So anyway, I started blasting. Woody for Blizzard president, politics. Do we have a lot of concerns? Not really. But, you know, they specifically asked us about, okay, what do we think about this? And what do you think about that? And then, you know, we kind of like ended up in some discussions. And, you know, since we understand the game and we understand, you know, community and, you know, what will kind of like fit in with the game and stuff like that. So it was kind of interesting. Thanks, Del Torres. Any word on gold economy balance? Gold in Season 4 was the end game. Yeah, realistically, I mean, the gold economy is so fucked in softcore. You just have to deal with it. Like, the bot farms are insane. I actually talked about this with Mippy. Like, he knows a lot about this. He's been, like, you know... Like, Mippy is, like, someone who's, like, trying really hard in the pit ladder right now, for example. One of our Maxwell guys on Rogue. And he told me, like, he literally has items that he cannot trade because he can't hold enough gold. You know, 100 billion gold is the gold cap. And you can't buy the items, you can't sell the items. It's only possible through RMT at this point, because the inflation is so high, because there's literally like bot farms that have like tens of thousands of bots or something. And, you know, the prices for gold, I don't know what they are, but they're ridiculously low. Like, you pay like, I don't know what, nothing, and you get gold cap or something. And that is not even enough. You can't even take that and trade for an item at this point. This is the software economy right now. If you go for like the 3 out of 3 GA, like the good stuff. And He also told me, that was very interesting. He actually showed, okay, let me show that, man. That is wild. Wait. That is, you won't believe this. Let me find it. That is insane. Okay, watch out. This is a free, this is a 3 hour, I'm gonna mute this here, just in case, for music and stuff. This is a 3 hour YouTube VOD on the Korean Diablo channel or something. Let me see that. Look. So there are these three guys in a suit, and they're auctioning items for real money on this fucking channel. This is insane. So there's like apparently like this streamer guy who has like, you know, items like this that he gets from his community, like 4 out of 4, 15, look at this, 4 out of 4 GA, Tarasha ring, 15%. This is real. So there's 3 guys in a suit, and they're asking like, okay, who's bidding more, you know? Like, this is insane, man. It's actually crazy. That is happening. It's fake? I don't think so, man. Apparently, like, you know, Mippy told me about this. He's like really close to like all these like high-end blasters and like some of the Chinese people, some of the Korean people. And he told me that this is actually happening and this is how they trade all the items. There's like this Korean streamer that gets these items. You know those dudes? Yeah, maybe they're just doing that. I don't know. I mean, this is literally like verified. It's like the real Diablo channel, right? And then they show up like some random, like, you know, gameplay preview videos here from the season and whatever. And then they keep going. Look here, this is like the next item. 2 GA, like +3 to a passive, +27, like, I don't know, what is this, movement speed or whatever. And insane. Can you ever see a Bjorn, Rax, and Woody WoW session? Is Bjorn blasting WoW a lot? I mean, I have not really played much WoW in the last years, but who knows? I would like, you know, if there's like some classic restart or something, it would be fun. Or like whenever the next like season of something is coming in a classic. Translate to English. Yeah. Final episode of the Rebirth Loot season will feature a recap of Season 5 PDR Campfire, the S&D auction, blah 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 blah. I don't know, this is just like on this video, man. It's crazy. Yeah, so that's apparently real. Yeah. So anyway, so Mippy told me that, you know, he's trying to obviously not do RMT, and he's trying to, like, you know, trade for items, and he has made, like, apparently Mippy has made some trade where he needed to ask, like, 3 friends to hold the gold for him so that he can sell his item or something, because he had to give, like, 100 billion to this guy, 100 billion to this guy, 100 billion to this guy, 100 billion himself, because they literally cannot trade items anymore for gold in the softcore economy right now. Like, it's insane, dude. It's actually crazy, man. So it's completely wild. I have not watched Emma's podcast, but I wanted to actually. Maybe I'm gonna do it tomorrow because we're starting our own here today in half an hour. What's the highest bid I've been able to clear? I have not pushed too much yet. I guess it will be on the rogue. I'm probably gonna do like a 10 shot setup. But right now I was working on Druid. I want to do like a bit of Druid. Get like a, I don't know, 120, 125 maybe or something. And then maybe switch to the rogue. How would you solve the RMT issue? Yeah, there's not really a solution at this point. Because even if they keep banning everyone all the time, like, you know, basically I think people are abusing like the Xbox account stuff to make fresh accounts all the time when they get banned. So, you know, they don't lose the hardware, they just lose an account, and the account costs like nothing with like the Xbox Game Pass. So, you know, they get banned, they do new ones, they get banned, they do new ones, so there's no way around it. The only way to do this is like, you know, for any kind of like serious competition or something, you just have to do SSF. Like, if you want to do any kind of like real competition, leaderboards, whatever, it's just gonna be SSF. I mean, that's always how it works, and it's just way worse than normal in this game, I think. Who is shit stain Steve? Because what is he doing? We need a Boon of the Hoarder that makes fruitless business. No, it doesn't matter. Like, if you give everyone insane amounts of gold, then people's gonna buy items for real money. They're already doing that. Because you literally cannot have enough gold in the game to buy the items. You know, the really GG stuff, you cannot trade for gold. No one is gonna sell them or buy them for gold. Because the items are worth way more than 100 million gold. So, they're gonna say, hey, PayPal me 200 bucks. You know? This is how it works. PoE Delph King. Mm-hmm. What the elf is he? Can we look at his Twitch somewhere here? PA account? No. Ah, it is there. So what is he doing? Def 65,500. Oh, Delph Def 0. What? I know, it's because he's in the town. Okay. So how far is it? How many more? He's so legendary, got a T-Bird at the next league mechanic. The fuck, man, is that chat? $11 more. Okay. So before we all get like epilepsy, let's check again in like a few minutes. Hey, Lucky. What is Delph? Delph is basically an infinite dungeon. So it's like this mine, you go in and you kind of go deeper and deeper and deeper. It's not like an actual one level infinite, but it has like this kind of grid, and you select a level and go deeper, and then some of them are connected, so he's kind of running to the next node, and then he's running to the next node, and then at some point there's a loading screen and it goes further. But I really like Delph because it has a really cool like atmosphere. It has insane atmosphere. Like you actually feel like you're going deeper and deeper and deeper, and it has like infinite scaling difficulty basically. Not infinite for this guy, but yeah. It's a cool system, I like it. It was introduced like half a decade ago or so. Thanks, Ma, for the tier 2 sub, by the way. Appreciate that. It's basically maxing out the current mathematical limits. Yeah, I guess at some point you just can't really make tougher enemies. But it's also crazy to see like the power creep. Like, I remember the original Delph race to 6,000, I think, right? Where there was like also some kind of breakpoint. And now this guy's like 65,000. So he's been delving like all league long, I guess, to get to that point. I mean, the league is about to end in like a few days. Actually, when is it ending? Is it like directly on Friday? No, it's before, right? There's always like a little period, I believe. So it's like basically last minute. Tomorrow, yeah. Oh, 26 is already a new season, like it starts in 25. $2.9k followers, 8,000 viewers, and log in, man. This gear is like insanity. What is he even playing? Is that Toxic Rain? With 22,000 ES? Mana Forged Arrow, okay. Oh, he also has 23,000 mana. Is he? Oh, what the fuck, man? Yeah, there's like definitely a few power creep patches I missed here. So let's see what happens when he reaches it. Yeah, I can close this if you want. It's like a bit crazy, I guess. He min-maxes for Delph every league like a maniac. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know him actually. But that's definitely gonna be like a huge win for him on the stream. This is something that, you know, can make you a name in the community. What is this? This is like, this guy is making history right now, apparently, in PoE. He wasn't streaming, okay. We need ZF mode for real players. Yeah, I mean, like, for any competition stuff, like, you know, leaderboards, like, everyone's crying for leaderboards, and it would be cool to have leaderboards. But once they introduce leaderboards in Diablo 4, we're gonna immediately have a lot of problems with that as well, because of group play, because of bots and gold trading and RMT. So leaderboards are very quickly gonna become kind of meaningless outside of, like, you know, day one race to next level, or, you know, day one race to, like, all the Uber bosses or something. You know, like, you can see this already with, like, the pit ladder that we're doing. I'm not saying that the people that reach the highest clears in the pit are bad, but they're also, you know, there is, like, a huge gap in the gear that people have, and there's no way for people to catch up, because they made farming gear very hard compared to, for example, Diablo 3, right? You can literally farm for like 1,000 hours and not have your 3 out of 3 greater affix items with the right tempers. Maybe 2 out of 3 or so, and okay. You know, you're getting kind of close, but there's literally people that have like 3 out of 3 perfect GAs on their amulet with the max rolled tempers as well. Oh, is he there? Wait, what happened now? 10 million Azerite. He's all over Azerite. Guess there's much to do with it. Any that I tried today? Actually, I don't think so. I don't feel too great right now. And we're gonna start a podcast in 20 minutes. Just get rich, I also have the best gear. Yes. Lol, easy. It's crazy, like how many hours did he put into this stealth push? 65,000 delve, it's kinda crazy. We almost died there. Oh, F. Looks so bad, I can't see nothing. Yeah, this is hardest. I mean, these guys have like infinite HP. And there's like many monsters spawning, so this is why, I guess. Usually you would just kill them in like, you know, a second or something, but at this point you can't. Does this remind you of Lightning Sorc in E4? The Lightning Sorc? RB of Cracking Energy was good. I'm not really sure what he's doing. He's doing something with Mana Forged Arrows, but that's all I know. So either way, I mean, he seems to have like a ridiculous amount of damage. Yeah, this is peak PoE, ladies and gentlemen. You may not like it, but that's what it is. Here's Storm Rain, okay. That's way too fast. Am I getting sick? I'm getting sick, but I'm not sure if I actually caught something or if it was just the food. I think it might have been food, actually. But we'll see, I guess, tomorrow how I feel. So what is the death exactly, where it ends? Do we know what happens when he reaches it? Does it just crash or something? Shitstain Steve returns. Indigon. Spell damage stuff. 93. That's a lot of a lot of stats. Okay. Oh my god. What an expensive setup. Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, he's like the craziest character ever, probably. Basically. It's also a weapon swap build to make it worse. Nice. This is the best build in PvE? Maybe. I mean, he seems very fast with insane AoE, on top of being immortal. Interesting. How many divines? I can't really count as in divines anymore, I guess. Drink some cola, it will help her stomach. I don't have anything here. Free to play game, that's true actually. 30 plus mirrors. Actually, not too bad. Manageable. Did it actually like... There's like almost no affixes on this map, I just realized at this point. Is that normal? Yeah, just monsters gain power charge, 40% increase. Quant, 5% pack size. You can't tell what classes streamers are playing. Yeah, that's true. Everyone has mana. You don't see anything on the screen. But like PoE has like this nice overlay here, where you can actually see the character. You can just click on this here. There's something that D4 needs as well, man. Maybe you're gonna get it actually. There might be like API coming. That'd be badass if you can make something like that. The trading stuff I can show. Surely. Yeah. They will deliver an API better than the free copium, yeah, for sure. Let's see. So how many more is it? What is the number? It's at 65,534. The song is just played as Dark Rider by Nina. That's a lot of people, yeah. Yeah, I also don't know exactly what's gonna happen now when he reaches the last delve. So apparently there's like a cap to delve. Is it this one? 65,500. Does anyone know that? I mean, there's a cap, you know, it's like supposed to be an infinite system. No one has ever gone that deep in like, you know, half a decade. Not even close, I guess. So what is going on now? People did it in standard? Okay. But no one in league. I see. Yeah, standard has probably some pretty insane stuff as well going on. What is GSL and Hot 6? Colgan. You can be literally immortal in standard with one immortal call. So it still exists there? That's funny. Worcestershire sauce. What? Hello, Elena. It's a StarCraft 2 tournament in Korea, like top tournament. Okay. Well, Kaiser will be proud. He's certainly proud, I guess. Wait, now it just doesn't let him continue, or what? He pressed it? Nothing happens? It just doesn't do anything? He's clicking on it, nothing happens. Okay, so what was it? 65,536 or something? Does he have infinite damage? I guess he don't really need infinite damage, but yeah, it probably has like very, very high damage, and I guess the monsters don't scale enough. There's like some insane stuff you can do these days. Like, I have not really been keeping track of that as well. But yeah. Isn't there better drops the deeper you go? Yeah, they rebalance this at some point, so I guess generally yes. But I guess there's probably like some soft caps and like breakpoints and stuff. 16-bit limit. Well, GG, I guess he done it. It does stop scaling, okay. So if it stops scaling, then why does it not go deeper though? Is that because of the tiles on the grid, I guess? He's done. Apparently he can't click it, yeah. He's trying to click it and nothing happens. Look, and it's also like, here's like a line, you see that line? Where it goes to the next node. Like, there's basically like these different biomes you pass through with the grid. And this is like probably like just the end. Yeah, that's like the last biome that actually worked. What has he done? He basically finished an infinite system in the game right before the league ended for the first time in a league. So that's what happened. But yeah, a pretty big moment for PoE, it seems. Hoping GG put a sign on the bottom. Yeah, stop. No entry. He dug too deeply, too greedily. Would be funny if there was an Easter egg. 65,535. 50k views on PoE, not even leagues started. Yeah, there's obviously a lot of stuff going on right now. League is in 3 days, so everyone is like online, theorycrafting, practicing and stuff. What kind of tribute are they doing exactly? What's the best late game animal for Spiritborn? I mean, you know, you're kind of like locked into some of them if you play a certain skill, right? And it's kind of hard to predict like what will happen when the expansion is out and we have paragons and glyphs and all the uniques and whatever. So there's like some stuff I'm keeping my eye on like, you know, OP mechanics. That's certainly like a good dozen or something of OP mechanics that we can already see. And it's probably going to even more once it comes out. And then who knows what happens. So something will be pretty broken. Probably multiple things. They made a miner I can hire whose name is Steve. Shit. Okay. We got 14 million monsters. Let's go. Okay, let me see. We're about to start the podcast soon. Actually, wait a minute. Do I still have the podcast set up? I think we're exactly the same people as last podcast. No, we are not, actually. But I can fix that. Let me check. Okay, I'll just fix that real quick. Yo, Arrow, big boy. Thanks for the prime, by the way. 65 days, 6 hours playtime in like a... How long was the league actually? It was pretty long, right? It was like a 4-month league, I think. So you played like roughly 12 hours a day or maybe something like that. That's acceptable. Okay, I'm just gonna like put this up again here while we are waiting. Let's do some action here. Okay, just like doing the Photoshop real quick for the names. Okay. Okay, does that work? Why is everything white? I think if I didn't save it properly with transparent background. Kind of forgot to do that beforehand, so sorry about that. Okay, we're starting a call in like 2 minutes or something. Okay, does it work now? It does not work. That's bad. Why not? It looks transparent on my end. It says transparency is on. Try this again. Aha. Okay, we fixed it. Let's go. Okay. So I'm gonna close this like stuff here now. Was really fun to talk about Spiritborn today. I need to start making some videos about it as well and so on. Yeah, okay, so you guys can see that properly, right? I'm gonna turn off overlays and stuff. Okay. I'm doing a podcast, yes. Alright, now we're just waiting. So, it should start in like 2 minutes. God, I actually feel bad right now, guys. So, oof. I'm sick or something today. You finished now? Everyone's asking to do a void run. I mean, you can easily do that, right? I mean, there's probably like stuff that can kill you, even like a character like this. But it seems like pretty invincible. Too much rogue energy, and the rogue energy is not a problem, I think. I believe I maybe ate something bad, but yeah. Sarah sick too. Yeah, maybe it was Sarah. Bad girl. Okay, call is up. Here we go.
Woody in the cut.
Hey guys,
Hey, Woody.
how's it going?
You know, tired.
Okay.
It's going great so
How
far.
did you get home, by the
It's
way,
going-
Macro? I know you also had trouble and stuff.
That's what I wanted to ask right now, yeah.
Yeah, I ended up getting back home around like 5 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. I took a 3-hour nap and then we drove out to my anniversary.
Okay. Oof. How did that go though? Did you like it?
Oh yeah, it was wonderful. I had my first ever massage. I've never had a massage before. That was super cool. I recommend them. They're the best
Your
thing that you
first
can do.
ever massage. Interesting.
Yes, sir.
You waited quite a while. How do you like it?
Oh, it was awesome. It was like super cool. We did like a couple, so it was like both of us in the room and the two massage therapists. They were super chill. They told me to drink
Mhm.
water because they got all the toxins out of my body.
Yes. That's cool.
I actually scheduled a massage appointment for the days after the race. Call me crazy if you want, but that's literally what I'm doing. Because after sitting here for 28 hours straight, my body is KO. I need to do that afterwards.
Or as
But
long
I
as you kill
feel
all the bosses before that,
refreshed.
you're good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I'll just delay it by one more day. It has worked out so far always.
Hmm.
Oh, magic again. Everyone is in the correct spot. Hi, Rex.
Hey guys, how are you?
I'm doing
Can you hear me?
very badly,
Hello? Yep.
actually.
Yes, sir.
You're doing very badly. Why?
I feel like I'm sick a bit. So I'm not sure what happened.
Oh yeah.
People
I
told
think
me it was
Sarah
Sarah.
has. Yeah,
Yeah,
Sarah, I think has a fever and she has COVID, but she was not sick when we were there, but she got something.
Yeah, so shit. Yeah, I think actually for me it was like maybe some food I ate yesterday or today or something, but maybe not a disease, copium. But yeah, we'll see, I guess.
Dude, on the actual flight, there were 3 girls behind me. And every second you just hear me like I was like, I'm stuck in this tube with you for 6 hours. Please do not get me sick. And I think luckily I haven't gotten anything.
Yeah, us gamers go out for just one time a year. Everyone gets sick.
Yeah, I mean we're like Bubble Boy. We don't have an immune system because we never go outside. I mean, it's one germ and then that's it. You're dead.
Have you heard DM lately? I think he's recovered now, but he made a funny video. The voice killed me. It was so good when he came back from the Spiritborn thing on the 12th, and it got him real good, and he sounded like completely different. Like you would have thrown him into an AI voice generator and turned down the depth of his voice to like absolute maximum. It's crazy. You wouldn't imagine it's DM if you wouldn't see the person talking.
Okay, holy shit. Hope he's fine now.
Yeah, he's fine now, I guess so.
Yeah, now I can see it in your eyes a little bit, Woody. You're half here. You're half asleep in your bed and you're half here.
Yeah, I definitely need to lie down later. It's what it is. So we gotta blast, we do what we gotta do and then we can rest later.
Someone give him a cucumber.
Yeah, I could really need one.
Meg, your background is flipped, but your shirt is okay.
Every time. What do you leave me how? All right, hold on.
Before we start, maybe we do a quick sound check for everybody just to make sure. I think the settings should still be fine from last time. But while we're waiting for Mac, maybe Woody, you start.
Okay, here's Woody, barely present, trying to hold up.
Hi, I'm Rax. I'm feeling good. Notice that I have a Cookie Monster hoodie.
Hey, and this is Macrobioboy. I was enjoying the Cookie Monster hoodie. I like the plethora of blue hoodies that you have.
Okay, and that's Chronix 1, 2, 3. Normal speaking voice, blue hoodie, Cookie Monster. Test.
People keep saying that macro is lower relative to the other people, at least on my end.
Yeah. So we can bump me up a little bit. We're trying our best. Hey, everybody. Oddly enough, we heard the feedback that my microphone sounded like hot garbage.
Actually, hold on. Wait, I had you at 84. Now I have you at 100. My bad.
Alrighty. I'm gonna continue to talk just real quick. Hopefully Chronix doesn't have to touch anything, because this is how we get not garbage sounding Macrobioboy.
I think everything is good on my end, at least.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Wonderful. So then let's start with the Max Roll Spiritborn podcast, although we're going to cover a little bit more than just the Spiritborn, but that's going to be at least the first topic. We're going to start with the general feel and the build and combo potential that the Spiritborn brings with it and that we have seen during the content reveal. And I also wanted to talk about the co-op endgame activity, our wishes and ideas for the Dark Citadel. We actually have seen the name in some of the screenshots while hovering over some items. Then we're going to discuss the newly found level 60 screenshot with the little 1 in the bracket. So maybe a new level cap or possible consequences stemming from that screenshot. And we also want to know a little bit more about the trip to Seattle in general for the boys. And then at the end, we are also going to go quickly into some chat questions. Maybe very brief introduction. I think by now everybody knows you quite well. Maybe Mac, will you start us out, then Woody, and then Rex?
My name is Macrobioboy. I'm the undefeated pool table casual game during a live stream versus Sarah bracket. We ran a single competition. I was very excited. Just barely got a win there. Hopefully people heard it live.
Okay, so for me, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm Woody. I blast a lot of RPGs, especially D4, and I am the team lead for the D4 team on Maxroll, and I like a lot of Rogue and Spiritborn.
My name is Rex. I wear a blue hoodie. I play all the ARPGs, and I play them not very well.
Yeah, that's definitely not true. Gotta call him out on that one. So let's directly start out with, well, maybe I should say I'm Chronix. I'm part of the D4 Guide Rider team, specifically for the Necromancers as well for Maxroll. And let's jump straight in. Spiritborn, general feeling. What are your first impressions? Woody, you said you're going to play a lot of Spiritborn right now. Maybe you start us off on that one.
Well, my general impressions. I mean, if you have played Diablo 3, then you're gonna recognize the monk feel from that class. I think it's, you know, the kind of like mocking like terms like jungle monk definitely feel like they're about like just about right for this class. And it's very fast, very agile. It has like these triple hit combos built into multiple effects, actually, not just the basic attacks. And yeah, it's very like combo heavy as well. Not in the sense that you have to press like many buttons necessarily, but like you can combine, you know, certain scaling mechanisms. You can, you know, combine the different spirits that it has and, you know, build around those effects that it give you. And I think that really makes for a lot of like variety in the playstyle that will be appreciated by a lot of people, especially myself, liking like to theorycraft a lot of builds. So, you know, I'm gonna be busy very long for this.
Yeah, the thing for me about the Spiritborn that is the reason to be excited about it and it like going forward is it kind of reminds me of how the Druid was in the beginning, where a lot of the uniques and the different legendary powers enable you to do a lot of theory crafting, because you can make everything a gorilla skill or a jaguar skill or whatever. And there's going to be some really ultimate combinations that just give you infinite sustain and resources and staying alive, doing crazy damage. Once we dive in there and figure them all out, it's going to be pretty insane. One kind of like insider piece of info that I got from talking to some of the devs who have played more Spiritborn on like further builds and know a lot more than we do, is they said once you unlock a lot of the uniques later on in the game that we haven't seen, they really, really enable the Spiritborn to do some crazy things. So all of the different possibilities with its class mechanic and the uniques is going to give like theory crafters everything that they ever wanted. Before I walked in, I was hoping that the Spiritborn would be like a combination of the Diablo 3 monk and the WoW shaman. I'm not getting any WoW shaman vibes at all, which is sad, but I think the monk style and the way that it was presented is good enough for me to be very interested in it for a very long time.
That's actually very interesting, and I'm not about to explain to Rax how he feels about the shaman. I think there are a lot of skills on the Spiritborn that are akin to it being a spellcaster, which like it had a lot of that like elementalism vibe to me. Like you saw Woody's the combination of like the razor wing attack and the counter attack from Jaguar, which says as long as you have your counter attack up, they will infinitely like spin back off of you. And I don't know, there was something like very like almost like lightning storm-ish to that for me, but with bird feathers as opposed to lightning effects. But I mean, the class is cracked out of its gourd. I'm pretty excited for the first time that somebody says to me, but what if I just want to play a pure gorilla build? How come you will never make just a pure gorilla build? And it's because the class is a hybrid. Like I have no idea how we're going to refer to different builds on this class. Like, oh, mine's the primary Jaguar, sub Eagle, using poison, Centipede alt, Thorns Fort Jaguar. That one's mine. That's how I'm building. Like how are we going to refer to these things?
You got your little corner of the theory crafting builds there. So.
Yeah, it's just going to have ridiculous names. Like we're going to be using like Supermax Plus Jaguar. But I'm like, the thing's great. I think everybody walking into the expansion is also going to be a Spiritborn guide writer. Like you're going to see so many people playing this thing and trying to crack it and all the different things that you can do with it. It's also kind of cool because since they have two specific weapon types that no other classes have, they have this design space where their unique weapons can be very, very powerful and transformative for them because they don't have to consider any other classes using them, and I think that's also pretty exciting from my outlook.
Yeah, I was very confused when I saw the Spiritborn actually only having the one weapon and still having that little box on the right side below the jewelry, basically. And I was, for a second, I hoped that you could also dual wield and therefore also get some variety that way, but it's literally only the staffs, and then you have the quarter staffs and the glaives, right? So
and polearms, actually. Polearms are also there.
Okay, so you share these three things then, but they're basically the same thing. It's just about the different implicit then, from what I've understood, right? It's not like you can actually
pretty much
mix and match some form of attack speed difference like we had with the focus main hand offhand
we don't know yet, but there might actually be stuff like, let's say in the glyphs or the paragons, for example, like Barb has that, where okay, you wield an axe, you get this, you wield a mace, you get that, and maybe there's also like, you know, some more distinction coming later in the paragons. But yeah, I think personally it's kind of cool that they made like a two-hand only class. It kind of goes well with the theme, I believe, and it just feels very cool having a two-handed weapon, to be honest. I like it. So that's amazing.
The other cool part about it is that the quarterstaff comes with inherent block chance or modifies block in some way. And that was something that when I was talking with Bjorn, Bjorn is like the lead class designer for Spiritborn. You saw him on some of our live streams if you tuned in. Bjorn's super great. Also, all the devs were phenomenal. I know we'll get into it later, but like top tier nerds, they had answers for every question that I had. Like they schooled me on lore. The people working on this expansion are like the best of the best of the best. But I was talking with them and I sat down and I realized, I was like, wait a minute, how does this class even benefit from block? Oh, wait, block is just the chance to block, and then the shield gives you damage reduction based off of your block chance. That's completely separate. Like, that's a stat on the shield, and that's the only place that we've seen it thus far. So now that they're bringing block as just a concept to the game, and the quarterstaff will modify how block works for you, like, definitely opens up places where, like, aspects can touch on your block chance and how block works. Your Paragon can have nodes that say, you know, bonus based off your block chance at the time, because even one of your skills gives you 100% block chance for a certain amount of time. And then you can use that to increase your damage. There's like an 8.6 multi on a two-hander right now if they don't change the numbers, which I'm not going to freak out about just yet. But, like, I don't know, man. There's so much that they're opening up just by adding this class in and having it have to work in the coding logic of the game. And that's one of the things I'm more excited for, is what does this mean for the rest of the game and the other classes and what they get to do.
Yeah, so just to reiterate something that Macro just said, so you have the possibilities of changing the tags on your skills to interact with different things. So you're like customizing your character in terms of the actual build. But one thing that I saw a lot more, I mean, there must be other examples in Diablo 4, but nowhere near as many as I've seen on the Spiritborn class. It's like, if you stack armor, there are ways to convert that to damage. If you stack block, there are ways to convert that into damage. So there are so many different possibilities that we've been screaming, pretty much everyone in the community, except, yeah, I think even the people that don't play the game very often, most people have wanted an expansion of the skill tree. We need a little bit more complexity than nothing. So we are getting more complexity, at least in the systems that we saw in the demo, where you can't just think about it as offense and defense. You have to think about it in terms of how do they actually connect with each other. To me, this is much more fun and much better for the game. And in talking to one of the devs about, I can't remember what topic, one thing that they said is they're not trying to keep Diablo 4 as simple as it is right now. They are trying to build some layers into it. I can't tell you what a relief for me it was to hear that from them for, like, the direction of the team. Because it is great to bring in the casuals, it is great to appeal to the masses, but Diablo 4 needs some more in a lot of its different systems, in my opinion.
Yeah,
when I
Oh.
Go ahead, Woody.
I just want to chime in about the complexity, especially of the skill tree. I know that a lot of people are upset at that, but I think it's fine to have the skill tree kind of like work as it does, as long as there's more complexity later on, right? And they tried to build that with the Paragons, but that was not really, like, you know, enough, I guess. We had, like, some seasons in the past, like season 2 with the vampire theme, where we had, like, for example, the vampire powers, and that was, like, a really well-received season, right? Because you had, like, these extra powers that are basically just, like, 5 extra legendary aspect slots, right? But they were kind of cool. They had, like, varying costs and, like, potential in some combos. And, you know, there was, like, some extra complexity added during that season, at least. And then kind of, like, we didn't really have anything like it again. But, you know, if they add more systems, not necessarily just, like, expand the skill tree, but, you know, there's something else that comes, you know, beyond the Paragons, beyond the skill tree. And, you know, something like those vampire powers, for example. I think they can definitely, like, open up the build diversity and make it more interesting for everyone. And without really, like, you know, like, shying away the, you know, the casual players that log in, start a fresh season, and they see the skill tree. And, you know, I guess that's, like, one of the big strengths, that it's so welcoming with the skill tree. It's like, okay, you go down, you know, category by category, and it is fairly simple. But then there's also still, like, this min-maxing you can do. And then there's other systems on top of it, which is very nice.
Yeah, at the beginning of D4, I was actually bummed out a little bit that it seems seemingly a little bit too easy. But when you then thought about it, it is actually, in my opinion, a very smart move, delaying that effect of, for example, when you first time open your skill tree in Path of Exile, right? Like maybe 2 or 5% of the people, or a very minuscule amount, goes like, oh, wow, that's cool. But more than 90% just goes, oh, no, I don't want to deal with this, right? And delaying that moment to a further later date after people have already invested and gotten familiar with the game, I think was a very smart move. But as Woody just said, we need something on top. We've talked about this in the last podcast as well. Like just one more little, and not even one more, but maybe multiple other little systems that build on top of that, and they don't even have to be present at absolute level 1, right? They can come later, and I just hope that we're going to move more in that direction now, because I think it's just a smart move of actually getting or keeping players in your game, right? And I'm also, you said the skill tree system, you wanted to keep it how it is. I'm a little bit going forward in the topic list here a little bit, but we saw the screenshot. There were some skill points, and it showed 69 skill points.
Nice.
And exactly. And maybe that is actually the added complexity on top of everything else, right? If we have another layer of complexity added in a skill tree, we obviously also need some more passive skill points. How do you think about that?
So from what we see and what people have broken down, right, is the character was at max level at 60. It was like gold, and then it had 69 skill points. So theoretically, something is coming down the line. Whether or not that's what they were testing there or something that's going to be in the expansion, obviously, like none of us can like really know or speak on. But let's assume that it's just true. It's just real. We already know that they want to add more skills to each class's skill tree. And if you look at the skill tree of the Spiritborn, like if you go back down and look through it, the number of like modifying passives that kind of work for everything, as opposed to your bleed, crit damage, do 8% more vulnerable, like whatever it is, were significantly like bolstered. Like there was just more of them. And then on top of that, when you got down towards like the final nodes, the ultimate modifying passives was like its own skill tree, just kind of shooting off the side of the node. There was like 9 different options with 3 different paths to go down that just modified what happened when you used an ultimate skill. I'm expecting for us to see some of that kind of like retrospectively modifying what the current classes look like. And then on top of that, we literally would need more skill points for it to be like interesting that they would add more stuff. So I think that kind of coincides. I think it's coming. It makes sense. And my only fear is that it's just going to give us like a different spender on the other classes. And we're going to have to wait a long time before we see anything as cool as the Spiritborn skill tree.
The thing for me, even before going to the event and talking to the devs, which they have shared some of their like future plans with us that we cannot speak about today. But even before going in, think about, what do we know about the expansion? Okay, we know how much it costs, and we know the release date, and we know that there's a Spiritborn class. In no universe do I think that that's all that they have for us. I was genuinely expecting there to be a bunch of other things, not just new additions to the game, but reworks of current systems. You can see that there's a lot of systems in the game that Blizzard is not happy with, and the reason why you know that is because they changed it 5 times during the course of the first year. For example, we're talking about, we think the level cap is 60, and then we're building something up after that. How many times have they tried to adjust leveling up? Like it used to be like a 140-hour arduous journey that nobody liked. So if they want to cap it at 60, was that the original cap of World of Warcraft? Seems like they're like drawing on inspiration that they've done in other games and making some changes. I'm also expecting systems that have had very little changes, like the Paragon system. The Paragon system, other than changing some multiplicative here or there, it really hasn't been iterated on at all. And the Paragon is like, it's kind of like an illusion, right? If you gave me, Macro, and Woody a planner, and you said, go make a Centipede Spiritborn in a locked room, you got 1 hour to do it, and then we presented it to Blizzard, the variance on the Paragon boards themselves and the glyphs that we took would be so minor. You could take any of our builds and swap out the Paragon boards, and it would have almost no impact because it's just an illusion of choice. You pick the couple legendary nodes that you need, you path to the glyphs, you pump the glyphs, and that's essentially it for almost every class. So this is all to say, I'm expecting there to be more announcements that Blizzard is kind of holding back about the expansion. We don't even know anything about it yet in the public eye. So I want to see what they've actually got.
Yeah, kind of same here as well. I mean, as you said, we know some things that unfortunately we cannot share, but yeah, there's like a lot of stuff that I think people are going to be excited about that I guess we'll hear soon. And we also don't know all the details. So I'm also excited to see like what exactly they will announce. But yeah, either way, there's definitely a lot more coming in the expansion. And this is like exactly what we alluded to earlier with like, for example, extra systems, extra progression, extra complexity, right? So this is obviously coming in the expansion. And I think anyone who assumes otherwise is just kind of like not really thinking enough, I guess, about what is going to happen in an expansion, right? It's Rex said, they are reworking a lot of stuff. So
when it comes to reworking, Meg also touched on this a little bit. After seeing Spiritborn, I was actually a little bit shocked. I was like, okay, when I saw this, not only from a build maker perspective, but also just from someone who wants to log in and play the game, I was like, why do I want to play a different class than this? Like, what is the incentive going to be for me logging on to something else? Now, quite sure the developers are aware of that. What do you guys think? Are they going to... Rex, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't
okay.
interrupt.
Are they going to get the other classes up to par? And how quickly do you think is that going to happen?
Yeah, so I mean, I think everyone is... And I don't know, I could be wrong. Like October could come and the statement I'm about to make could be completely wrong. And I don't know anything on this. I don't have insider info that's contributing to this. This is all just my own personal feelings. I'm not worried about the other classes at all, man. Cool. The Spiritborn is an awesome class. It's very, very cool. They've clearly put a lot of work into it. I don't think for 1 second they're going to leave behind the other classes. It would not surprise me if one of the other classes, I mean, Barb has ruled the world for so long. It wouldn't surprise me if Barb is still the strongest class on the expansion. I think there's a 0% chance that the other classes are just going to get left behind. They will continue to get cool stuff. There's a huge difference between will the classes be at the level of the Spiritborn, and how does it feel? Well, the Spiritborn feels really good. It's new, it's shiny, tons of cool mechanics. So it gives you this illusion that it's better, but I don't think for 1 second that Blizzard is just turning a blind eye to the other classes. I think that's a 0% chance.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. So it's so easy to just kind of like make new builds, introduce some new uniques. They are reworking a lot of uniques now for Season 5. That alone will probably open up a lot of things that currently exist or maybe don't even exist yet. And suddenly, existing classes already have like, let's say 12 plus kind of like, meta builds, I guess. Some better than others, but, there's like certain ways to build, like let's say Blood Surge, certain ways to build Bloodlands and so on. Some of them are weak. But that is just like a tuning issue. And if they actually go back and rescale the entire game, bring like a new baseline of balance that we have seen with like the stat squish that is happening. So, they've lowered the numbers, the DPS is lower on the weapons, and we have lower levels now and so on. So it seems like they're kind of trying to bring stuff down a bit to earth, but still trying to make like really cool and interesting effects that then you can build off of. And yeah, as we talked about, if they add more systems on top of that, then there's like an extra layer that kind of like branches out the builds, right? And then maybe you don't just have this one way of building a Blood Surge Necro, but you have like, the minion version, you have the non-minion version, you have the one with uniques, you have the one without, you have the one with, whatever, right? And that's just Blood Surge. And, in the end, I guess they're definitely going back to this whole like idea of like play your way kind of thing that I think they've been advertising at the start of D4. It's like, open, a lot of choices. And yeah, of course, over time, the meta has kind of like, crystallized with, the best versions of a Blood Surge build or the best version of a Twisting Blades build or whatever. But ultimately, there are still like all these like little choices you can make on the way if you want to. And the more resistance we get, the more of those choices you can make, and definitely diverge from, you know, the standard, you know, settled meta, and make something cool and unique, even for the existing classes.
Y'all are crazy. The only thing that's going to make you go back to playing the classes you've been playing before is feeling bad about buying cosmetics for them and feeling like you wasted your money. No. So I want to use an example here, because everybody's going to, I know I'm making a joke. Everybody who has played new classes to a game, that class is always going to enjoy the privilege of being designed in a space with everything that they've learned up until that point. We only now are getting basic skill builds because people felt bad about needing to put points into basic skills. And oddly enough, when the game first came out, Blizzard expected you to have a resource generator and a resource spender. That was boring. On the Spiritborn, and this is something that I commented on, which was like, your basic skill is good and it has a combo and it has a payoff and it initiates a system and empowers you. I almost didn't know what skill I was clicking, because I was using my basic skill into my spender, into my activated cooldown, into my basic skill, into my ultimate, into my spender, into my basic. Like, it was a perpetual flow of combat, and that's going to feel really, really good. But oddly enough, when the assassin and the druid were added to Diablo 2, people kept playing the sorceress. Why? Because they liked being able to play the sorceress, what it had available to it. They were comfortable on it. People like to feel good at what they're doing, and they want to feel like they're being efficient or effective. So people who pick up the class and it's too 5-head, it's too Giga Chad, there's too much stuff going on, they don't understand how to do the combos, they'll go back to a more, simplified but enjoyable play style. People who have been like desperately trying to play like a really combo focused rogue and didn't feel like that was necessarily available for them, they're going to enjoy this play style. Anybody who's ever played a necromancer will just delete all of their previous characters, because they'll only be playing the Spiritborn because it actually feels good and it moves fast and it does cool stuff. Rest in peace to my class. But like, it isn't the end all be all. But yes, it's going to be fun. Yes, you're going to see everybody play it. Yes, you're going to get sick and tired of the Spiritborn meta. You're going to hate only seeing build guides about it. But it's like a brand new thing coming in expansion. Obviously, everybody wants to play with a new toy, and it's just the hype will die down, and it'll get back to a normal distribution of people's desired aesthetic in a high fantasy RPG like this.
Yeah, I'm also like you guys touched upon this a little bit here as well with the combo and build potential. Like there's what's the name? Combined strikes. I have that open right here. Each different basic skill you cast increases all of your damage by a certain number for 10 seconds. So not only are you getting a basic attacks build right from the get-go, but you're also getting a multiple basic attacks right from the get-go. And I've seen, for example, Woody's complete screen-filling AoE feathers build. That was already very interesting. How are you guys feeling about the 5-head almost necessary to get something going on the Spiritborn? Has anyone tried even experimenting with a single spirit? Or have you always thought, I need to have double spirits to actually unleash the full potential of the class? And how did you feel about the complexity that this class brings in terms of making the build? Maybe Rex, you start us out with on that one.
So I think the complexity is just right, as we spoke about earlier. I think the complexity for everything else has been too low at this point. I'll tell you one thing that I'm specifically staying away from is when I got back, yes, people recorded videos of all the skills, all the passives. They went through the armory, this and that. They're missing the build defining uniques. But that is enough to get started to try to do like a single spirit or try to make some builds. I think that this is a complete waste of time. I think it's time that you have thrown straight into the garbage, because the build that we saw, I mean, we were sitting there at the lunch table with Bjorn, Spiritborn, the guy who designed the class. First of all, not only are we testing several build iterations early, there's a lot of things that we just haven't seen. So you're like trying to assemble like a Lego house with like only 5 of the 50 pieces, and you don't even have the right 5 pieces. They've actually been interchanged out. So conceptually, it's very cool. I think there will be certain benefits to going all one spirit, especially with some of the uniques that they describe that we can't talk about right now. We'll see how it plays out in the actual patch. But I think it's way too early to be theory crafting. You can, I guess, familiarize yourself with your class, but any conclusions that you draw right now will be pretty much completely worthless.
Rex, are you calling out the top 5 best Spiritborn builds videos that are inevitably going to be creeping out over the next 5 days?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Don't do them like
people-
that, man.
People got to eat, I guess, but why someone would click the video and process it and think that that's actually going to be the guide on launch is beyond me, man.
Hold on,
I
gotta
mean,
go into
I think
my
it's not
YouTube
just-
studio real quick.
Rex was wrong. Top 5 Spiritborn builds. Right
I mean,
there.
to be fair, I think this is not just the fault of the person clicking on the video. So, making such videos, I don't know, I haven't seen any of those. But it definitely gives me flashbacks of the open beta back in like last March or something, and for like the fall launch. And people making those like videos of like, okay, best build for Rogue, best build for Druid, or whatever, right? With like level 25. Yeah, and it's kind of like we're in a similar situation, right? Exactly as Rax has said, you can familiarize yourself with the class, you can try to understand the combos, the aspects, like, there's certainly, like, there's also something that I disagree with heavily with Rax, which I think this is not wasted time. If I look back at pre-launch, when I was just like sitting here like 12 hours a day, devouring information about Diablo 4 for like, a year straight, basically, while I was still blasting a little bit of D3 or so, that certainly helped me when the game came out. I knew every skill by heart. I knew every single skill tree. I knew all
That's
the
because they
aspects.
didn't change anything.
No, it's just that. No, but the point is that this actually helped me tremendously to actually get into the game once we had the full launch. To quickly understand, okay, how does the Paragon impact it and the glyphs, and how do I make the paths on the Paragon boards? And at least from my perspective, I actually have a blast right now trying to theory craft a Spiritborn, even though it's like 2.5 months away and we have only seen level 30. But just like this whole understanding that you get of the general idea of the class, and we talked about, okay, you can mix and match, you can do pure builds. That was the original question, and the answer is definitely yes. Right? You can do pure builds, but on the other hand, we don't know what comes later. Is there going to be enough power behind it? Maybe you can do pure builds until, I don't know, you're kind of like in like, let's say, pit 100, right? And then if you want to go the extra mile to like pit 140, then you might have to switch out the build and make it more complex or something. But either way, I think from the theory crafting perspective, it's very interesting right now. I've already just sat there, I had like 2 12-hour flights, right? I sat there, not doing anything but looking at the Spiritborn, in my flights and trying to understand, the skill tree, trying to learn every single passive. And it's just really fun doing that. And I think this will not be wasted time, even if some stuff is changing, the numbers are going to be tweaked, something is going to get nerfed. Yeah, who knows, right? But I think it's just very useful. So for the preparation of when the game actually comes out, because no one is going to know anything. No one has seen the Paragon and probably won't. And the interesting part about it is the first week, for example, right, when everyone is going to blast the Spiritborn, who is going to make the best builds? Who is going to make those guides? And those are the people that will be the best prepared, that will understand everything really quickly because they have, put in the hours beforehand. If you just start on launch, then you're not going to have a clue. You have to learn all the basics that I already learned 4 months ago, basically. So I think it's going to be very exciting to see what was going to happen on that end. But from a theory crafting perspective, it's really cool.
I think we could take the less hyperbolic stance that Rax is putting out there. It's more so calling out this concept of making declarative statements about what this class is going to look like when the game releases, and then holding the universe accountable for those declarative statements. Nobody knows what the best build is going to be. So somebody says this is definitely going to be the best build, take it with a grain of salt, and that grain of salt being that person cannot be correct. As such, when we walk into the game and it turns out that build isn't that good, don't then turn around and get mad at the devs oh, this was supposed to be great. The numbers that I saw were super big. Why is it different? Well, it's because the stuff that we saw was outdated. To Woody's point, everybody's going to be theory crafting this thing. And he is completely correct. Even if we walk into the game and it's whatever the attack is, this attack, they changed it so that the multiplier is smaller, or the base damage is smaller, or this effect has a minimized size. Or whatever, they add an element to it. It doesn't really matter what the change is. You at least had an idea of what it was before, And now you can say, like, with that understanding, I can then formulate an opinion about how good this thing will be. Let me go test that. But so this was like a long segue, but or it was a long trip away from the original question. Will there be pure builds? I think there obviously will be, right? But when you really look at the system of the Spirit Hall, you have your primary spirit that gives you your primary spirit's bonus and says all your skills are now this skill type. All your skills are now Gorilla. All your skills are now Big Barb. All your skills are now Godzilla, Centipede. The secondary one tends to have a flavorful augment to what that kind of idea is. So like the big monkey says you can now have more resolve. Resolve says as long as you have a stack of it, you have 20% DR. And you could have more stacks of it. And if you have a certain number of them, you're now unstoppable. You don't need to use monkey powers to get resolve. You don't have to use the monkey spirit to get it. But it kind of feeds into the original concept, but modifies your things more fully. The thing that I saw was that I always felt better using a secondary spirit to augment what I was doing because the primary spirit that I was using was lacking that ability. So like the Barb gives you ramping critical strike chance until you crit, right? That's that one. It gives you ramping critical strike chance until you crit, and then you have 100% crit chance for 2 seconds. That one feels really good for leveling. It feels really good to be able to put onto a build that maybe doesn't have access to as much crit chance. But I don't see me going bird primary, bird secondary, because like it's like it doesn't really add to what the primary bird skills are attempting to accomplish. But I don't think there's realistically pure skills, only because if you look at any other class right now and you go, if I could add any skill tag to this that I wanted, would I use it on my build instead of what I'm currently doing? And the answer is typically yes. So I don't know. People are going to make them. I think that they'll be obviously weaker because they don't have access to as many tools as they could.
Before we move on to the next topic, obviously every time the Spiritborn comes up, feel free to talk about it. Your favorite spirit or spirit combination after actually getting your hands on? Maybe at the top of your head, Rex, you already know one?
And it's not because this one was just kind of the ruler of the demo that we played, but I think the one that I like the most is the Centipede. I really like the idea of just poisoning and slowing and manipulating everything around me. It kind of feels like you enter the room and you're like the king of the jungle kind of there. I think that one. I think the eagle looks the best, like the little feather throwing with the blue lights flying everywhere. It just looks incredible. I think the demo didn't do the Jaguar justice. Like, it's probably going to be that's one of people's favorites. It's got the massive attack speed. It was just so underpowered. I was just hitting the bosses over and over and over, and I'm like, well, I could just summon a Centipede and one shot these guys. I think the Gorilla is going to be incredible for hardcore. There's something very satisfying running around just doing big smash and nothing can kill you. Very, very satisfying. I'm still going to stick with the Centipede, though, after the inevitable balance thing and nerf it. That's what I'm leaning toward starting as. I like the manipulation that it brings.
Woody, how about you?
Yeah, I kind of resonate with that. Like, just from the theme and like just the uniqueness of the Centipede stuff, I really like it the most. It also has like this whole poison stuff that we are used to from the rogues, so obviously I like that. And also, like, you know, these kind of interesting new mechanics. For example, they combined poison with Thorns, that are combined poison with crits. So there's like really unique new mechanics that's coming to the Spiritborn that you can try to play around. But also, like, personally, my favorite skill on the entire class is actually Stinger. That's the Centipede like core skill. And the way that works is that it's just like a slam on the ground, very uneventful actually, but it hits everything on the screen that has any poison on them. So it's kind of like extending its reach to exactly the targets that you have already dealt damage to, basically. And it felt really fun to play around that, so I'm looking forward to that. You kind of walk into the room, you do your whatever poison attack, there's multiple ways of doing that. And then you just like Stinger, slam the ground, and that actually works, and that's kind of funny, I like that. For the race though, I guess when it comes to like actually prepping and like what I know right now, I would probably play mostly Eagle themed, because I think Eagle's purse gonna like kind of scale the speed the most. thanks to the mobility and thanks to the core skill, the Quill Volley. That seems very powerful, so this is currently what I'm aiming for, at least, when it comes to, like, you know, starting out in the expansion and just, like, blasting to max level and stuff.
There is a correct answer, and it is Big Winton. It is Big Boy Boss Man Monkey Winton. They just added Winston from Overwatch to the game. He even summons a protective circle around you, and he looks badass, and it's just awesome. More realistically, I think that if we're talking about what will be the best thing to start off with, just based off of the tools that it currently has, very much so, like Bird primary with a lot of the mobility from Jaguar, and then just like slotting in the survivability from using like a poison basic, says to me that you can just focus on doing primary damage, and even just like the life leech and the DR from using Centipede skills is like enough to basically handle survivability across the board. There's just so much. You said that Jaguar underperformed, which, like, for single target DPS against bosses, I agree with that, definitely. The thing where I felt like Jaguar was insane was in Helltide. The Jaguar ultimate, for people who didn't really see it, you jump to the location, it does a damage attack. You have a 15% chance while your Jaguar is out that if you kill a monster with anything, it resets your ultimate cooldown. And then the next time that you jump, it does twice as many attacks, so it stays around for longer. And then when it resets, you do 3 times as many, stacking up to 4. So as long as you manage to kill a monster in an increasing time frame that your mobility / damage skill is working, it will reset and you can do it again. And that was insane. It was like the highest mobility. I just jumped out with my ultimate, kept moving forward, attacking monsters. It reset. I jump out with my ultimate again, just like time and time again. And that was nutty. I think that that's going to like hilariously overperform if nothing has really changed.
Macro is living the life, man. After playing Necro for a year.
It's so good. I'll tell you. But seriously, like, to that point though, like, all of the mobility other than Soar was in Jaguar, because it had like 2 or 3 different mobility skills on top of the fact that your basic is also a lunging strike. Like, it was kind of gross.
We'll have to see how it, again, like how it all changes. Like, I haven't like looked at any of the connections or the synergies in depth at the moment. But when I was sitting there looking at how it was built and some of the different combinations that were possible, I have a little bit of fear for the Centipede builds, like the Centipede as the main one. And the reason why is, it seemed like a lot of things would activate, or a lot of things would be available to you if the enemies were poisoned. And I'm like, okay, so is it going to be better to go Jaguar, Gorilla, Eagle, something like that, and just simply find a very clever way to poison things? And if they're like, I was even thinking like, oh, what about like Andariels, for example? Does Andariel shoot out poison? Does that count as poison? And then am I going to unlock all of these other things? If someone else in my party poisons, then can I get all of these benefits from poison without actually speccing into poison? And if that becomes a thing, if there isn't at least one build that really rewards you from diving deep into poison, I'm a little bit worried about like the Centipede-centric builds. So that's something I'm going to be looking for. If on the launch, if I get all these awesome passives, it kind of reminds me of like some of the sorcerer passives, right? If they're burning, you would be willing to take the Fire Bolt enchantment slot just to make your attacks burn, just to take these passives because they're burning, but the burning doesn't have anything to actually do with, 75% of the builds. I'm wondering if we're going to fall into that trap again with Spiritborn, where what's the easiest way to apply poison to the whole room, take all these passives, and then, I play something else.
Is that, So I agree. I hate when it's too simple. That's actually probably like one of my biggest first time playing the build critiques of the Spiritborn. I think it's actually too easy to figure out the puzzle. Like, your Spirit Hall says all of your skills now have this skill tag. any other class to do that typically has to use an entire aspect slot to change a single skill to do this one different thing to activate this sub system of benefits. I think the Spiritborn is kind of like built almost too well. Like it's too synergistic. But let's say it doesn't lead to like insane power. How cool is it that Endariel's Visage activates an entire subsystem of your build that you don't now need to spec into poison skills, but instead can use this uber unique to fundamentally change it? That's ultimately, I think, a very cool thing. The concern would be if that's just like too over dominant in the meta, right? Like that would be the problem, not just the reality of it, right? Or do you think it's just like bad if it does that altogether?
No, I mean, I literally live for interactions like that, and I'm even more okay with it because of the fact that it's an uber unique. I love stuff like that. Like there's no better feeling. Like you can see it in all these different games. There's no better feeling than when you're playing Diablo 2 and you get that jaw rune to drop, and now you have an enigma and it feels completely different. Or when you drop the mage blood or the headhunter in PoE, and life is actually just completely different from there forward. If you get an Endariel's, it unlocks this ultimate build where you get all the poison stuff essentially for free, and you go the other spirits, and now you're just frying. I've got nothing wrong with that. The nature of my comment was not that I don't like that happening. It's that I'm afraid for Centipede-centric builds. So I guess the main takeaway that I'm trying to deliver here is I hope that in the design, in the end game, that there is a reward for going very, very heavy into the poison. Because if it just turns into a stupid put the firebolt enchantment slot, take all the burning stuff, and burning never matters, we've lost an entire archetype that could have been there that would have been one of my favorites.
I think it's like way too early to really talk about this level of detail here with the builds. Like personally, and after looking at all the stuff that I explained earlier, like I don't think there's anything wrong or anything to worry about here with the poison builds. They do seem like they have very strong scaling in the late game, and there might be also ways to just play like a supportive poison, kind of like firebolt on a Sorc, but there might also be ways to like pure poison with or without Endariel's, and I have no worries about it. So I guess the rest is just like tuning on like some aspects or some skills that really matter there. That can always be changed.
Yeah, I can definitely see both sides to that. Endariel's Visage comment. What was, Woody, you probably know this, what was that helm that was also giving you the other tag on top of that would directly...
It's called Harmony.
Harmony, there we go.
Yeah.
That's directly fighting against that helmet slot against Endariel's, right? So we would kind of already have a solution or kind of like an alternative to that mythic in the future. I hope that's going to give another solution to Endariel's, right? It's maybe not as strong, but maybe just get that build for the people that don't have access to mythic uniques earlier on, an option to play that
Honestly,
build that you
this
can
Harmony
hopefully play in the
helm, yeah, it seems very crazy. Just like looking at like from the perspective of what we know about uniques right now, looking at season 5 uniques, for example, that we have seen like a few previews of, like looking at this Harmony helm. So basically what it does is it gives you an extra skill tag based on your minor spirit hall, so you can now have 3 different animal spirit tags and you get, I think, 50% extra bonus damage for each tag. So you basically get like a insane amount of damage multiplier on your helm, plus it has pretty decent stats, it looks like. So it seems like something like that is clearly outperforming something like Shaco and Endariel or so anyway, unless you specifically make a build around Endariel's, I guess, which may or may not happen. But it definitely looks like some very powerful item, and it's fine, they can like include some powerful uniques, and we have seen some other uniques that I've previewed. For example, the basic attack stuff, like we talked about, or like Macro mentioned this earlier. There's like, the built-in, combo potential already for the basic attacks, and now they also make like an item that actually allows you to play like a pure, like a basic attack build right from the get-go, right? If you get that stuff, then, or like the squatter stuff, then you can make that basic attack build right from out of the box, basically, that, for example, we previously didn't have until like very recently in Diablo 4, where basic attacks were just always useless in terms of DPS, with some exceptions maybe. And now we're gonna get delivered a package of, okay, you can play this core skill, and this core skill, and this one. And also there's like these other bunch of skills, and there's also different ways of scaling each of them. And there's also all these basic attacks that you can either use as a supporting skill or as a pure DPS skill, and then you can probably play each of those basic attacks as a, you know, build-defining skill, right? So it seems like there's like just so many build options that come out of the box with the Spiritborn based on what they have learned in the past 4 seasons, and I think that's really amazing. Like, if you're gonna launch, and it's gonna be like, you know, 50 different versions of all kinds of builds, and I think it's gonna be really cool.
Yeah, I think everyone agrees that we're really looking forward to that part and exploring that and actually getting the hands on. I'm very curious how long the line at Gamescom is actually going to be. I'll definitely try to get there early and see if I can somehow get in front of the line there and get my hands on the Spiritborn to play that as soon as that's the case. For the next topic, the co-op endgame activity. And our wishes or ideas for that. We have briefly talked about it in the past, about the raids and stuff like that. I wanted to get your ideas or wishes for the co-op endgame activity here. Have you thought about it more in detail, about it being mandatory to have other players in the group, or co-op being a mandatory factor here? And what are your ideas? Do we go more into the World of Warcraft rating section where it's like where you need to do a couple of things right and then you're good? Or do we go into the Lost Ark section where you have to know 10 billion interactions by heart and hopefully do them in the correct order? What are your wishes or ideas going into the co-op endgame activity, whatever that is going to be in the future when the Vessel of Hatred expansion releases?
I have breaking news that's going to drastically change everybody's opinion on this thing. I went into the emotes thinking that I would find cool new emotes and I'd be able to show them off on stream, like cool new effects and stuff. And there's a whole section of your emotes all the way on the right that have whatever it's called, like Citadel marker icons that you're able to add onto your fast wheel, meaning that like theoretically you're going to have to, just like in WoW, like indicate in real time targets or objectives or different things. They were like different colors and they just kind of looked like a star. There wasn't like, you know, the teal square and the moon and the heart and all of that, or the skull. But the reason why I think that that's interesting, and obviously like there's only 5 people who are like, oh, cool. I like the concept that they believe that players will need tools to be able to communicate in game, to be able to accomplish whatever tasks or whatever you're doing in the raid. I don't have so much like, oh, this is what I hope it is, this is what I hope it is, because whatever it is going to be drastically different because, you know, they have to fit it into an ARPG. But I really want to touch on that question of, is it okay that this completely online multiplayer game has content that has the audacity to say you need to play in a group? Is that okay? I actually think it's wild that we would even be having that conversation, honestly. The multiplayer game has to have at least something that groups do, because why else am I even playing a multiplayer game? Like, sincerely. I get that we want to have a parity between single player and group play. I'm not disagreeing with that concept. But at some point, it's got to be okay, and we don't have to like clutch our pearls that there's multiplayer content in this multiplayer game.
Yeah, so for me, when I look at, so I've done a lot of raiding in different games, and so I'll tell you something from Lost Ark that I don't like, and I'll tell you something from WoW that I do like, and then some other things about the endgame activity. So for Lost Ark, there is a crazy level of toxicity in the Lost Ark raiding unless you have a set group. It's actually unreal. So you queue up for a boss. You have however many it is, 8 people. They'll kick you out if you are not the right base. And then when you get in there, then you have to like all agree to fight the boss or all agree to leave. And there's lockouts and things like this. And when you have 8 people like random and you're trying to explain things, the level of toxicity when you wipe like once or twice, even if someone says, I've never been here before, let me learn, is crazy. So I would hope in whatever system Blizzard has for like how you can leave and how you can complete the bosses, they've taken a look at how it feels to be a normal player trying to do these in Lost Ark, and as the difficulty ramps up, so does the toxicity. That's something that I'm hoping to avoid. One thing that I really like that World of Warcraft did, which enables you to use, one of your questions was, do you care like how simple it is, or do you care how complex it is? I like what World of Warcraft does, where you have like normal and heroic versions, where everybody can experience the content. It's not as difficult. And then, I don't know, the Uber Diablo in the final level of heroic rating, or whatever the hell it's called, I think it should be damn near impossible if you want to clear it on heroic. And you need like a team, a really, really good teams synergize, play very well for multiple minutes to win. That would be kind of my dream. So there's something that I'm hoping for, and something that I'm hoping that they avoid.
Yeah, from my perspective, usually I play a lot of like solo self-found with like the occasional grouping for like, you know, boss rotations and stuff. But I'm just like more of a solo guy these days, I guess, when it comes to RPGs. And personally, I don't like the outlook too much that this is like only a group system. Actually, someone in my chat said that during Rax's interview, it was confirmed it can be soloed. Is that true? So
I asked them the question. I'm not sure if they 100% confirmed it, but I brought up the fact that we definitely need it to be, or I would really like it to be soloable. I don't know if they gave us a 100%. Okay, my chat is saying that yes, he 100% confirmed it.
Okay, so there we go. So that's kind of interesting, because usually if you have like, you know, it's just kind of like, you know, let's imagine like a WoW raid, right? There's like big bosses, and there's a bit of trash in between, and then you have to do like play mechanics, you have to be in certain places at certain times with multiple people and whatever, right? And okay, and like in WoW they have like this scaling system of like, okay, you can have 20 people, 15 people, whatever, at least for the non-mythic difficulties. But in Diablo, it's kind of strange, because you don't have anything like that, right? You don't have any very complex bosses where you have to coordinate and these kind of things. And I think it would be kind of like a kind of novelty here to actually make like a forced 4-player raid where you need to have, you know, at least for most fights, right? You know, some people doing certain things while other people doing other things. And if you then make it soloable, then it just sounds like, okay, we're gonna get like a bunch of punching bags again as bosses. That, okay, you play around some of the big hits and the mechanics or whatever, but there's nothing like, you know, strategic too much behind it. But maybe they're gonna surprise me. So on the one hand, yeah, I would like it to be soloable, and I guess it sounds very nice. On the other hand, for example, they're introducing mercenaries, and mercenaries could be kind of like the equivalent of like a party, for example, for that system. Maybe it's like, you know, less useful than like having a real player. But for example, if you have multiple difficulty tiers, then you can say, okay, you know, for the easy tiers, at least you can do that. And you still have this whole like mechanical group play, basically. But either way, I'm kind of excited what they're cooking. I think it could be really amazing. Yeah, I personally love like fighting big bosses, and, you know, if there's like enough to it, then this can be really fun. Even if it's like just like another, you know, mega dungeon. You know, I have this picture in mind of like Naxxramas from WoW. You know, they have like this 4 wings. There's like 3 bosses in each wing, and then you unlock the extra boss at the end or something. Like if you do something like that, and there's actually like this kind of like mega dungeon, you spend multiple hours, many hours in a week, for example, playing through it, coming back, continuing, or something like that. I don't know. This could be really amazing if there's like badass boss fights. I think it all depends on the tuning in the end, I think.
One thing that I'll say, kind of in Blizzard's defense, I guess, is I would not envy being the developer of that system. Because I think unless you do an extremely good job, the solo people can come in, and it works for casuals, and it works for the blasters, and it's challenging, and it's rewarding, and it fits in perfectly. I think people are going to complain. I think they're going to have to get a lot of things very, very. Hi, Callie. I see you. Yes, I played with you twice already. How many times do you have to play? I think I do not envy their position. I would not want that job. So I'm going to try to keep that in mind when it comes out. If it's even decent, I'll give them big credit, because I think that this game mode is going to have a bullseye on it, and I think I can just see the complaining from months away.
To that exact point, like I want to use Infernal Hordes as like our newest cultural touch point. they put out this new roguelite system. It immediately got like a ton of backlash. One, like it wasn't good enough. Two, it took too long. Three, it felt like it wasn't like interesting enough. Like it wasn't challenging. But on the other side, it felt like you couldn't do it on certain builds. And based off the conversation that we had with them, from the season 5 PTR, it's getting a pretty sizable overhaul to like how valuable is it for the player's time. And when Woody just said, what if it's a raid that you do over the span of the week? You come in, you progress it a little bit further, you get to this checkpoint, you get to this boss. Like, could we see something like that in Diablo 4? Made me incredibly excited. I've been saying for a very long time, I wish that this was World of Diablo, and I get mocked in everybody else's chat every single time. It doesn't change how I feel. It's 2024. We're playing an always online multiplayer game. Everybody wishes that world bosses were more challenging and more interesting, and you show up with a random group of people and you can't really talk to each other. Like, you can't really be toxic to each other. But everybody's like, oh, it's like not engaging enough and the rewards aren't good enough, and I don't feel like I'm having a cool experience. The moment that this content comes out and people start having the reaction of like, whatever, just like absolutely shitting on it because it had the audacity to try something different in an ARPG, I also would not envy them. And I'm good, as long as it's good and they're trying to make it engaging and interesting, I'm going to be on the front lines of like, shut up and just play the game and just enjoy something for once in your life. Because like, this could be heinously cool, and it would just be sick to do something else in an ARPG other than clear an entire screen with one attack.
Yeah, I think it's also.
Keep going.
I think it's okay. I think it's also really like I'm 100%. I agree on this. I mean, we see it in all the other RPGs. Yeah, Path of Exile does this has iterated on their systems for the past 10 years or so. Every time they bring something out, they give us something. Well, it's 50-50. It might be cool, it might be awful, but then again, after like a week or so, it's fixed, it's playable at least, then it goes away, they work on it in the background, and then they present it to you, and it's suddenly awesome, and you can't even remember how it was playing without it. And I really like that Blizzard is moving towards, and Diablo is moving towards, try it out, see how it works, and then iterate on it and make it better. Look at Helltide. Where did we start with Helltide? Where is Helltide now? I think everyone here loves Helltide at this point. I am having a blast in Helltide, and I just hope that it's going to be the same concept where we try out something and then improve it over the course of the time is also going to happen with the raids. Obviously, it's going to take its time, but I'm very much looking forward to something that Woody said as well. I really just want something where I can maybe solo it and have a completely different experience in terms of the difficulty than when I choose to do it with 3 or maybe even 7 other people for a total of 4 or 8 groups. Maybe there's going to be some sort of difficulty selection tool, and maybe it's the party size, right? Maybe if you go in solo, well, you can't be at same spots at the same time. You can't go and take the cube and put it on the pedestal while also tanking one slam on the other side of the arena, right? But as soon as you go and do that with 2 or 3 or 4 people, maybe that is going to increase the difficulty, not in terms of numbers, but in terms of complexity of the mechanics, right? I hope we're moving into some sort of that direction. And I also said this multiple times already. I do not envy them in their current situation because everyone has high expectations, and I don't know how to meet at only half of them, right? It's going to be a very tough balance.
I guess the main thing to kind of remember here is that, we have the option to introduce difficulty settings, right? There's like tiers of the pit, there's tiers of nightmare dungeons or whatever, world tiers. And, you can just make it accessible similar to WoW raids where you have like, you have like 4 or 5 different difficulties and there's just something for everyone, right? And some people slowly progress through the higher difficulties with their guild, and it can be similar to that as well. I mean, why not, right? So maybe there's like some, hyper difficult mode where you try it solo, basically, just by, virtue of not having extra people that do damage and do stuff while you're busy doing other stuff. But yeah, I mean, maybe you can solo like, the heroic version, but you can't solo the mythic version. But I guess what it comes down to is like, what do we get out of it? And as long as there's, maybe if it's like, let's say a weekly lockout, let's say, right, like the bonus reward from world bosses, we already have that kind of, right? It's nothing big, but it's nice. You go there, you kill a world boss the first time in the week, you get some extra goodie, like, why not? And if it's somewhere along those lines where it's like not mandatory to even do it at all, for example, or at least not mandatory to clear it on the highest difficulty, maybe just like, getting less mats out of it, or, your progress a bit slower or whatever, right? I think that would be fine. Then you can, potentially make the highest difficulty of it like crazy if you want. Just literally like, a trophy clear, so to say, that doesn't maybe add more rewards to it. And then you kind of like stagger the rewards down a little bit with the difficulties, and there you go.
Do we think that the D4 community has responded well when they've added trophy content? Like our examples are Abattoir of Zir, tier 25, and currently Pit 200. I think that now that we've been in the pit for long enough, the community in general has like found out that like not every single build is meant to do every single thing. Not every single player is meant to clear all content. But do you think that we would respond well to, oh, if I do my weekly clear on hyper heroic mythic level, I get a chance at a cool pet, because now pets are in the game, right? Like they could basically just add pets to everything. It could be you clear this, you get the cool angel halo pet, whatever. Do you think people will take that well if they feel like they can't do that in a solo fashion? Like, do you think they would ask the devs to capitulate and change it?
Yeah, I actually asked that question because I had a lot of trouble understanding why they nerfed tormented bosses by 30% HP. And I was for a long time trying to get to the root cause of that problem, or why everyone was complaining that they weren't able to kill the tormented bosses.
Very simple explanation.
What
You're
is
gonna
it,
get to
Woody?
it? You're gonna get to it? No. Yeah, it's
mean,
it's because it's the season journey.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
It's like it's people said I don't care about the tormented bosses, but I need to kill them for my seasonal journey. And that was that as the chat was like, yes, I only do them because of seasonal journey. For me, I don't even know what the seasonal journey is. I complete it or don't. It's not present for me. But I think if it becomes mandatory even in that sense of a seasonal journey, then people have a problem with it when they can't defeat it or complete it. So even if you attach a pet to it, that's basically also almost kind of the seasonal journey, or is it not?
So, all right. Okay. So there's a lot of like philosophical ideas here. So when you make this like pinnacle content, like I think as you and Woody are alluding to, if you put it as part of the basic little journey that people need to do to get their reward every season, that's not a very smart idea, right? Because a lot of people can't do that. So that's fine. But a different philosophy that I've kind of heard a little bit of this as a content creator in different games, which makes no sense, is people say, I don't want to try and I don't want to play very much and I want to get everything. This doesn't work in video games, just like it doesn't work in anything in life, right? If you want to be an Olympic skier, the only way you become an Olympic skier is by skiing 10 hours a day for 15 straight years. And then they say, no, Rax, you're the one who doesn't get it. I play games for fun, so I don't have to train to be an Olympic skier. And I say, okay, so you're a game designer. Let's flip the script here. If you're designing a game, and the difficulties ramp up, how would you design it so there isn't an additional reward for doing the higher difficulties, or at the minimum, at least a leaderboard? And then the response I get is, Rax, I don't care about that argument. I want everything for nothing. Not everybody says this, but a lot of people believe this. The simple fact of the matter is, there needs to be an incentive or a reward or chase items to try for. However they want to build that system is fine. If Blizzard says, we don't want to lock these certain uniques to the Uber bosses because then casuals can't make the build, fine. Okay, I could go with that. But then they better do something like Macro said, where if you kill Uber Diablo on the hardest version, he has a 1 in 100 chance to drop himself as a pet. You have mini Uber Diablo as a pet. So, or something, or a title, or a mount that isn't an ugly, bloody horse, which is the same horse that you get for PvPing for 5 minutes. There needs to be an incentive. There needs to be a chase for all players. It's not just for the blasters. Sometimes putting in chase items can take a very casual player to whatever you want to call it, an average player, or an average player to a blaster, some kind of carrot on a stick to chase for. I am so sick of the arguments about I want everything for nothing on the easiest difficulty, and I better have the same odds as everything. I think it's just complete nonsense.
We're just like we're swinging at a lot of people in the community here, but it is inherently true in a game that the purpose of it is to give near endless chase and personal feelings of progression. World of Warcraft is a great example. There was the insane title. You don't know somebody who had the insane title. I was one of the many people who it literally took me so long working on the insane title that before I got it, they nerfed it so that it was easier to get the insane title. And then I stopped caring about it entirely. I spent like a year working on this thing. It required you to get like every single reputation up to Exalted, which required you to have 2 opposing factions both at Exalted. And the only way to accomplish that was to sit in Booty Bay and farm this one particular NPC who had a very long spawn time because the negative impact from killing it outweighed the positive, or the positive outweighed the negative. It was insane. I worked on it for a year. It was like one of the coolest things I was going to accomplish after the Seeker, and whichever one was you have to do all the quests in the game. I also did that one. But these were awesome. What did I get? A little title above my head that when I walked, I was an Alliance player. So when I was hanging out in Stormwind, everybody knew how big of a Johnson I had because I had these titles.
Alliance?
I don't know. Of course, I was playing a Warlock back in the day. The only good options were either Gnome or Orc. Orc had a bonus to your pet damage. Gnome actually had bonus to your primary stat. It was the only... Leave me alone, okay? She was cool. Her name was Ula. That's a Twi'lek dancer from Jabba the Hutt's little harem palace. Look, I'm a big nerd. The point of the thing that I'm saying, though, is that while I wasn't necessarily as tuned into the discourse around World of Warcraft, I was an avid fan. There was no conversations about it's bullshit that anybody else accomplished something and they got something out of it. Like raiding was inherently you accomplished something and you got the thing and then you got to have the status of it. And that is important to some gamers. And I think it needs to be available in this game as well. Because at the end of the day, everybody walking around with whatever their personally transmogged gear is without titles or cool effects or a cool pet or whatever. I don't know how cool you are. And I can't aspire to be as cool as you are because you're just walking by in random gear. And I think that's sorely lacking from Diablo 4. And I would like for them to stop making everything completely uncool that you accomplished it at the end of the day. Like, it doesn't matter that you killed a tormented boss, because of course you did. You know what I mean? Like, it's called it's a level 200 boss. It should be super hard to kill. Yes, remove it from the season's journey, and then people don't feel the FOMO. It can be done smarter. But the base game shouldn't change how it can reward players just because some people are like, oh, I didn't get every single thing done in the season's journey, even though I got the reward from it already.
Yeah, I have to I totally resonate here with you guys. It's insane. When I remember the first time I saw a fully T2 geared Thunder Fury warrior sitting in Orgrimmar on his epic mount. It was
on top of the mailbox, so you couldn't miss him.
Now he was actually on top of the bank, right? Where all the cool Okay. Right. He wasn't that much of an asshole, right? And I saw that guy with 13 years old, and I went and got my mom to show her. And it's incredible if you see something like that. Obviously, with transmogs and stuff like that, it is not possible to have something like this. But what it did to me was I wanted to be that guy. Obviously, with 13, it's a little bit different. Now we're all a little bit older than that. But I
now
think
our
it's...
feelings have just raised. We want to be that guy even more now that we're grown.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that, but
A blaster
at
was
least
born,
it-
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That was the moment. If I look back to it, yeah, and it's, I understand how people want to have everything in the game available to them, but I think the tormented bosses also showed exactly those people that are like, no, I don't want to super min max. I just want to have everything. I think it showed these people that if you go and try a little bit harder for the tormented bosses, the journey is actually gonna not only be much more fun, but way more rewarding, as if you were just being handed the thing that you wanted to have. I do hope that the tormented bosses have accomplished that. And I hope we can get into the next stage with having that same thing. Maybe even just wings or a mount, or even Uber Diablo as a pet attached to the next game mode that is just around the corner with expansion coming up. I'd be super happy about this.
Yeah, I think one thing to also remember here is that as the seasons go by, Blizzard is implementing like basically a new gameplay system every season, right? So we had AOZ that became Pit. We're gonna get the Infernal Hordes now. We're gonna get the raids in the expansion, and then it's gonna be something in season 7. And, you know, there's, in the end, there's gonna be like, you know, 10, 15, I don't know, 20 different things just to do that can progress a character, right? And, you know, everything you talk about right now with the raids might just be completely irrelevant because some people might just not like it, and that might be okay. You know, maybe there is no exclusive reward, there's no extra progression step you gain from it. It's just there. You get something cool out of it. If you know, it might be like more rewarding than the typical blasting session for like a few hours, let's say, right? If you look at, you know, the reward curve, like, you know, maybe the raids are here, but you can only do it once in a week, and then everything else, like Helltide is here, and, you know, if it's like a one-time thing for a week or whatever, if that is how it works, then it doesn't really matter if it's a bit more rewarding and people skip it and just do more Helltides instead. So, you know, I think this whole conversation here is kind of like irrelevant as long as there's nothing exclusive tied behind the rewards of this new raid system. And then they can do whatever they really want and not really care about what anyone says. You know, as long as they make cool boss fights, I'm in, you know? And not everyone wants to do cool boss fights. Some people just want to blast Helltides, and that's fine. So, you know, that might be just how it goes.
I don't know if I agree with anything that you just said. Like, if the raids are, here's some cool boss fights, they offer no good rewards. Go ahead and kill them. See you next week.
I didn't say they offer no good rewards. I said, you know, they might be slightly more rewarding than any other thing you can do for that week, you know, until you reach the point where you have cleared it. And then it's like, you know, you don't have to feel bad for not going into the raid for a week.
But didn't you say they offer nothing exclusive? You can just get whatever you said they offer nothing exclusive, so you can just blast Helltide if you want all day, and that gives you the same stuff?
Yeah, but,
like,
but the point was that, you know, if you, let's say you have to blast 4 hours of Helltide, where you could clear the raid in 2 hours for the same reward, for example. That was my point.
Right. So I think there should be, I don't agree with that. I think there should be stuff in the raids that's awesome and makes you want to go do the raids. What Woody said is still applies. If you don't want to do the raids, then don't go do them. Go do Helltides all day. That's fine. But I wouldn't, I'm designing the raids. I better not put anything exclusive or really cool in here, because then the guy who blasts Helltide all day will feel left out. If that's how you design the game, the game's going to implode. I don't agree with that. I think there needs to be cool stuff in the raids.
Okay, I'm not saying that it shouldn't be like, you know, titles and, I don't know, wings or whatever, right? You can literally have like, let's say 4 different tiers of difficulty, and then you get like, you know, a blue wing, a red wing, a golden wing, and a silver wing or something, you know, for each of the tiers that you clear. And, you know, the silver one is like the highest one. No one can do it besides like, you know, the 1% or something. That will be okay. But in terms of like, you know, what you talked about, like making a build, you know, gatekeeping people from playing a certain build that they want to play or something, I think there should be nothing exclusive to that if you force people into co-op, for example, or even force people into like very difficult content at certain times in you know, a week, for example, right? Imagine you start a season late, like a month in, and there's like certain exclusive rewards that you can only get in a raid that you're just a month behind on, and you can't even make the build that everyone else is playing because you just can't get the drops or something. There could be catch-up mechanics and whatever, but it's gonna complicate things, I guess. But, you know, cosmetic rewards, sure. And I don't know, if there's like, you know, kind of forced raids, then I think they have to be at least very careful with what kind of actual gameplay rewards they put.
There's to very quickly get a hand on this ball. The question comes down to, is it okay if the content is better for getting actual gear or not at the end of the day? I want everyone to know how awesome I am. I've completed the raid. I'll take my cool halo. Is that fine? Or does it need to be also there's like exclusive gear to it? Like, are we going back to only Duriel drops mythic uniques? I think that's like that's the crux of the argument, right? Can it just be cosmetics and cool stuff and just proves how cool I am? Or does it need to be gear as well? Because the moment that's gear as well, nobody who disagrees with the content can be happy about it. Like, it's just impossible. If they can never go do it, they can never get the gear, they never get to play the game that they bought. Because people didn't buy into an MMO, forcing that aspect onto them now, I think would be a very bad choice. If it's just that doing the raid on the hardest one, at the end of it, you get a screen of gear, like a screen of random item drops, I think that's a good enough reward, where it's like, holy shit, I did the coolest stuff ever. I beat the hardest boss. I'm going to have to do 10 trips back to town to pick up all the loot. I think that's fine. But it's, does this unique item only drop in the raid? Then you start to have issues, right?
I think we're mixing two ideas. So one idea is who should be able to do the raid and clear the raid and reap rewards of the raid. The second concept is how godly and how exclusive should doing the raids be, the rewards within the raids. So to the first point, I think everyone should be able to do the raids, which is why we talked about having different difficulties, right? I think everyone should get in there. I think everyone should be able to see almost all, if not all, the content without having to look up a build guide. I don't have to go to Maxroll. Whatever you threw in there, you can get in there. The normal stuff is real easy. You can see some basic mechanics. And again, diving into the second point a little bit that Macro is talking about, there can be exclusive rewards to raids. There's nothing wrong with that, as long as there is a difficulty that gets people within the raids. So you're asking me specifically, what would I do? I would put cosmetics and I would put new rewards in there. To Woody's point, if you don't want to do raids all day, you do the raids until you get on normal. It's very easy until you get the one unique that you need. And another thing to understand is Blizzard has said that they kind of like the buddy system within their systems. One of the problems that they have right now is with Nightmare Dungeons. The only way that you get Glyph XP is in Nightmare Dungeons. And some people hate it. They do it, but they hate it. You could have a buddy system where, okay, you want to go do the raids? You can get these exclusive uniques. You don't want to do the raids? You could also do the tormented bosses or something. That way you aren't forced to do it. But if you don't put anything cool and exciting within the raids themselves, I would consider the game mode a fail for everybody. It's a fail for everybody. The casuals and the blasters. Most people will not consider it a good enough experience just to see a cool boss and kill it, because this is an ARPG. It's about replayability. If you don't put a reward attached to that replayability, it's like a movie. And we're not doing a movie here. We're not playing an MMO where it's incredible to kill Illidan one time. Those are my feelings on it.
Yeah, I think we said it very well here when we said we don't want to be in their shoes when it comes to making that decision here, because it's like nearly impossible to cater to all the different types of players and make all of them happy. I'm very curious how they're going to solve that, and really looking forward to more information on that.
It's probably going to be something completely different from anything we've discussed.
It's just going to be like a hard dungeon, and like at the end it's like time based, and we're going to be like, Oh man, hey, we really talked a while on that podcast about this, huh?
And just in case anybody is wondering, me, Woody, and Macro, we don't know. I don't know anything about the race.
Oh yeah,
so
no, we didn't get to see any. Like, I'll just straight up tell you, we legit didn't see it.
Or even talk about it. Like we don't have the insider info on the raids. We don't know. That's why none of us agree on anything.
I mean,
I did think because there were 4 of us going out there, I did think we were going to play. Like straight up, I did think that was going to be part of it.
I didn't, but the reason why I didn't is I asked them ahead of time. I said, "Are you flying 4 of us out to do raids?" And they said, "No." I'm like, "Okay, well,
All right.
I guess I'll go jump off a cliff. I guess
that's fine.
With Thor, yeah.
With Sorc,
yeah."
best skill.
Oh, no. Okay, well, you just said it there, Rex. Your trips in general. I've been in the streams. I've saw all the CrowdStrike influence on all of your guys' demise there. How were you guys feeling? Start the hanging out with everyone, the Xbox Center in Seattle, and just meeting everyone in real life. What do you guys have to say about that?
I feel like we all have like 1,000 stories about each thing. Do we just want to maybe more quickly go around on each concept? Because I want to start on the Xbox Studio, because that was insane to be like behind the scenes and see everything and how cool it was and how much it sucks to be on that stage live. Holy, it was like 4,000 degrees up on that stage. It had so many lights on it in a completely black room.
So starting with the Xbox Studio, I guess this is already kind of deviating from the topic, but the first thing that I want to say about the Xbox Studio is how genuinely nice all the personnel were. We walked in, there was a ton of food. There was a giant Xbox fridge where when you opened it, it made the Xbox noise, and it's just got infinite everything. Another thing is, it's something that most people won't care about this, but I'll speak to it anyway because it needs to be said at least one time. The quality of their stage, the quality of the presentation, like people are endlessly typing, which honestly, I'll be honest, I kind of agree with. Oh, the art is so stupid, the lore is so stupid. Right. I get it. You just want to see gameplay, you just want to blast. But I'm talking about the actual. Yeah, I see that, Macro. I'm sorry, the truth hurts sometimes. But the quality of the production, it looks like they're launching a spaceship. They have all these awesome cameras. They practice so much. They min-max all these different things. I really appreciated the effort and the care that they had in order to make everything work. They set up a bunch of stations for us. They had all the tools and the resources that we needed to succeed. So from the Xbox Studio perspective and everyone that was involved, I really appreciated it, how they treated me. I felt like a king, even though I'm not a king. So they made me feel awesome.
Yeah, I definitely resonate with that. So what Rex explained is really cool. And I mean, it was just like also amazing sitting in that room. Okay, at least for me, I had like the best streamer room there. I posted a picture on X, if you want to say that. I took a picture of what the room looked like from behind the scenes. But there was also like this incredible studio with 10 lights around me at the ceiling, and then there was a cam, and the microphone, everything was set up, and I walked in. That was really cool. And I definitely felt like a professional for the first time in my life. So that's not like a king, but like a professional for 2 hours.
Yeah, better word for it. Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, it was. They had
a dog as well. They had a dog.
Oh, he's a little corgi named Carl.
Yeah. Carl and I were best friends. I spent more time with Carl than pretty much anybody.
Yeah, that was also amazing. Yeah, so generally like very professional, very I walked in there. I came too late actually because I missed my first flight when I went there. I kind of just arrived directly in the studio when everyone was already like chilling out, and they had to like re-record the announcement and stuff like that because it just arrived at that moment. And they was just like, okay, let's do it again. And we were done in like 10 minutes or something. It was cool. So definitely very well received, and it was very enjoyable. And also, of course, later on when we had done the show, and we were like, getting ready for dinner, and then we were like all kind of like going together with the devs and like hanging out at dinner and just talking about everything with the game. Like, I learned a lot of really cool stuff about the original development of Diablo 4, for example, and behind the scenes stuff. That was really fun.
To like exactly segue off of that, the idea of the developers. So like obviously we all get a lot of opportunities to speak with the developers. It's a privilege that we get to enjoy. This was sitting down with, so like Brent, like the lead exec on the expansion itself. We were eating lunch, and it was before we were going to be doing the live streams. And I was like, hey man, I have like a lot of lore questions, RIP to Rax not caring about the dialogue, but I have a lot of lore questions that like my chat has asked me. I've always really cared about, like, D2 is my game. We're going back to my game. Like, can I sit down with you and just kind of like grill you? And he's like, yeah, absolutely. And maybe 5 or 6 questions in, he's now teaching me things about the lore that I was unaware of, because I haven't made it all the way through the Sin Wars trilogy yet. And it was like the level of, God, like, to us, this is just like an expansion coming out for the game that we like, and that's hype, and we get to make content about it. These people are putting out their art, and it's so obvious how much they care about it. Like sitting down to dinner, talking, from every member of the team, the dev team, the, like the IT team that was helping us with like the setups, the community management team, like Bloodshed and Pez Radar, their boss, like sitting down and talking to these people about the industry, about the game, about the expansion, how we fit into that ecosystem, how they saw the event, was levels of like insight that helps me to appreciate the fact that like this is more than just a video game that we play. And I would not, like, I would have just done that the whole time. I would have just sat in a room talking with these people about the game for as many hours as they would be willing to listen to me. And luckily they were incredibly gracious, and they never seemed to run out of answers for the questions that I had. And they took every concern or balance, or I found a bug, right? Like, unironically, I did spend time hitting the training dummy in the new Kuros Bazaar, and I was like, hey guys, I found a bug here. And like Bjorn walks over and he's like, oh, let me, jot that down, etc. It was the coolest experience I've had thus far in the industry with this company, like by a far margin.
Yeah, so I've been playing Diablo since I was a little kid, and I've been doing content creation for many years. I feel like Adam Fletcher, Pez Radar, the community manager, I've talked to Adam about so many different things over the years. Bloodshed is now one of the main guys over there. I've streamed alongside Bloodshed. It was actually real cool to have me, Woody, and Bloodshed in the same room. I was like, wow, like this was the D3 category for years and years and years, not to diminish any other streamers, but we were the ones that were just mercilessly blasting. I was like, wow, here we are. This is incredible. But the point I want to make is, so I have hopefully a good relationship with a lot of people at Blizzard, but it's a very different ball game when you actually are there, when you're sitting down, having a dinner, talking about the game and the future. I had never met Brent before, and I feel like at the end of the trip, like him and I were like best friends. Just he told me on the very last night, he said he was nervous to talk to me and like have an interview about the game, because I don't know, he thought, I don't know why, I mean, am I that bad? But he thought I was going to be like really savage or something, and I was like, I mean, I'm not as nice as Woody or Macro, but am I seriously that bad? The relationships that you can build actually going there and chatting with them and experiencing that, it's actually quite incredible. Even I thought it would happen, but I also underestimated it. And another thing that I was very happy about, like you get kind of brainwashed as you like hear stuff on the internet endlessly about D4 bad, they have the worst developers ever, there's no passion, Blizzard is dead, the old Blizzard is the only good one. Dude, I walk up and shake somebody's hand. Yeah, I've been in the industry for 25 years. I worked on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. I'm like, that's like my favorite game ever. It's like, holy shit. He's like, yeah, I've been doing this for a couple of decades. Next, I've been here for 30 years doing this and that. I'm like, all right, so... And as Macro said, you start to ask them questions. You start to like do a litmus test and actually check them. Oh, they know way more than you think they would do. I was like, man, these guys are like the Wizard of Oz. They're like behind the curtain all the time. We need to bring the people out like the Adam Jacksons and the Collins and all the people that we met onto the campfires that know all of these things, so we can start putting out some of these fires. So it was a very awesome experience, like a once in a lifetime experience. I was very honored that they invited me and I got to be a part of it.
Also, shout out to the fact, and we kind of touched on it. Rax has a full head of hair. I'm revealing it. It's luscious locks all the way down, and the dude is low key fit. I don't think enough people appreciate that on the live streams. I just wanted to touch on that.
Look at the webcam. Look how fat I look wearing this cookie. Like, I get it. I wear a hood. I have a Cookie Monster.
4 pillows under there. But so like even just to talk to, so people might not know, but this is the first time that Rax and I have met in the real world. Obviously, like Woody and I had met before, but we've now been working together for years. Never met the dude. It was wild bananas. That was. It's always one of the cool parts, which is like, oh, yeah, we're all real humans. We don't only exist in Discord and on our live streams. And just being able to like go and hang out, like, hey, like, where do we want to grab lunch? And also, are we all cool people? It's just like a really nice thing to be able to like get to experience that. Because like I would consider a lot of these people to be my friends. And it's weird having never met them in the real world. So like that's one of the things I also really cherish from being able to do stuff like this. Because like whenever would I, other than maybe if I went out to Gamescom or something, like when would I have ever met Woody in the real world? You know what I mean?
And Macro kept telling me, he's like, yeah, I'm 5'8", I'm really short, and he, like, Macro, this is a compliment. He looks kind of like a small guy on his. It's like the opposite of me. I look like I'm Jabba the Hutt. He looks kind of like a small guy on webcam. I sized up Macro. I'm like, Macro's pretty buff, and Macro's almost as tall as me. It's like, dude, if him and I had a gladiator match, this would actually be pretty close. This would be fun. Parkour instructor. I didn't know that. I mean, this guy's frying, man. Woody's exactly as I thought he would be.
Woody looks exactly like you think Woody. He is. That is
the
exactly
webcam. That's Woody, like exactly that.
And it's weird because he actually is only from the chest up. You know, a lot of people make jokes that you don't have legs. No, he is legit from the pectoral muscle up. He kind of has this hoverboard that he floats around on. Some cool German tech. It's pretty sick.
Wicked.
That also would. That would also explain why he never has to go and pee during the races, because there's it's just not there.
Can I tell you one story? And I know Woody is fucking sick of hearing it, but I'm not sick of telling. Can I tell you one story about Woody?
Is that the recognizing you story?
Yeah. I mean, I know you've heard it.
I've never heard it. I've never heard it.
I wanted to ask that one, so I'm glad you're talking about it. No, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say it another 50 times. Okay, so Woody lands. He comes to the Xbox Studios. We already recorded a video. Okay, now we ought to redo it. Fine. Woody and I are hanging out. We go hang out by the Halo games, and we're shooting each other with the guns. Haha. Okay, we have the whole day. We go to the setups. Da-da-da-da-da. We go back to the hotel. They say, all right, everyone go to your rooms, then we're going to go out to dinner. Okay, get changed. Come on down. Fine.
How long do you know Woody?
Like how long have I known him, or how long were we together? Like
how long do you know him? Like forever? Like what's the time frame you know him for?
I think I met him maybe 6. I knew of Woody a long time ago because he streamed a long time ago. So, but Woody and I actually think the very first time I ever talked to Woody was in Anna's chat. I was chatting with Anna as a new streamer, and Woody was there, and that's the first time I ever actually spoke to him.
But it was 5 years plus, right?
It should be exactly 5 years.
Yeah, something like half a decade. I think I had like this break, in the middle seasons, let's say, or in the 3, and then like I came back in like season 19 with a vengeance, kind of, and this is also where I remember like first time really interacting with Rax, and we were blasting, like, Rax was already like established at that point, and yeah, so that is what I remember.
Just to preface Rax's story here a little bit as well, right?
Yes. So I've known Woody. There's not a content creator I spent more time with on Woody as far as competing on his team, and max roll, everything. There's no person, not even close, right? So we go back to the hotel. Everyone go to your rooms, get ready, and come back down. Okay, fine. So I come down to Sarah. and I changed out of my blue hoodie. I'm just wearing a regular shirt. And I think I rocked up to Macro first. Macro turned around. Oh, what's up, dude? Okay. And I see Bloodshed. Hey, man, fist pump. Adam is there. Brent is there. And I could see Woody kind of at the back is just kind of observing. Okay. I'm walking through. What's up, guys? Dinner. Let's go. And I walk up to Woody, and I'm right in front of him, and Woody's going. And I'm looking at him. I'm like, that's a weird face. And it took me about 1.5 seconds of looking at this. And I was like, oh my God. Woody is wondering, who is this guy that everyone is fist bump? He doesn't know who I am. Like it wasn't the look of, wow, Rax looks different without a hoodie. It's, I don't know who this person is. And I go, Woody, it's me. And he goes, oh my God. And he goes, now that is branding. That is branding 101. He's like, oh, dude, I got to get a picture of you, man. That's unbelievable. So Woody literally completely perplexed at who I was as a human being just by wearing a regular shirt.
It's true though. Like I did not recognize you for like a solid 10 or 15 seconds. So I was just like, so it was like, this is you. You have the hoodie. You have it on your thumbnails. Everywhere. So this is just Rax. So to my defense, he looks very different under the hoodie. And we got a selfie done.
Cool
Actually, Sarah took a picture of us. So I have a picture that I cannot show to anyone. It's ND8, but it's there. So I'm gonna cherish it.
One of these days you can post it.
That's such a cool story, for sure. When you told that one while I was in the stream, I was laughing like crazy. That's so cool.
Yeah. I actually didn't recognize me at all.
I'm looking forward for that subathon where we need to reach that top goal, huh, Rex?
I was talking to Woody about that. I was like, I've never done a subathon in my whole streaming career because it doesn't make sense, right? We just blast. It's like, oh, sub to me, so I'll blast more. Nah. Bro.
Yeah, it's kind of strange, right? Because it's like, okay, you wake up, you stop blasting, you go to sleep. You wake up, you stop blasting, you go to sleep. Like, what's the difference to a subathon exactly?
Well, they have to watch you sleep. It's the king portion of it.
At this point, that's the
and
only
they can
difference
pay extra
anymore,
for that. Yes.
Yeah, it's the voyeurism. It's kind of funny you bring up that concept where like being a streamer in like the RPG space is just like kind of so inherently different than streaming in even a lot of different game spaces where it's just like, where are these other people streaming 24 hours a day for a week straight just because there's like a kind of an update to the video game? It's really, really insane. And it makes subathons completely useless. I guess you could like watch me read a ton of books for a subathon or something. Like nobody wants to see that.
And there's like when Woody hears 20 hours, he thinks of a normal Monday.
He's like, yep, Monday.
Yeah,
Yep,
like,
that's on the schedule.
Monday. What are you talking about? What kind of subathon is that supposed to be?
To Streamer 1, it was the ultimate 5-year anniversary stream. To Woody, it was Wednesday.
It's just how it goes, You wake up and you start blasting. So, what can you do?
I'll tell you one thing. Macro missed, but only because he had to catch a flight, which he never caught. He never caught his flight because, rip airports. But you missed the bowling. You missed the bowling.
Oh, I was so upset. I wanted to bowl.
Dude, you missed us bowling with the dragon thing for the little kids to throw the bowl down a straight. You think like we go bowling with Blizzard, we're going to be professional, right? No, we got the 4-pound ball. We're throwing it as hard as we can. No, we got the dragon. What would you even call it? The
it's like
stand,
a slide,
the dragon tee, the dragon slide, and we're putting English, aiming it at the gutter, putting English, trying to spin it down the lane at like absolute children. Dude, you missed the bowling, man.
What is this dragon slide? What's that?
It's got to be like a learn how to bowl like kid apparatus, like a wiffle ball tee or something, right?
Yeah.
It's
so
like basically like a plastic slide for the bowling ball. Yeah, so the kids can just push it down.
So you just put it on there and then
and if you put it dead center and you let the ball slide, it goes straight into the left gutter instantly. So it doesn't even work. So we're like, okay, angle it here, English, full power, engineer it down, and then like after like 16 dude, I'll tell you my favorite thing. After like 16 throws, Filthy Rich finally hit like 4 pins with the dragon slide. And then when we got to the end of the second game, we're putting away our shoes. Woody came up to me and said, "Yeah, if you look at the total scores of the pins, my team beat you." I look at Woody and I go, "Woody, are you fucking kidding me? We threw half of our throws down the fucking broken dragon slide. Are you gonna like take a picture of that and post it on the fridge and feel good about it?"
Of
Bro,
course,
we were
man,
throwing
yeah.
them down the dragon slide.
Dude, we weren't really doing teams. It was just like a joke I made there, so.
I know. But still, I can't believe you said it though. We're just rolling it down the dragon slide for half.
I guess that was like
game.
my German attitude coming through a little bit.
Just deadpan joke delivery. You want to? I don't think we should spend too much time bemoaning the fact that the internet turned off for 6 hours for airplanes. That was pretty cool. The grand irony being that I had to leave early, so I was going home for my 10-year anniversary. We had a whole weekend set up. So I was going to take a red-eye flight, which for you Europeans means an overnight flight. I found out that Germans have no idea what red-eye means. I've been asked by 2 or 3 different Max Roll German team members who are like, "Was ist das?" And I'm like, it's the overnight flight. But I needed to take an overnight flight, so my flight was going to leave at midnight, and I was going to get home with the time dilation from flying west to east by 8 in the morning. I got there. My flight was so early on in Cloud Strike going down that my flight actually got canceled, and then the app wouldn't work. I sat in a help desk line for 4 real human hours at 4 in the morning after having not slept, just to not make it to the front of the help desk line. And then my girlfriend ended up having to get me a flight on a completely different airway for the next overnight flight. So I spent 23 hours in the Seattle airport eating the most expensive chicken fingers I've ever eaten in my life. $21 for 4 chicken fingers and a handful of French fries. Seattle is insanely expensive for no reason. Just to take a second red-eye flight. And I ended up not getting home until like 8 in the morning on the next day. And I basically didn't sleep since Thursday. I got my first night of sleep on Saturday night. It felt real good, guys. Y'all ever sleep throughout the night for like 8 hours? Insane levels of power that brings to the human body. But that was like everybody. Like Rax is like, "Oh, I got right on my plane, do, and then you got stuck in like Denver or something because you're the connecting flight."
I want to tell you how I got home because I feel very proud of it. Okay, so I went to Seattle, got on the plane, okay, and we're on the plane on time. I have a 1.5 hour layover. This is perfect. I'm sorry, Macro. I feel bad for you, but I'm going home, right? The plane stopped for an hour on the runway. So I'm doing the math here, and I'm like, okay, however it was set up, it was not possible for me to hit my connecting flight. It wasn't mathematically possible. The pilot comes over the intercom and he goes, "All right, we had to wait an hour. I know that screwed over some of you. I'm sorry about the computers being down, but I'm going to fly real fast in the sky. I could probably make up half an hour for you. So I'm going to give you a shot." I'm like, "Okay, I like that." He did that. He made up a decent chunk of time, but then there's also taxiing and stuff. And they had everybody raise their hands in the airplane of who has an immediate connecting flight. And it was me and only a few others. So all the people at the back of the plane let us up. They let us out, but all of the first class people didn't care. So by the time there was like a big delay, by the time we got to the first class seats, all 5 rows of them on both sides were completely empty. So Sarah and I were running as fast as we could, and you don't get on your flight, not when the plane takes off, it's when the door shuts. We arrived, the door was shut, and the plane was gone. We checked our phone. The plane departed 7 minutes early, even though we were 2 minutes early based upon the doors closing for the gate. So if the plane had left exactly on time, we should have had 2 minutes to go in the door. Okay, so then it was endlessly changing our gates, changing our flights, delay, and it was already delayed to where we were leaving at like 10:30. We weren't going to get back until like 1 in the morning. And then I was sitting there and just thinking, okay, is there anything that I can do to get home? Because I'm about ready to give up. I'm just going to leave and go get a hotel or something, or I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm about out of ideas. Then I found out on the app, you can track the airplane, not the flight, the airplane that is coming to the airport to take you. I tracked it to Montana, and the airplane was not taking off because it was broken down at 2:20 p.m. in Montana. So then it said, in order for the plane to pick us up at 10:30 to complete the final flight, it would have had to have left at 8. It was 8:02 and the plane had not departed, even though my app had not updated that we were delayed. So I said, okay, I'm screwed, right? There's nothing I can do. I checked for flights for Lincoln. There were no flights, but then I checked for full flights for Lincoln, and there was one that was the doors were just open to a full flight. I said, and it was all the way across the airport. I said, Sarah, pick up your shit. We're running all the way to this gate. We ran all the way across the Denver airport. We got there, and I go, hi, can I get on this plane? No, it's full. And I go, is there like a waiting list? Yes, we can put you on the waiting list, but even on a day like today, the chances of you getting on this plane are pretty much zero. I go, nope, I believe. I'm going to stand right here, and I did, off to the side, like I'm not bothering her, but I go, just remember me, the blue guy and the blue guy over here, I'm a person, remember me. And then, so the doors are open, everyone is gone, I'm just sitting there, and she's like, all right, well, I have 1 seat available, and you need 2. But one person who is on this flight is coming into the airport right now, but the door needs to shut right now, and his gate is nowhere near. It's on the complete opposite side of the airport. There is a 0% chance they're going to get here. So I'm going to vacate that seat, and you can both get on. That's how we got home. Tracking the airplane, and then going to the full flight and being annoying.
And rest in peace to that dude who was like, hold the gate for me. And they're like, sorry, dude, get bad. I don't know what to tell you.
She
That's
said
insane,
she said she can't hold the gate. She said the plane is taxiing. Yeah.
I always thought they're
That
not
was-
going to
that was
leave
the story.
without you.
It's basically like
honest.
Rax being in IRL how he is like, you know, in the round tables, I guess. always
Yeah,
always like a pain in the ass.
But he's our pain in the ass, and that's what's important about it.
Yeah,
it's like it's like a mosquito trying to suck blood from a mummy.
Guys,
Yeah, for me it was like, okay, I think Rax actually got home, like despite all of this, I think Rax got home like nearly a day earlier than me or something.
Yep.
So, there's that, I guess. Like, you know, Rax was already back in his element. Like, I actually returned home at like past midnight on Saturday. And that is like, you know, in Europe, not in US, which is like further ahead. So yeah, I had like one big flight from Seattle to Frankfurt, and then I had like a 10-hour like wait in Frankfurt that actually got delayed by like 2 hours in the end. So I was kind of like there the entire day, barely slept, because I was obviously looking at the Spiritborn stuff on the flight. And then Mippy like messaged me, and Mippy, one of our Maxwell writers for Gorok, and he said, hey, I'm in Frankfurt, by the way, let's hang out. So I went out with Mippy there, and we were like having coffee and then food and stuff. That was kind of cool. So that was kind of my story. And then went back to the airport, and they had like a 2-hour delay at the end, but at that point it didn't really matter anymore. So I got home like at 2 instead of at midnight, so who cares? So
So traveling definitely F tier. Do not recommend, huh?
yeah,
Never leave.
actually the way back was way easier than the way to NA. So I had trouble checking in on every single flight. It was actually kind of horrific. Yeah, in fact, I missed my first flight. I think I said that earlier, right? So we had to rebook my flight for like a day later. So instead of 16th, I went on 17th. And I kind of arrived there like last minute, right when the program kind of officially began. So I kind of missed the exploration part of Seattle and hanging out with the boys, unfortunately. But at least I got there, and I do have to give a shout out for Blizzard to kind of like just handle that last minute. I was calling up Blood like in the middle of the night for NA people, like, yo, I won't make this flight. I need help. And then he kind of moved, you know, a lot of other people, and they actually got me another flight for the next day. So that was really nice. It's not very easy when you're like 12,000 kilometers away or something. So
yeah, big. I mean, big, like super big shouts because like I'm messaging because I'm like I checked out of my hotel early. I'm at an airport. I don't know what's gonna happen. I was just gonna stick it out, but like, what if I had to go back or whatever? And I'm just like I'm messaging Blood in like a Discord, and he's like, "Yo, I found like this flight. Let me." Because I'm also trying to get a flight for a new thing, right? Because they got us through one airline. I'm like, well, I'm going to go through a completely different one. Can I get reimbursed? Like, what's going to be the deal? And he's like, oh, let me get it. Like, he's like, I'm talking to everybody right now to try to get your flight rebooked for a different time. But if not, give us the details. Like, they made it. They were like, this is a shitty situation. They're also all trying to get onto planes and get home. They have devs stranded out in Seattle. And also like staying up to date with whatever information I had and trying to coordinate with me. They did an exceptionally good job of trying to handle that chaos with whatever limited resources they could, because it's like they can't make the planes go in the air, but they can damn sure try to help you, which I think they did a really good job with that, honestly.
Yeah, Chat asked me how did I miss my flight. So I thought I was going early. I live 8 miles from the airport, okay? Like, on a good day, I can be there in like 12 minutes if I want. So I called a taxi in the morning. That was like, I don't know, I think like around 2 hours before or something. It's a small airport. And you can go from the check-in to the gate in like 2 minutes if you want. So there's on one terminal. So I tried to call a taxi. The taxi took like forever to arrive. Usually it's like 2 minutes. At this time it was like 15 minutes until they actually found one and sent it to me. Then the traffic was horrific that day. I don't know what was going on. And then I arrived at the airport and was still like, okay, like 1.5 hours, easy peasy. Usually the airport is very quiet. And it was just like packed with 1 million people. And for some reason they decided to just like close the check-in like over an hour in advance for this flight. Even though, the small size of the airport and stuff like that. So they just didn't let me on. And I was not the only one, actually. There were like an entire group of people that were just sitting there at the booth after someone told me, nah, you can't check in here, you have to go there. After I was already standing in queue for like half an hour and stuff like that. And they said, yeah, go over there, you can't do that. And then, yeah, there was like this group of people and they just said, yeah, screw you guys. Like, that was basically it. So, very nice experience. And I couldn't do online check-in, that just didn't work. I don't know why. So yeah, they just didn't let us. I never missed a flight before. That was kind of wild.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of stress. At least it worked out in the end somehow. That's great.
Yeah.
Guys, to sum this up, I wanted to go into. Wait, let me open this. I wanted to close rather with the chat question. So maybe everyone's chat could type out some interesting things you guys wanted to know, maybe for the Spiritborn, maybe for what food everyone ate, what was the best food they had in Seattle. So get typing.
Give us a question, guys. What do you want to know? Go ahead, Chronic. Sorry.
No, I wanted to hear your favorite kind of like experience when it comes to the trip. Maybe like in a brief things, like was it playing, was it streaming, was it eating, was it walking around Seattle? What was it for you guys?
Easy answer. The hotel we went to is the most insane, like Quentin Tarantino level, like nonsense Miami Vice hotel. There were all glass windowed showers in the middle of the bedroom, no way to block them off, just next to the bed, not in a bathroom, not on the inside. A 3-piece mirror in front of it, straight up glass shower head. This was a freaky hotel, y'all. Some cool people go to this hotel and they have a very good time.
So I'm sorry, Chronix, was your question, what was our favorite part about Seattle? I'm sorry, what exactly was the question?
Your favorite part about the trip? Was it the food? Was it playing the Spiritborn? Was it streaming? Was it talking to the devs?
The last one. Talking to Blizzard, meeting Woody, Macro, Fame, and Bloodshed, and Adam, and Brent. It was the people. The people was the number one thing. I think it dwarfed everything else for me. The other thing was all secondary to me.
Yeah, for me, it was like I arrive, we do like the little thing with the announcement, and then they just push me into this room to play Spiritborn for 4 hours, unbothered, in my lane, you know, like, that was lovely, you know, I was just blasting. No offense, guys, but I love that. So...
I was hoping for that answer.
Everybody
predicting.
Everybody was like blasting stuff, and I come walking around the corner because we had like, I don't know, like in total we've now played the Spiritborn the most out of anybody who isn't a dev, and that's like 7 to 8 hours. But that first day was like 4 or so hours, and I come walking out of the room and people are like, oh, this and that and what you tried. I'm like, I made one monkey build. I have my list of aspects I'm going to show off on stream. This is the one thing I did. I played this build and I created a build list for it. Just like being able to sit down with it and just being like, hey, go play it, like do whatever you want. That was incredibly cool as well.
Here's 2 questions from my community for people. What did you like about Seattle? And give any names of places that you went, and would you do it again if you had the opportunity? So I guess I'll start. I didn't go anywhere. Well, other than what's within a 1-minute walking distance of the hotel. From the time that I arrived, the time that I left, there was always something scheduled. We were either going to a dinner, going to a lunch, conversing with each other, waiting for something to happen, in transit. I didn't have a single day where it's like, oh, let's go to Mount Rainier or let's go see the ocean or anything. But one thing that I could tell you that surprised me about Seattle, and I've been to a lot of different places, is the amount of vegetation everywhere, even in a major city. There's trees and bushes and green everywhere, all around you. And it actually made it feel a little bit cozy. A lot of people say Seattle's one of the best places to visit in the summer. It has a very nice temperature and climate and appeal to it. Would I do it again? Probably not, because I hate traveling with a passion. And it's like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. People love traveling. People love the opportunity. I totally get that. That's not me. I just want to sit in a corner and do nothing. But if I had never went to visit Blizzard and I had the opportunity again, I would go at a minimum 1 time to meet everybody. That is invaluable. But now that I've done that, now that I've shaken their hand, I don't ever want to even go to my mailbox ever again for the rest of my life. By the way, everyone's going to laugh. I'm not kidding. I'm being serious. Not laughing.
I feel like we just read like a diary page. Dear diary, never again. I'll keep it a little bit short and sweet here. We were in Bellevue, which apparently is like the fancy city of Seattle. We got to meet up with Echo Hack because they're in Washington. I mean, they were kind of giving us a tour and stuff. Fantastic dude, fantastic wife, very nice. And
Seattle too. Seattle Witch.
Yep. And and Seattle Witch got to come out for dinner, which I thought was really cool. But we were in Bellevue. I went out for breakfast in the morning because apparently nobody else wanted to get up and go eat breakfast because they're all like aliens or something. And I went over to a place called 13 Coins. It was like a 24-hour. I thought it was going to be like a diner because it was like 24-hour food service. But I walked in, it was like all black, backlit, black leather, like mahogany tables. The waiter was this like weird, like California surfer attitude. He's like, what's going on? Let's get it. Let's go. What do you need? And I'm like, breakfast. He's like, I got it, boss. And he just kind of like surfed away from me on this little vibe. Not the most expensive food, which was pretty sick. It was about $18 for like 2 eggs, some bacon, and some toast, which was very reasonable in that city. But it was pretty nice. It was cool to just like hit up a place and be like, what are people eating around here?
Yeah, I mean,
would
for
you
me,
do it again?
I would never go back to that city. It was so heinously expensive for no goddamn reason. Like, I live in Boston. Seattle was just like Boston with less stuff in it, but nearly like 50% more expensive for no damn reason. Unironically, I'm miserly with money, so that was a big no-no for me.
Yeah, I guess luckily, like, most of the stuff was just covered by Blizzard, I guess, with like the dinner and whatever, right? So it was not really such a problem. But I get it. It seemed like a very expensive city, but a nice city. So I'm not sure if I really want to kind of like call out anything specific here, but I did enjoy like just having the dinner with the devs and everyone. Like everyone's sitting at this long table, and you know we were sitting there for like a few hours, and it was amazing. Talking to like Brent and Bjorn, they was like sitting basically right next to me. That was cool.
And would you go again?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I already went for BlizzCon last time, and that was like quite the experience. Like even way bigger than this, right? And yeah, like obviously. I was there now, and I'd definitely go again. It's just kind of like a struggle to go there, especially from where I live. You know, it's like literally like 1 day travel back, and you know I was there for like 2 nights, so I traveled more than I actually stayed, right? So that's kind of wild, and you know for BlizzCon that is okay. For something like that, it's kind of rough, but okay, this is how it is, and I would definitely come back, you know, for like whatever. That's cool, even though it means like I basically sacrifice like a holiday or something for me, because you know usually I'm here like every day, and I basically never take days off, but almost never go on vacation, sometimes here and there, and this kind of like replaced the vacation for me now, but it was a cool one as well.
I'm getting a couple questions that I assume a lot of people are kind of getting this similar flavor, which is like, is this just Druid 2.0? Is this just a Monk 2.0? For just kind of like kick it off, I really don't understand why people are like so hard stuck on this is just better Druid, and like they're gonna keep the Druid bad just to make this cool. It's just a dude who's near some pictures of animals. It's nothing like it's not even vaguely like the Druid in any way, shape, or form. It just also adds skill tags to skills. But I mean, yeah, like, is it like a monk? Yes, I mean, like, of course it's like a monk. Basically every single skill is a dash. And then I think that's kind of where the similarities stop. I think they've done a pretty good job of making a unique game experience for a class that we haven't seen in the franchise before.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
It does not feel like Druid at all. You know, like people just look at the picture and like, you know, spirits and oh no, but it's not Druid in any way.
It doesn't feel like Druid. It does feel like a unique experience out of any class in any game, MMO or ARPG. It definitely feels the most like a Diablo 3 monk. I'd say it's about 70% feel-wise like a Diablo monk. I think there is enough of a difference, though, in how some of the attacks work, where it does also simultaneously feel unique. That's my interpretation of it. It feels 0 like a Druid. Doesn't feel like a Druid at all. Not even 5%. It feels completely different to play the class.
I got a question here from my chat that I can throw in. Will every one of us play Spiritborn, and what happens to guides of other classes if so? So I guess I'm probably like the one to answer that, and that's, yeah, I said to everyone on the D4 Maxwell team, okay guys, you can go play the Spiritborn when it comes out. You know, I understand everyone wants to have fun, but of course you're not going to neglect the other classes. We still have, you know, Macro on the Necro, and, you know, Condis on the Barb and whatever. So we're definitely going to make sure that once, you know, the dust kind of settles in like the first week or something, we're going to update, you know, as much as we can, and then kind of like go from there and make sure that, you know, everyone gets a bit of time, you know, trying to the new class, the new thing, and then, you know, maybe they can like, you know, switch between them and their main or something. So that's kind of the idea, I guess.
I'm really much looking forward to what the current classes are going to look like when Spiritborn releases as well. Like we talked about this during this podcast, right? It's going to be very interesting revisiting what we have been playing with over the last year. And especially all those new changes are also going to be really interesting to me. Not only blasting the super new thing, but also looking at how does my class, or how do the classes that I've been playing the last year, how did they change and how do they feel now? Did something shift? Do I like something way more now than before? That's also going to be very interesting to me. I got to be honest.
I think Woody hit it with the comment on the dust will eventually settle. It's a new shiny toy. Very soon after acquiring a new shiny toy, it is no longer a new shiny toy. All classes will be given equal attention and updated properly for all time on max roll. You never have to worry about that. For me personally, the way that they would have completely attached me to the Spiritborn forever is if they had made it like a WoW shaman. It feels close to 0% like a WoW shaman as someone who's played it for 16,000 hours. But it is very much like a Diablo 3 monk, which I do also love. So when the dust settles, I plan to be mainly a Barb Spiritborn main because those are the archetypes that I like the most. But like always, I'll play all the classes every season.
There's also the part where it's like, because you literally like 4/5 of the player base has no idea what I do because all I play is the Necromancer. And I very much intend on changing that with the Spiritborn because oddly enough, like there are other classes. My major issue is I just haven't legitimately enjoyed playing the other classes. Not in like I think they're bad sort of way, but they didn't necessarily have like the game feel that I wanted, which is very hard to explain. But y'all know with a class that changes every single skill based off of which spirit you've chosen and changes its mechanics, all you're going to see out of me is sitting in New Kuros Bazaar at the target dummy, just being like, boop, 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 boop. This doesn't work. Check it off the list. Boop, boop, boop. This one does. And it's very, very exciting for me to have a thing like that where everybody's kind of coming in on the ground floor. Now people are like, oh, you got to go play the Sorc. We need you to go make Excel sheets about the Sorc. I'm like, first off, some of the smartest people ever play the Sorc. Northie is over there playing the Sorc. I promise you he's already tested it. And one of the things that kind of holds me back is feeling like, oh, I can't really contribute anything valuable to this because I already know there are a ton of intelligent people who have like already done all this work. This is like a brand new thing that lets me experience that discovery period in a video game again. I'm really excited for that. That being said, though, everybody's going to want to play a Spiritborn, and Chronix and I are going to have the Necromancer all to ourselves. Nobody else will even be covering this class. If you need info on it, you got to come to us, baby. Okay, that's the secret. That's the sauce. That's what having a niche means. But no, I'm very excited to try it out. But no, we're not going to abandon the classes all of a sudden. Like just put them in the character graveyard of non-meta.
I'm sad you leaked our master plan, Necro.
You have any other questions, Chronix?
I'm looking. None of these really sound super duper interesting. I'll answer them after the stream.
So basically what Chronix is saying, chat, you failed.
Get wrecked, chat. Holy.
I gotta be honest. We've been kind of like category hopping here a little bit, and I hyped everyone up for the next couple of ARPGs already, or the next ARPG already. So probably everyone is right now playing Path of Building right now, or fishing, or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, PoE is around the corner. I guess everyone's going to jump on that, or most people will that play RPGs. It's going to be fun. There's actually like a question about that, so maybe I can throw that in here.
Sure.
Wait, where was that? About a trade that they added now. So, like, do we, for example, expect any trade improvements similar to what like PoE has done now? For those that don't know, they have added like
the answer.
A currency trading system basically in the game directly, where you can just like basically like a market, like with asynchronous trading. So that sounds very fun. Yeah, Rex.
I just know the answer. I asked Brent directly on my stream. I asked him, is there an auction house or trading? I think the question was specifically, is there something like an auction house coming? I even prefaced it with saying, not even talking about D3 auction house, just stuff to trade stuff. And they said there's no plans for that. So the answer is no.
Unlucky.
I will just be screaming into the void until at least the answer is maybe. Like it is wild to me that we're in 2024 and I don't expect to see an auction house anytime soon in this game that lets me trade items. Now,
So,
to their credit, they wanted to stop us from trading items and we complained about that for long enough until they let us. And now it's just like, bro, just give me a UI element. And like, I know it takes a lot of work. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm saying it should absolutely be a priority.
So I talked to him about, in general, again, Brent, the game director, the expansion, and I asked him we talked about like unfavorable answers that the community doesn't like. So two of them that come off the top of my head are no auction house coming, and the class that we got wasn't paladin, because a lot of people wanted the holy archetype. So I asked him a question somewhere along the lines of, can you give it to me straight? Like, I know you're here, I know that you're obligated to say yes, but give it to us straight one time. If we voice what we would like in the game, does that actually impact what we might get? And he genuinely said absolutely. He said, if everyone is screaming from the high heavens that we want paladin, and everyone endlessly screams from the high heavens that you want an auction house, that definitely impacts the actual development of Diablo 4. So I said, so just to paraphrase you, if we just keep complaining, we will eventually get what I want. And then he just laughed, which I would take as a yes. So that strategy that you introduced, Macro, should work per his words. And this is why Blizzard will never do another interview with me ever.
Everyone go to the forums, link in the description and pinned in the Twitch chats, I guess.
No, but the general sentiment is what the community wants. If there is a massive outcry for it, they want to make the game that the players want to play. Simple as that.
Yeah, I think at this point, we need it. It's just super important for quality of life and also for the progression for quite a lot of people, probably, when it comes to like items for tormented bosses. Maybe you don't like the pit, but you still want to do them. Oh, I can sell maybe my stuff that I find in the Helltide and go buy the Stygian stones, for example. I don't know, right?
I mean, it
offers an alternative way of acquiring stuff with doing the stuff you want and then buying the stuff you don't want to do, right?
I think I can describe the phenomenon in simple terms for all ARPGs and MMOs, or whatever. If there's a basic function of the game, entering a dungeon, trading, killing a boss, anything like that, if in order to do this, I need to tab out and use some other program, the design is flawed. If I'm doing the thing in the game, not in the game, it's over. The only exception that I can think of is I like to play these kinds of games, whether it's WoW, PoE, Last Epoch, Diablo 4. I like to have my guide for the whole build, all my skills, all my Paragon, all my gems, all my 6 links. That is very helpful. I don't expect you to put a build guide into the game. But if it's a basic function of the game and you're making me tab out to something else, I'm out. Like I'm instantly disengaged from it. I can download it, I can learn it, I can become an expert in it. WoW add-ons are cool. I don't want them to get add-ons actually just put you go to a third-party thing to put add-ons in your game so you don't have to go to the third-party thing. You know, so it's like if you're designing it, if there's a core function that you have to tab out to do, you've disengaged me instantly.
Meanwhile, Rex blasting PoE all week.
I have my 99 bone shatter POB on my monitor, and that's it.
Yeah, I saw your speedrun attempts, Rex. You need to download Lilocan UI. It's gonna help you learn all the little tricks.
Really? Okay, message me that later. I don't know what that is, but
yeah, I'll show you in a second. Or after the podcast, rather, I would say. We had actually one question. How was it hanging out with Fame? With Fame Regalis, who kind of like left that out. She was also part of all of this, right?
Yeah, for me, I didn't really know her much before. I just like kind of knew her name and she's like around. So personally, I didn't have like much of a connection to her or something. But she seemed nice. That's basically what I can say. It was like, you know, I think she was actually like, yeah, sometimes, you know, like we were like hanging out or whatever, standing there talking, and yeah, I mean, it was nice meeting her for sure. I don't really have that much to say, to be honest.
Yeah, Fame's cool people. For people who don't know, Fame, anybody here who you've watched, Fame has twice as many hours live streamed of this game as like any other person on this planet. They do like 12, 16 hour days every single day, regardless of how hyped the season is. And they've just been doing that nonstop since the game came out. I'd only learned about Fame because she was going to be attending this event. I was like, oh, I should probably go know who this person is. She just like, she plays every single build. She does every meme build. She does everything into her own work. Because I was asking her about it. She was like, well, it's, like you got to play this stuff, because if you don't play it, how do you know that it's bad or good, or like what can you learn about it? She was super cool. The major issue is that, especially as you see us in like these types of podcasts, we're all very loud and opinionated and will endlessly discuss any single topic. So it was a lot of us, because we've also all been like friends now for a while, right? And all talking and in different situations together. There was just like so much of us just being like, and another thing I've thought about this game, and we're all long-winded, so let me explain the entirety of the details of it. But she was super cool, was participating in everything, she was everywhere that we were at, right? She's a cool person. I would recommend checking out her content, because I'll share this little behind the scenes. Pez Radar Adam Fletcher really, really likes watching her content, because she has a endless narrative going the entire time that she's playing. She's talking about what she's doing. She's talking about the skill choices that she's making. She's talking about the monsters ahead of her. She's talking about what she's doing in the town, the items that she's picked up. It's basically like Diablo ASMR for all intents and purposes.
It's an audiobook.
And Adam's just like, I love that. It is like constant Diablo stim. It's like fantastic. She's a cool chick.
I have just looked this up, and I have recently looked up how many hours Woody has, so that I understand how small of a blaster I actually am when it comes to like streaming the game on Twitch. Woody had, at last time I checked, 2.8k hours. Just to put this into perspective, Fame has 4.1k hours. Okay, that's ridiculous.
It's no cap, dude. Homie does
crazy.
Nothing but play this game and then eat cheese to keep playing the game. It's actually crazy. That's like, her words.
That's insane. Like, Woody's hours are already crazy, okay? That's, oh my God, I didn't know this. That's crazy. Insane.
So Fame is a very nice person, very soft-spoken. She's a blaster like us. One thing that I was going to mention this, and Macro already spoke about it. One thing that we had to keep at the top of our mind was we need to pause to let Fame give input, because the moment that a topic begins, our passion level and our volume level from the people here rises very rapidly, and the boxing gloves go on, and we want to fight. And anybody who's not ready for a fight can just become a spectator at a certain point. So it's a personality thing that we need to work on, not that she needs to work on. So we needed to make sure that we got her input and dialed it down a bit.
Okay, do we have any other questions that stand out to you guys?
Not from my side.
I think we're good.
No, it's just like a bunch of stuff that, like, one, we either cannot talk about, or two, like, just legit didn't see anything about. Like, there's like the speculation about like, oh, but I saw Juggernaut's number was lower, so like, are we getting a stat squish? Like, what's going to happen? I was talking about this early on stream, which is like, one, I don't know the details, but two, the numbers don't matter. Like none of this matters. Like, any of us trying to tell you like what it's going to look like in the expansion based off like character power, or what the Paragon power will look like, or what gear power will look like, they could cut everything down to 1/10 of it. I think they should, if I'm being honest. Like, the numbers are too damn high, but like, it doesn't matter, because we don't know how the monsters change, we don't know how the content change, we don't know how the difficulty changes. So it's like, how are you going to feel about being weaker in the future? I don't know, dog. I literally don't know what the content will look like. Numbers going down is not like indicative of a system that you can actually analyze.
We don't know how everything will shape up, but I think we could cumulatively say as a team without spoiling any NDAs, that there are certainly things coming to Diablo 4 very soon that you can be looking forward to. We can give you that very cryptic teaser, and I'm pretty sure you guys are gonna like them.
Answered that last question that just came up in chat, so thank you for that one, Rex. Well, I guess thank you so much for you guys, Mac, Woody, Rex, and also Kelly. Actually, have to include her in the YouTube titles as participant at this point, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for your time and also your input. I really appreciate that. And yeah, I hope to see you guys next time around for the next podcast. Thank you guys
Thanks
so
for
much.
the podcast, guys. Nice to meet you this week. GG's.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Much love,
That was fun.
everybody. Cheers.
GG's.
All right. Is anyone gonna stream here, by the way? Oh, it says this macro now. Like we have macros forehead and my forehead.
I'm gonna be streaming. Yes, I'll be streaming.
Okay, yeah. So it's time to write macro, guys. I'm feeling sick. I need to go. So
Be good, man. Don't die.
yep. All right. So let's do that. Let's do this. Yeah, I kind of tried to hold it together for now, but holy shit, I need to go sleep, man. You just tuned in for everyone leaving. Well, this is gonna be on the Maxwell YouTube channel probably tomorrow, and then I guess like 2 days later. Usually I also upload it on my channel, so if you want to see that there. But yeah, feel free to also watch the live VOD, I guess. Have a good sleep, mate. Thank you. Actually, I cannot go sleep just yet. I have a meeting with Scissorrun. But I hope that won't be too long. Anyway. I'll see you guys. Let's write macro. Yeah, thanks, guys. Hopefully it's gonna be better tomorrow. I kind of just like hurt everywhere. I'm like warm and yeah, dizzy, so oof. Anyway, have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow.